We are finally here after a long year.
Order, take the W again here.
Exciting, it's exciting stuff, dude. It's been a long time coming.
We have got some absolute banger matches on tonight.
Potentially a game changer, but you have no idea what.
Oh! Could be spiked down.
Doing all the damage with this Garrett. Oh, what?
It's only nice extra meting. A last 1v1. Dash is available, and Ronski.
Oh my god.
You got to use your talent to show that you're better than them, not your ego.
Clutchy, he's got this guy lined up. There it is.
I think my entire team is probably better than everyone else on any other team.
Tux and Disco locking it down right now. They don't even phase him yet. Gonna be ticking it to halfway there. Still playing to a T, and time falls through.
Where does Knuckle go? Scroll needs this. Scroll needs this, and he will find it. Mac, that might have been one of the most impeccable aces I've seen. Picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player who are potentially trying to come up with a scheme play.
No, oh my god!
The Viper's pin does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! Oh my word!
Welcome everyone to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, day number 2. My name is Matty. I am coming at you with my boy, 2Tap Tony. It is a pleasure to be here, guys. And Tony, how are you feeling after day 1?
Well, I am absolutely excited. We saw some crazy matches yesterday, and I guarantee we're going to see some crazy matches today, Matt.
Very excited to see them, but let's hear a little bit about exactly what's going to happen today as we go through the tournament explainer.
Welcome to the 2022 VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for VALORANT Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
Thank you so much for that one. And as we did just hear, the top team from Stage 1 OCE Championship will be heading towards the APAC playoffs, which can qualify them towards the APAC Masters. So the top 8 teams from each stage will actually get the chance in order to compete in the OCE Championship, where they can score themselves a spot at the APAC Last Chance qualifiers, and the winner of those Last Chance qualifiers will actually receive a ticket directly to Champions, which is basically Worlds, guys, and I am so excited to see who's going to be able to take that spot. But without the Last Chance qualifiers, we've also got prizes on the line here today, Tony, and let's hear about them.
Yeah, these teams, of course, are playing for that spot, but they're also playing for this lovely, lovely cash prize. Of course, $25,000 here up for grabs, of course, in this first stage. 1,000, of course, 9,000 for first place here, and then, of course, all the way down, you see 5,000 for second, then all the way down to 7th, 8th, even walking home with a lovely $1,000 for themselves. Nobody going home a sore loser tonight, or, you know, throughout this whole stage, man.
And let's take a look exactly at what's going to be on offer as well, because obviously we've got a few teams here to play tonight. Group A, seeing a little bit from them yesterday, we did have Order coming up against Fun Crew, but we've got Honey Badgers and Bonkers as well, Tony. And I'm pretty keen to see what else is going to come out today.
Yeah, of course, to wrap up, I guess, and recap, if you guys missed yesterday's games that I would have hated to, of course, Order versus Fun Crew was a very, very rough game for Fun Crew, I had to say. Of course, they debuted here. They're kind of showing after a few roster swaps here or there, and Order just dismantled them 13-6, of course, on both Breeze and Bind. And, of course, now going over to Group B, Matt, we've got some interesting rosters here in this group as well.
Yeah, we did see Mind Freak come up against Iconic yesterday, but we've got Krimmer's Disciples as well as Meow Meow, which will be showcased here today as well. I'm keen to see how they're going to shape up also.
Yeah, that Mind Freak Iconic game, of course, it was Mind Freak showing and repping, I guess, Mind Freak well as an org, of course, just getting signed recently and showing that they've still got the makings of a great team. Of course, 13-6 on Bind. We saw Mind Freak dismantle that Iconic roster.
And we will take a look at exactly who's going to be coming up against who today. We do have, first of all, Krimmer's Disciples going up against Meow Meow to kick things off and to head towards the finalization. We do have the Honey Badgers coming up against Bonkers. So these teams, they've really worked really hard to push their way towards this stage of the tournament. And I'm keen to see exactly what the results might shape up to be, Tony.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Of course, I alluded to a lot of these rosters, of course, making a lot of different changes throughout the player break, and of course, you know, trying to find the best fit for what's due to them. And Matt, looking at these games, of course, it's very hard to tell who's a clear favorite here this evening.
We'll certainly find out, that's for sure, but let's take a look at exactly who the faces behind the teams are going to be. It is Krimmer's Disciples here, first of all. Marsh, Maishu, Cloxy, Myth, and Pocket. We've seen these names time and time again before in their previous respective rosters, and I'm sure we won't be seeing the last of them here today.
Yeah, the Krimmer's Disciples, they always find a way to just come back and be on the top of the region. Of course, Krimmer's Disciples have been under a few different names, of course. You probably knew them as Villains, Tyrants before that, and of course, you know, Trident, I believe, even before that. And of course, they've been together since VOT Stage 2 of last year, Matt. All the way back in April, I believe, was when this Krimmer's Disciples came together as a core.
And it goes to show hard work does pay off if you stick together over time, but they're not the only faces we're going to see in this first matchup. We obviously do have the team of Meow Meow as well. Following their squadron will be Clutchy, Andy, Ninim, Jungle Wow, and Norson. We have seen them all before as well. They have come together to create a super team, if you will. Let's see if they meet up to those expectations.
Yeah, I think on paper, Super Team's kind of an understatement. This is a god roster if I've ever seen one. Of course, you got Jungle from his Bliss days, Norson from his Mind Freak days, Ninim from Direwolves, Andy, of course, we've seen very respectable play individually in the region. Of course, Clutchy, formerly of the Chiefs, now repping under this Meow Meow banner. And Matt, they're going to look to do some damage here in this evening. Of course, it's all about how they put the pieces together, though.
And we'll see exactly which pieces come to form as we do take a look at some of the top players from each roster. Seeing who is going to come up against who here. Looks like number one top dog is going to be Cloxy on the Krimmer's Disciple side, followed by Ninim on Meow Meow. So these names are certainly meeting expectations there as to who you will be on the lookout for. Cloxy is a really explosive jet player. Ninim able to make a huge impact as well for their team. I feel like there's certainly one player from each side you'll be looking out for throughout today's proceedings.
Yeah, looking at these numbers on paper, 270 average ACS for Ninim. You can see, of course, his days of Direwolves, of course, are previous, but still a very respectable player in the server. Of course, 1.3 KD overall. This guy's just an absolute god on paper. And of course, Cloxy being added to this Krimmer's Disciples roster in the past few months has added nothing but firepower to them.
And they're going to need all the firepower they can get if they do want to make a huge statement here today. But speaking of firepower, let's take a look at how the maps are shaping up in today. It looks like we do have the Vetoes flying in. Ooh, I'm liking what I'm seeing already. Split going to be the first one banned out there, followed by one of the newer additions in Fracture. First pick is going to be coming out on Bind from Krimmer's Disciples, though, followed by Icebox from Meow Meow. It looks like Breeze and Ascent will be the following bands, leaving the last remaining map is Haven. So some pretty classical maps, I'd say. You know, more of the older side of things, Tony.
Yeah, if you're a day one, you know, Bind, Ascent, you know, of course, Haven, and split. But looking at these videos, it's interesting to see, of course, Meow Meow identifying early on that Fracture's kind of a map that Criminal's Disciples have been playing quite a lot recently. Of course, Scrims would say so. Even during the open qualifiers, we saw a lot of Fracture, and we saw, a lot of teasing of maybe a chamber this evening from Meow Meow. It'll be interesting to see how the agent picks go. But of course, Bind being our first map, and I almost feel it's a safe haven for the Criminal's Disciples, of course, being on Bind, one of their arguably best maps statistically, 60%, I believe, overall. And, one of those teams that's kind of opted for that post-plant comp when, it was very early days. We saw a lot of Astra, Viper really coming into the mix. And, well, those agents, of course, as deadly as ever, will be expected to see here on this first map.
Yeah, wouldn't put it past them to go for those agents, that's for sure, Tony. Playing into what they're comfortable with there. And I'm keen to see if maybe we actually see one of the newer additions to Valorant in Neon today as well. I've got my prayers there, I want to see some of the new. Come on, guys, bring it out, surely. Now we'll see once we get into the map, though. But what do you think about the new agent, Tony? Like, the abilities are really unique. I like how fast they can go.
Yeah, Neon's as quick pace as ever, and I hope to see a few of these players, maybe even some of the duelist rocket, because of course, Neon, you've got the ability to dash, you've got the ability to slide as well. We've got a slide mechanic now in Valorant map, it's kind of crazy. Of course, we've got a kind of two-way Phoenix Wall, if you would. Of course, with the fast lane, you've got a very, very interesting ultimate, and one, of course, we're not used to seeing is kind of a more tracking style of ultimate with the, I believe it's the overdrive. Of course, shooting lightning out of the fingertips and really shocking your opponents to potential death here.
Yeah, it does remind me of some more classical games like Quake, having the lightning gun come out there. I'm really keen to see if they're going to be able to tear through teams like with that lightning gun there, because obviously Neon got high potential, but I don't know if teams are going to bring it out tonight, because it's such a new pick. Maybe teams don't have that experience as yet, but we'll see though. But yeah, in terms of the bands coming out, Tony, I thought that we'd see maybe a bit more Fracture, but what do you think we've seen it banned out in this instance?
I guess it's still very early days. Fracture, of course, coming into the pool recently. It's still a lot of teams trying to decide what kind of comp that they want to run with it. We've seen a lot of, I believe, in overseas, of course, in a few different regions, a lot of Fracture kind of being played, but still teams struggling to work out what's the ideal scenario that they want to go for, which kind of sided it is. Of course, you see Breaches, you see Viper, you see a lot of different kind of agents, but of course, Fracture being banned out of the pool, very, very safe ban there from Meow Meow.
Thank you so much for that insight, Tony. And whilst we do make final preparations to get into game, guys, we will just head to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be back before you know it. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Oceania Tour, day number 2 here. We do have, obviously, our first game on its way as soon as it can be, but let's talk a little bit more about it now, Tony. Coming into these maps, who do you feel is more favored to take away maybe the whole series or even the first map? Do you feel like maybe one of the teams might take a bit of time to start up their engines, or do you think it's just going to go full send from the get-go here?
I imagine Meow Meow want to start as explosive as possible. We want to get early picks on the board. They want to get Ninam and Andy really rolling with the punches and then juggle Norton and, of course, Clutchy there to back it up with strats. But, of course, for the side of Criminal's Disciples, you know, getting Bind as the first pick is a very comfortable one for them. And, of course, Meow Meow, I believe, not having the most favorable statistic matchup on, of course, that map. Bind currently 0-1. Of course, we saw in the open qualifiers, I believe, playing the Astra Jet Rays kind of combo. Kind of going for this aggressive triple duelist, actually, Jet, Rays, and Reyna, sorry. And, you know, very much playing to the strengths, I guess, of the individual aimers. But, of course, it's about putting the pieces together, Matt. And if anyone's better than, of course, the strat side of things, it's Criminal's Disciples.
Yeah, certainly have to find all the pieces to put together the Millennium Puzzle there. But I feel like if you are on the side of the Meow Meow team, they're probably going to want to start things off as electrifying as possible, just like that Pikachu there behind you, Tony. Shout out to your background there, mate. Definitely good choices, that's for sure. But nah, these teams are certainly going to be just pumped up, ready to go as soon as possible, guys. Do want to stress they are just slowly but surely assimilating their way into the server, but we will get this show on the road as soon as we possibly can. But Tony, do you feel like maybe the Meow Meow team might have what it takes to take down Criminal's Disciples? Because I've seen Criminal's Disciples throughout their play in obviously various other leagues that they've been a pretty stable roster. Like, they've certainly solidified their position within the region, and I feel like they're not looking to have any signs of stopping.
Yeah, as I've alluded to, Criminal's Disciples, of course, have been together since the dawn of time. You feel April, of course, of last year was when the core came together. Of course, Marsh, Myth, and I believe Pocket, the core of 3 coming from that. And, of course, recently adding in their favorable Smoke and kind of util player. But also now an explosive Jet with Cloxy. And, you know, we're now going into map 1, of course, Bind Matt. And I feel it's going to be an interesting one. Of course, I want to see how these agent picks go. What Meow Meow decide to go for. They hinted at a bit of Neon. They hinted at a bit of Chamber. But who knows, of course. It is all Bind after all.
Yeah, it's just the luck of the draw, isn't it? I really like the mystery behind the picks, you know? It's always like who could be, what could be before you actually get into it. But obviously, just experiencing a little hiccup here. We will get through it, though, and get straight into game there. So don't stress, guys. We're going to be straight on our way as soon as we possibly can. Just trying to fix a few things here and there, so we will be able to bring the agent picks through. But obviously, we do have some other interesting points to come through. Do you feel like maybe either of these teams might pick up the Neon pick, or maybe go with something a bit like a Chamber, Tony? Or do you think maybe we might see a little bit more of that coming into our next series, perhaps?
It's kind of hard to tell. I feel Criminal's Disciples going to kind of rely on what they know best, since that, of course, post-plant kind of composition. We've seen the Viper, the Brimstone, maybe even the Astra, of course, that we've seen so many teams rock for. But, of course, Matt, we're now live into our picks and bans here for our first series of this evening. Of course, our second day here for the VOT. It's Meow Meow versus the Criminal's Disciples here. And this is going to be an interesting one for Group B, because, of course, we've already seen some heavy hitters in of course, Iconic and Mindfreak yesterday, and this one is kind of who lands the middle of the pack at the end of the night.
I'm excited to see who is going to be able to find themselves in the middle there. Ooh, Tony, look at that. There it is. It's the Neon. Seems our prayers have been answered. Oh my gosh. Shout out to Andy there, picking up the Neon. Lovely stuff. Going to be waiting on Norson as the final pick, though, but so far we've got Sky coming out on both rosters. Looks like there is going to be an Astra on the Meow Meow side of things, Jet for Ninim, Neon for Andy, Viper going to be on both sides as well. So eager to see exactly what the differences between these two compositions are going to stack up to be as we do head our way into Bind.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. As I, of course, alluded to, Criminal's Disciples kind of playing that post-plant kind of composition as well, rocking with the Sky. We've seen might kind of opt away from the Sova a little bit on this map in recent times, of course, in the last few months, kind of adopting a different play style. And that's what we like to see, teams growing end up shaping different kind of strats that they want to go for here. But of course, rocking with the Neon, we're going to see what this agent is kind of capable of on this map. Because Neon, especially on a map like Bind, I feel on the defense side, going to be a little bit of an interesting start.
Yeah, I'm keen to see exactly how they're going to be able to push their way into the beginning of this one, Tony, because obviously, you know, they do have that hastiness to them with the high gear, which is free. No cost behind that one. They can just run straight through. Obviously, they do have to wait for a little bit of charge to come back over time, but I feel like we're certainly going to be seeing that come into use early on here. Maybe Andy goes for a bit of a rush play towards the outside of the B site there. Maybe not. Looks like we are just going to standard pistol setup so far, though. The Boombot going to be heading towards Hookah there, and Jungle going to be starting things off strong.
Yeah, abusing the early cover of that smoke with the Astra play. And of course, he's going to be dog out. Cloxy looking to get deep with it. Of course, approaching with the spike is the first one in the shower. First contact already being made. Meow Meow picking it up here, but of course that Viper Wall splitting the site. Myth going to be caught out. Nice little double from Jungle already to start this one off. Spots out Cloxy, no shots more landed. He's going to be pocket to trade it back, and still a very unfavorable take here for the Crimson Disciples over towards the C side.
Looks like they are going to be able to get the spiker down, though. 4 versus 3 situation. Andy going to be getting the spot towards Lamps there. They're trying to take out Pocket now. Pocket's actually taking down 1. Make that 2. Nice kills coming through. Might shoot bullet through as well. Ninim's still going to be alive and kicking, though. 1 versus 1 situation now. Gets the jet dash. Hits the kill, and that is it, Tony. Meow Meow taken away. Round number 1 here. This is the match we've been waiting for.
That is absolute robbery. No way Ninim gets away with 2 there. Quick little shot for the lamp and then a turnaround dash on top of poor Pocket, who already did so much in that round map. But the first goes to Meow Meow, and it's a strong start here for Ninim and Jungle.
Seems consistency is already playing a factor there early on for both teams, but obviously seeing the result of the victory there for Meow Meow, they are going to be picking up a Vandal. Followed by a few Spectres there, just going for standard round 2 picks. Looks like the Crimmer's Disciples side, though, are going to be picking up a couple of pistols there to have the Sheriff as well as the Ghost. Not looking to buy anything else into the round, though, playing for that round 3 potential. Looks like they are going to burst through showers early on, though, and Jungle, he's ready for them already, taking down a couple. Looking for more, though.
Yeah, roaring like a chimp, he's aping out right now. Jungle, the hold on the shower is just too much for the Crimson Disciples to deal with Ninim as well. Taking Marsh all the way to deeper spawn. Clutching with the dog kill in a Myth. That's kind of crazy, not what we're used to seeing. Pocket now, Sheriff, and a 1v5, not an unlikely situation for him to win. And it's going to be Clutchy picking up with a knife in the second round on the board for Meow Meow. You can see Clutchy's hyped about this. He's smiling. It's all giggles on the Meow Meow side right now.
That's how you got to be. Just got to keep pushing P, keep making sure you're as happy as can be, and then you can release your full potential there, because if you do get into that tilt zone, disastrous things could happen. But let's get straight into round number 3 now. Seeing a response from Crimmer's Disciples. Do have 3 Vandals coming through, followed by a couple of Phantoms going full armor, picking up the utility. They're ready for this one. Looks like they are going to be setting up towards the A side this time already, trying to use the Tasmanian Tiger and the Guiding Light. Andy going to be disorientated early on. Could be good potential to take him out. Luckily, they do have the Sky of their own, though, to get some potential. But My Shoe is going to be able to find Clutchy through the smoke there, as well as Andy. So that's the site opened up. They've only got 1 player to contend with now in Jungle.
Ooh, and they're expecting the flank here. It's catching it, maybe off guard there. Jungle, unfortunately, not quite able to get the backstab. Teleport taken. Ninim comes through the teleport and now up to the plate. Myth v Ninim. Myth just going to play as safe as possible. Snakebite here calls the attention, calls the help of Cloxy. Now the Snakebite drops. He knows exactly that Myth's in that corner. Ninim's just going to walk through the Snakebite, dash away. Ninim even takes the fight to Cloxy. This man's feeling the utmost of confidence right now. Pocket taking Norson on the other tail end of things. Now it's Ninim to do the unthinkable. 3v1 and very good post-plant positions here for the Grim, as you can see. Marsh over to a short, rocking the Brimstone and taking Ninim for a first round here for the Grimmer's Disciples.
Really had a lot of potential there behind Ninim, but unfortunately not able to clutch that one out. Did get caught by the off angle there. Not expecting someone to be around the corner through towards the B site. But alas, there will be a first round taken by Crimmer's Disciples, and it could be the first of many here. However, it is only the bonus round. Obviously, the Meow Meow side of things do still have plenty of cash behind them. We'll be picking up a few Vandals there, the Phantom as well as the Guardian. They've also got the ultimate available on Ninim as well, so if they want to opt for the Blade Storm, play a bit more aggressively, that could be potentially coming to play here. Looks like Ninim already, though. He's going to be posted out, ready for a push towards the side, and already says goodnight to my shoe.
Yeah, beautiful trade here. You can see that Clutchy helping out Ninim as soon as possible. Clutchy forced to back a little bit further because, of course, he's the one with the spike. Doesn't want to give over that knowledge to Meow Meow right now. And, well, for the moment, the rotation over to A. Going to drag Ninim to the potential that Krima's Disciples are thinking about that site. Swap out the gun here for Cloxy. Phantom a little bit better at the shooting. Of course, a little bit more bullets in the chamber too. Marsh and Rocket here going to be grouped up for a potential B hit here with 50 seconds. It's Meow Meow stacked to the wrong side. It's going to be up to Norson to hold it here, Matt.
Norson, will he be able to do it? It's all going to be put to the test of right now. Looks like Ninim's actually trying to spot towards the side, see if they can catch anyone. Not going to find anyone at this point. Krima's Disciples, though, do spot a couple in the teleporter. Take them down very quickly, stealing the advantage back in their favor. 4-on-3 now. They've got Ninim on the side to deal with, though. He's pushing around the back. Does have a wall of ice, which is going to keep their hold intact, though. So now Meow Meow going to be forced onto the retake here already. Botting one towards short. Marsh going to go down. 3-on-3 now, making it now 2. Really great stuff from Meow Meow. Still have Myth as well as their teammate Cloxy to deal with, though. They're holding the showers. They want to empower themselves to keep hold of this one. Myth could be the one to kick things off, though. He's prepared. He knows someone could be around the corner. Does spot him, and he picks it up, though. Need him to join in. And that is going to be the round secured by Meow Meow.
If it's not Jungle Smoke and Shower, it's Andy there with the fast lane beautifully covering the post-plant positioning. Krima's Disciples unfortunately stuck 2 in Shower and no Snake Spike, no nothing here out of Myth to do it. Sorry, not Myth. It is Myth. Sorry, I believe I'm getting confused. They normally like to change their agent picks a little bit. So normally it's Marsh kind of on the Viper, but Myth on the Viper this time around. And, 3 to the Meow Meow side. This isn't a bad start for them, Matt.
They're looking really good at the moment, but they just have to maintain this confidence all throughout. I know that sometimes, teams can get a little bit overconfident, but I think this time they're at a steady pace. Talking about pacing, though, looks like Krima's Disciples already pushing their way up B long there, taking out Ninim with a quick one-tap of the Sheriff. You still have to figure out exactly where the other player's hiding, though, and Awesome is going to be ready and waiting just outside the garden around the corner there. Waiting to see if anyone's going to push up towards the site. Do have the Astra Smoke available, though, still being put to use. So Krima's Disciples are going to have to maintain their patience until that one does inevitably dissipate.
Yeah, you can see Andy anticipating that they might be coming. Beautiful shot from Foxy on a Norton, and there's the relay out of Andy. Does still have, of course, the fast lane to give the cover that's necessary, but only 3 players here from Meow Meow, and the teleport out from the side of Krima's Disciples. You can see the rotation out of A with 40 seconds here. There's a player still in the lamp hole. It's Jungle holding firm. Clutchy behind the box here. It's going to be a stronghold here for Meow Meow. They're already here to stop Krima's Disciples, but it's the fast track back to B because Myth's out the side scot-free, Matt. Nobody here to stop him from Meow Meow. The over-rotation has been Meow Meow's downfall, and this is just a free site for Krima's Disciples to take.
That's huge information they can play off of as well. Myth pushing so aggressively towards the defender spawn there. They might not anticipate him. Andy ready, but not ready enough, it would seem. Myth takes him down. Now leaving it onto a 2-on-5 situation. Honestly, at this point, I reckon their only option is to try and save, maybe get an exit kill towards their spawn if anyone ventures far enough. But at this point, they've just been played. It is going to be another round going the way of Krima's Disciples there. So well done for them, playing off the information, getting the kills one after the other, even whilst being on an economic round. And they do manage to swing the odds back in their favor. We'll see if it works out towards more rounds going in their favor, though. Looks like they are going to be pushing towards defender spawn. Do catch Jungle, trying to don the judge there. All going to be up to Clutchy now. Reveals himself towards Heaven on A. Now going to be forced out, trapped and alone. A guiding light not going to be enough to save him. Going to be consumed by darkness. And it will result in a flawless round going the way of the Disciples. A 3-2 scoreline now. Now Meow Meow are feeling a bit of the pain there. Some of them going to be onto an economic deficit.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling the hurt of those last 2 rounds out of the 3 that they dropped. Crimson Disciples making this one expensive as possible, and I have to credit Crimson Disciples IGL there. I believe it is Marsh. Very smart call to make. Go to A, then straight back to B as Meow Meow pulled all their forces off of it. Just a free site to take and a free round given over.
We'll be pushing straight in to this next one as well. Round number 6 here. Looks like we are going to see the showstopper already activated there. Pocket trying to clear out the site. No one going to be close enough to be damaged by it though. At least they can use it as just a wave clearer per se to get that control over towards the B site. Does force the defenders to go back into a retake scenario again. Even being able to back it up with snake bites there. Really great usage of their pressure there.
And then checking behind here, but Marsh is well aware of the flank possibility relay, and now into a guiding light clutch. She's going to be sending it here. The dash in from Andy, not going to be able to do anything. It's very strong stuff being shown by Myth on the hold. Ninum, jungle now grouped up towards the hookah, looking to drop in. Pocket is holding the angle there in the nice little spot clocks. Out Norson, beautiful shot from Myth. And a follow-up from Pocket. Grimace Disciples, they do it together, and they find themselves the 3rd on the board.
3 for 3 now. Seems these teams are going toe-to-toe at the moment. And I'm eager to see who's going to be able to pull ahead here. Looks like it's still Meow Meow going to be slightly on the back end here. Do only have enough for light armor on some of their players. The rest, however, will be picking up their respective primaries as well as full armor. Ninim, not picking up anything yet, is actually going to go for the Marshal of all things. Couldn't really afford any rifles, so I can respect the decision there, considering they're mostly playing towards that B long position. Looks like they're actually going to push straight out of hookah now towards B short, though. Going for those early shots. Not going to be able to pick anyone up, but it's at least good for the information there. Looks like the Disciples, now off that information, are going to try and make a play towards the B side again. Great pick from Marsh in the meantime, though, whilst holding the spike. Does get a pick onto Andy. And they've actually rotated some of the players off of the A side towards B. And now it looks like the Disciples, they're going to go for their true objective here.
That's a great rotation off the pick there. You saw Andy kicked it into high gear going through shower, but very smart stuff there. Master check for it. Jungle out the open a lamp, and he's caught where he should be, standing just outside my shoot. Gonna be taking out Clutchy there. The Seeker's still available. Minim trying to bang a shot out here with his Marshal, not gonna be able to hit it. Baits perfectly though for Norson. But again, Crimson Disciples have found the rotational advantage map straight back to B after all the forces have been pulled off. Crimson Disciples perfect post-plant spots too. You can see Pocket holding for Minim on the teleport, Myth holding for Norson, and it's just a clean up sweep there for the Crimson Disciples, almost flawless in that rotation back to B.
Really impressed with the reverse sweep coming out from them there. They did start off a little bit slow, but they managed to pick themselves right back up again here. And we'll be able to take the lead 1 round ahead for now. They do have 4 ultimates available to them as well, comparable to their opponent's 3 ultimates available. So I'm eager to see when those are actually going to come into play, considering we're now heading towards the later stages of this first half as well. Looks like on the Meow Meow side of things, though, they are going to be mostly ecoed out. A few Sheriffs on them, 1 Vandal, and that's really going to be all they can bring to the table here. So the Disciples should have easy pickings towards the site, but still are going to have to clear their angles as they already have with the Tasmanian Tiger. Going to be going quickly onto the site to see what they can achieve. Looks like the overdrive is actually going to be brought out from Andy, though.
Yeah, Showstopper, I thought that was going to land on Jungle, but he's hit the tap beautifully onto the shower. And of course, my quick trade onto Andy, no overdrive available. Res as soon as possible. Myth as well, picking in a Mac up and picking him off. Norson. A quick trade back, just trying to get a gun, just trying to get some damage in, because right now, Crimson Disciples are running through this A site with the weapon advantage. Clutchy coming into the lamp with a beautiful shot. Trade back on the clock. See, Vandal now in hand. 3 players now. You can see Crimson Disciples using this composition that we've seen from them, the post plan with the Viper, with the Brimstone. They can play as far as possible with lineup, Sneak Spite on top of the spike to deny Jungle the defuse opportunity. Clutchy is going to pick apart Marsh, but the round's done and dusted. Crimmon's winning off the util alone.
Goes to show that you need that technical ability in order to just push rounds together piece by piece. So we'll see if that will be enough to push them towards the finish line here as we do press our way towards the later stages of this first half. All they need is one more round in order to, at the bare minimum, go for a tied scoreline 6 for 6. If they can push towards 7, though, it will take respective victory in the half here. Meow Meow, however, going to be able to pick up the full buy once again. Do have the Vandals now coming behind them. Looks like the Disciples are responding, though, picking up the first operator of the game on Cloxy. That's certainly going to be an impactful weapon.
Yeah, there it is. Cloxy straight out of the gate, coming swinging into the shots, but Ninum traces it back. I was about to mention, Ninum doesn't have any armor. He will be finally punished for it. Pocket trades it back, but Ninum's done more than enough there, Matt. 2 kills with no armor, Vandal, and he's feeling the blood. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling bloodthirsty, taking out Pocket. Now 2 players here for the Criminals Disciples, the ones to hold strong in that last round to pick it up. And the spike has been spotted. Andy's got he's got full info. The fast travel there gonna be tossed out. The wall covers the sight lines for the moment, but the smoke straight on top of Andy. You can see everybody for Meow Meow playing as far back, but still as default as possible. The Disciples have to come to them. Norson pick up on a myth. The outcome sliding through that smoke was Andy, decapitated by Marsh. Now 1v2 here with 40 seconds. He's got plenty of time. He's got plenty of spots to rotate over to, Matt. But Jungle, he's made a smart decision here. He's deep or short.
Yeah, it's really great how they've been able to play around that control they maintained earlier. Marsh now going to be pushing towards this A site. May actually be caught by Jungle. There it is. The off angle catching them off guard and does allow the Meow Meow side to get a round back. At long last, they do manage to kill the streak of rounds that the Disciples managed to string together there. So really impressed with the early control they displayed. Unfortunately, losing a couple of players after maintaining the control of the spike there, but they did manage to pull together in the end and take their 4th round away. 3 rounds to go, including this one. And it looks like Meow Meow might have no signs of stopping, pressing into these future ones. Ninim going to be looking to opt for the Blade Storm in this round. Hasn't bought a single weapon, just going to rely on their own power.
Yeah, you can see him and Andy just sending it straight through Shower, getting it as close to Criminals Disciples as humanly possible. The relay bolt going out over towards the cave. Nidham getting deep in the cave, also checking short side. Myth might have been spotted for the moment. Here come the Seekers out here as well from Meow Meow. They're putting a lot of expended ultimates. Nidham's already around the flank, and Myth's not going to expect it. Quick pickup from Nidham. He now continues to push forward, doesn't let up. The right click doesn't land for Nidham. He's going to drop to the floor and Pocket will send him 6 foot under. Quick trade back for the Criminals Disciples, but they still need to be careful. This flank is still coming in for 3 members. Straight to the B site they go. Here comes the orbital strike, flushes Jungle into the corner. But he's got a nice little off angle. Pocket pops the showstopper, trades 1 for 1. And now it's 2v2, Matt, here. Both Meow Meow players coming from the flank.
Ooh, Andy does give their position away, though. Taking out one, going to be traded immediately. 1-on-1 situation now. Looks like Cloxy going to be pushing in the tube there. But she does hear the spike going down. Doesn't know which angle Cloxy's going to be coming from. Cloxy holding the wrong one. Clutchy sneaks around him. Does manage to hit it straight in the pocket there. And that will be the defusal coming through from Meow Meow. Clutchy going to be looking for the operator before going for the defusal there. Definitely impressed with himself, hitting their Foon like B-hops. You love to see it. Let's see if we see a little bit more of that coming into the round, though. Looks like he's just toying with them at the moment, just playing the mind games, just taking his time with it. Hopefully he doesn't take too much time, though, but he's realized, yep, it's time to hone in there, take away the round, and get on with the game.
That's just a bit of mental warfare there being shown by Clutchy. Of course, he tapped it halfway and then was just playing with his food for the longest time. And that's a big round from Meow Meow. Of course, we saw Criminals Disciples. The last few have been so dominant from them. You can see 4 in a row to now, the 2 being answered back by Meow Meow. A very even first half here on Criminals Disciples. Pick Meow Meow. Very, very interesting. I'm curious to know who called that strat. Maybe Clutchy, maybe Jungle, maybe Norson. Who knows who the IGL is for Meow Meow. But that was a very brave call to make. They went 3 on the flank, and it seemed to pay off. Criminals Disciples just weren't expecting that many members.
We'll see if their expectations are going to be defied again, as already the Disciples do actually spot a player out in Hookah with the Boombot there. Following it up with the Tiger, that's going to be quickly dealt with by Norson. Already playing informational warfare. No one actually landing a significant blow though. Looks like Norson opting for a safe approach. Does go for the Viper's Pit there. Will be forced out of Hookah though. Too much utility, doing too much chip damage. Does take him down to 77. Not going to be enough to take him out of the fight, but still enough to force him back towards the site there. Looks like on the B side of things though, Ninium is going to be getting a little bit of action in a second as they creep their way slowly but surely towards long.
And there's the blast pack swing. It's actually Marsh though to hit the shot pocket. And then unfortunately going to meet a shallow end. Then Snake Spite out. The Viper's Pit's still in Hookah if Norson wants to go back to that position. But of course Snake Spite, he needs to hold B long right now. Has the rotation over from Andy with some relay bolts. Could really stop this hit from coming in. Beautiful double from Norson. Spray transfer is what we're after. Matt Andy there to back him with a double of his own. And now it's just left to Cloxy. Resurrection available, wall is there if he wants to revive his teammate. In comes Slide and Andy looking for this last pick. The collateral back from Cloxy. Resurrection in. Now it's a 2v2. One from Hookah and one from the back of site. No one's going to expect. Jungle already here. The Resurrection now mid dead and Cloxy. 12 seconds to work with. A shot quick scope on a Jungle. 1v1. Slow down the clock because we've got more time to work with. Cloxy now in prime position to set up. He's going to swing. Cloxy. It's midnight. He's the cold-blooded killer. Axe, Night Mat. 6th round for the Crimmers Disciples and a beautiful 1v2 from Cloxy.
It was the final countdown and Cloxy certainly came in clutch there. And we'll be able to solidify a further round for the Disciples. 1 round left to go though. Will we see the tie-up or will the Disciples be able to solidify their lead with a 7-5 scoreline? Meow Meow certainly going to be on the back end in that respect to have a few rifles behind them. Ninim opting for no armor again though, and Andy going to be on no weapon either. Bit scary to say the least. Looks like the Disciples already pushing their way up A short though, trying to push past Ninium. They know where he's playing from towards the Lamb's position. Not going to venture any further as yet though. They know they can't afford to overextend, and it looks like Mid's already getting behind them. Cloxy kicking on as well. Their aggression are working to be their undo.
Spike down A.
Yeah, this is Crimmers Disciples starting to adapt to how Meow Meow have been playing this first side of bind so far. You can see still let him in a prime position, but a beautiful off angle. Nice little head tap from My Shoe. Now it's Jungle. Now it's Norson here. You can see Jungle getting on the flank too, but Crimmers Disciples, as we've already said, they've identified that the aggression is the downfall of Meow Meow. Just gonna hold the corners, hold the angles, and just wait for Meow Meow to come to them. Now Norson has to do the unthinkable. We saw it capable of Cloxy, but now it's Meow Meow's turn to do it. For the 6th round of this potential half for Meow Meow, Crimmers Disciples, prime position for the post plant. Marsh already spotted Norson. He's going to be dead to right. Marsh takes him out. A team ace across the board. Crimmers close it in convincing fashion.
A great outcome after starting off slow. They do really manage to speed up towards the end of that first half there, taking it away 7-5. Certainly keeping things close though. There's still potential for Meow Meow to come back here in this second half as well. The light has not been snuffed out yet. They could still find a thing or two coming into this pistol round as everyone's going to be on equal footing. Taking a look at the buys already though, looks like there's going to be a couple of ghosts coming through from both teams. Mostly all just going to opt for a bit of default though, playing with the light armor, maybe getting an ability or two here or there. But it looks like already Meow Meow going to try and make a play towards this A site. Maybe reconsidering though, they're still just playing towards that spice shop, considering exactly where they do want to go. Looks like maybe they're just going to bait out A, make an attempt towards B through Hookah. They do have Cloxy to deal with though, holding a high on position behind that wall there.
Yeah, this is a very nice wall for Cloxy. Of course, now trying to bust it. Here come the members of Crimmers Disciples. They push with the bomb bot and the flash potential. Double up for Cloxy. And they're going to knife the wall that Meow Meow were trying to bust. And they're going to rotate completely back over now to the A site. It's Myth on his lonesome. Wall goes down, he's out of toxins. But he's still got a few players to find. Also comes from the lamp. Andy to trade it. 2 players here, Jungle and Andy. Spike's capable hands of Andy. Could go in for the rotate. The teleport is taking Crimmers Disciples, though, expecting this one. I'm going to be a little late to the rotation. Relay into spawn. Stops mine from the peak. 2 guiding lights available. This is a doable retake here. They're just going to have to isolate these angles, though, for the Crimmers Disciples.
Can't afford to mess this one up, that's for sure. Looks like Meow Meow, though, just going to be holding, waiting for the push. Do spot one. They're isolating the angle. They do lose a player in the process, though. It's all going to be down to Andy now. Gets caught trying to rush out of the tube there. And so the round will conclude with some tunes there from My Shoe. Marsh going to be coming out with the defusal. And that is going to be round number 1 of the second half, going the way of the Disciples. So it looks like the train is going to keep on steaming ahead as they take it now 5-8 in their favor.
And Matt, I have to allude to the cameras here, I guess. It's all business on the side of the Criminals Disciples. You can see they mean their first map here. They want it as soon as possible. You can see that Marsh, of course, the calling has just been on point here. Criminals Disciples with so many good reads in the first and now going into the second half potentially. Now, of course, Meow Meow. A few sheriffs out to play, a few shields too, but the side of Criminals Disciples, it's Spectres and looking to farm up some cash early on.
Hopefully they can manage their finances effectively here. Looks like they are going to be pushing their way through towards the A side, though. Ninium leading the charge towards Showers, whilst the rest venture their way through A short. The Disciples are ready for them, though. They do have a bit of Viper utility to consider, but it looks like it isn't going to phase them, though. Disciples do find the first pick onto Ninium, looking for a few more. Cloxy getting caught with utility in his hand. Luckily, he does manage to pull the weapon out quick enough, though, to take out one of the players. Cloxy going to follow up as well. And it will now be all down to Jungle and Andy. They are forced and imprisoned into this Lamps position. They need to find some kind of stray angle to see if they can strangle their way past these players. The odds may not be in their favor here. They just need to find one lucky break, and then they might be able to make a break for this B side. Oh, not going to happen this time, though. Spike's been dropped. It's all on Andy. He finds one back. Looking for a second. They're not going to be able to pick it up just yet. Still trying their hardest, though. Not going to be able to hit the teleporter in time. And it will be the Disciples taking away another round in their favor. Round 3, here we go. And the buy's already rolling in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Andy just trying to hit the legs running, hitting, the legs of the gym mat. He's hit it into high gear and just couldn't quite get into the teleporter. They got stuck in that lamp hole. Criminals Disciples finding that shower pick just able them to push a little bit further into that site and hold more aggressive angles. You saw Pocket get up on top of that truck and just absolutely stop them from getting out lamp completely. Meow Meow fortunately funneled into that situation, but now they've got guns to work with. Matt Ninham this time does have half shields, and he will have a Vandal to boot. And of course, we will be quickly seeing, I believe, a tactical timeout while we sort that out. Of course, we want to look at the stats a little bit more. Of course, Cloxy, beautiful performance on the stage already, but Pocket kind of the unsung hero here. 16-8 on this raise has been very explosive on the attacking side of the Criminals Disciples.
Yeah, really impressed with just how much Cloxy's been able to pop off there on the Sage, on the Disciples side of things. Obviously seeing Ninium do a little bit of the same on the Jet this time around. You can see exactly why these two players were highlighted. And it's important to note just how well Pocket's actually doing on that raise as well. Obviously, we did highlight a couple of players, one from each team, but there are other, maybe unsung heroes behind these rosters as well, as a roster isn't just one player, it's all 5 pieces of the puzzle there that do manage to make the ultimate team there. So I'm excited to see who's going to be able to pick it up more towards this second half, because we've only just begun, round number 3 coming at ya. We'll see if we can find a bit of a comeback from Meow Meow, whether they're fired up after this pause and they want to come back with a fiery vengeance.
Yeah, we'll see. Quick little pause, but we're back into the swing of things in CD. Criminals Disciples getting very deep for that teleporter's sake, and they've now left up mid to his devices at his B side. It's going to be up to him to hold it, just find maybe 1 or 2 picks, but Ninham firing off into the site. Quick little updraft and an off-angled take, and Criminals Disciples give up that B site as quickly as they took the teleporter control. Now it's up to Meow Meow on the post play. You see 2 players towards the elbow. You can see all the way Norson at B long playing as far back as possible. Ninham just headhunting right now, getting the stats going and getting the confidence. 4K for Ninham on for the ace if he wants it, and they have spotted it. Ninham now looking for it. Meow Meow might be looking to give over the ace, but Norson just steal it away. Flawless from Meow Meow, no ace for Ninham.
Ninim might be a little bit sad about that, but hey, I mean, a round wins a round win, right, Tony?
Yeah, they'll take it. Sticks on the board. Yeah, you can definitely see Ninim. He still smiles about it. He's like, you stole my ace, but you know what? At least the round's on the board. Now 6-9, of course, and well, Ninim getting up there with Pocket, starting to answer 16 kills respectively, and that was a big round that were needed out of Meow Meow, because you can see the buys still as confident as ever, and they've got a bit of bait behind it if they were to lose this one, Matt.
See if they can manage to continue here. Pocket playing the close angle though, does find one kill. Going to be traded immediately. Cloxy trying to pop off. Does get caught though by Andy. Taking away both kills for the Meow Meow side so far. Does yet taken a quite low HP, but they're not going to be taken out of the game as yet because they have a teammate in Clutchy ready to heal them there. Luckily, they're playing the Sky. And so it does solidify their advantage now. 4-on-5, they can manage to brute force their way onto this A site should they choose, or maybe even redirect their attention towards B. Just going to be patient with it though. Tiptoe their way towards the site. Really play the mind games, not give themselves away before they go. Looks like now though, they're going to dedicate towards A. Little do they know though, there's going to be 2 players in that Lamb's position.
Ooh. There's the fast lane out from Andy, just trying to cover as much ground as possible. Deny the vision here for the Criminal's Disciples while they get that spike planted here for Shower. They can play the post plan. It's up to Criminal's Disciples now for the read. Seek Marsh. Going to be coming out with the dog here from Mike. Swinging the lamp, and you can see Andy getting very aggressive. Overdrive available. I don't think he'll be popping it though, because of course he's got a gun to use. Matt, and you can see now Myth has dropped out of Heaven. A beautiful shot from Marsh with the stim. Phantom traded back, and here comes Andy from Heaven to rain down hell on the Criminal's Disciples. 7 now on the board for Meow Meow, and that puts Criminal's Disciples in a rough spot, Matt. They might have to save here.
And that could be a sacrifice which they might not be willing to part with there. Sure, they've got round flexibility at the moment, 2 rounds ahead, but I mean, if you give Meow Meow even more opportunity to build on their confidence, build onto their own momentum in rounds, then they could just overwhelm you if you just continue to allow them to snowball forward. We'll see how they do respond though after this eco round, only coming at you with the Sheriff, the Bucky. Not too much else coming through from the Disciples here. Meow Meow now going to be using their utility though to try and clear their way through towards this B side, already spotting a player through towards short there. Most players going to be pushing up long this time. Maybe met by a face or 2 through towards Elbow and Hookah though. But Andy is going to be first contact here.
Yeah, and who better? And then of course the one to lead the charge on the knee, and the concussion goes out towards the elbow. Forces back Mai. And Andy has entered into the site. 2 blast packs go off, and Meow Meow's slow and methodical approach. Ninim once again up on top of this triple box has been absolutely beautiful on the entry. Now they have spotted one up in the back of the Pocket. Now Finn, where he stands, Dawson catches Marsh in the rotation. This is Meow Meow looking to bully their way into this site. Another shot. Pocket, he will trade back on a Ninim. And Cloxy maybe just wants a gun at this stage. Clutchy, not going to allow it. All she wrote for that one for Criminal's Disciples, and Meow Meow. That's a 3rd in a row now to go into the second half.
3 in a row, and there's surely more to come unless there is going to be an answer found by the Disciples there. Meow Meow looking even more explosive as we do press on into this game. Speaking of the explosiveness, no, they do have 3 ultimates on the Meow Meow side. Obviously, Astra, Neon, as well as the Jet there, going to have those available to them. On the Disciple side, though, we do have Brimstone's ultimate as well as Razors, so definitely some tools that they can play with. And it looks like already Bladestorm going to be activated by Ninim, so they want to get onto this side as quick as they can, and Ninim could be the one to do it, pushing all the way through Lambs. Doesn't find Pocket, doesn't hit the right click though, so Pocket will be the one to pick up that first kill.
That's top number 1 of things you don't like to see though. Meow Meow able to make the good of a bad situation. Also the man to trade it quick back, and there is the Cosmic Divide jungle shrouding the A site with mystery right now. Straight over towards the B site because Criminal's Disciples this time have over-rotated. Meow Meow have identified that jungle already down on the site. Going to go for a default plant here, just wide of it so he can swing it if necessary. Tuck into the elbow. Andy on the fast track over, kicking it in the high gear. Does have the overdrive available, as we said. And of course, it's up to now Criminal's Disciples for this retake. They've got plenty of util here to do it. Mai with the guiding light. Sends it through elbow. Does actually blind up jungle. He's stuck now in this corner. Swing on the pocket. Fast travel Andy. Now holds the garden. And he's going to be orbital striked out and taken completely by my bullied on the util. Krimmer's disciples now find double digits.
They certainly wanted to put the final nail in the coffin there to take away that round. They didn't want to put it down to chance. Orbital strike going to be able to allow them to push themselves ahead, take away some of that momentum that we did see from the disciples, or from Meow Meow rather, coming into those last 3 rounds there. We'll see if the disciples will have that round to be a saving grace for them, whether they can find some of the confidence we saw a lot of towards the middle stages of that last half, or the Meow Meow just going to be unfazed by it. Just cop it on the chin. Look to go next into this next round. Looks like Ninim is actually going to be opting for the operator this time around, though, trying to see if they can find a kill or two with that one. A Viper's Bit going to be activated as well as the overdrive there, so ultimate's coming in full swing everywhere. Seekers as well, you name it, it is out and it is ready for action.
Yeah, abusing as many ultimates as possible. Andy has jumped over the top of Myth. Nobody's going to expect it. I don't think Myth will either. There's the overdrive finding the first kill here. The first Neon to be picked here in the bot stage, and it is of course Andy showing it true. Dashing through the teleporter now as the rotation could be towards the B site. Back it off completely. Shot not going to land. Pocket forces the miss. An opportunity Meow Meow had in an even circumstance now. Over towards the B site. Andy looking to lead the charge now to that side of the map. Relay bolt goes towards Marsh. But Mai's tucked in this corner. Beautiful little crossfire for Krimmer's disciples, but it's all about how they hold it. They need to find this first pick, traded back immediately by Jungle, but Gloxy answers. Now it's Jungle, the king of clutch. We know him for. Now he needs to find it. 2 players to deal with. Pocket from the spawn and Gloxy from the elbow. Fortunately, no stars to play with. It's going to be up to the gun skill. Jumps himself up in a hookah. He is going to be hiding for the moment. It's up to Krimmers to check the corners now, Matt. Does Jungle have it in him?
Certainly going to be holding at least a pretty solid angle. They are going to bring a teammate back from the dead, though. Marsh going to be taken down immediately. Gloxy goes down as well. It's all on Pocket now. Time is running out. Jungle knows it in. Goes for the shot and gets it. Jungle taking away the round. Clutching it out. 9-10 for Meow Meow.
Oh, come on, Jungle. Show us a bit of life. It's all business out of him, but that was a beautiful 1v3 there. You saw the res come out from Cloxy to try and beat the swing from Jungle, but he's just too smart for it, Matt. He knows to isolate that duel, then goes for the wall bang, perfectly executed there in the hookah, and then just goes for the swing once the bomb is tapped. Perfect play out of Jungle. And Meow Meow is still into it, Matt. This is, again, to reiterate, Krimmer's disciples map pick, and Meow Meow really taking them the distance here.
Goes to show just how evenly matched these 2 teams are, and it looks like already they're going to be playing for point dominance, taking away those ultimate orbs there. Disciples now, though, looking to meet them head-to-head, going for the flank strategy, taking out 2 through towards the back of the showers there, looking to find a few more. Andy goes down, Pocket's taking them all out, looking to be on track for the ace, surely. It's all going to be down to Ninim, though. Such low HP does Pocket have in him. It's all going to be found out now. Ninim pushes and Pocket gets it. An ace to come through, taken away around for the disciples.
And what more can you want out of Pocket? Of course, already showing that he is a prime candidate on this duelist role. Unfortunately, we don't get to see his camera, but of course you can see it. The eyes of a cold-blooded killer. Pocket with a perfect ace of 26 kills. Now on the board, Matt, he's doing phenomenal work for this Krimmer's Disciple side.
Salamat, thanks.
This is only the beginning, Tony. This is only map 1, and we are already seeing such fantastical plays from these teams. I'm extremely excited to see who's going to be able to come through with a bit more, pushing on to the further maps. Looks like Meow Meow, though, no hesitation there. Going to be using their utility to pave their way up towards B long. See if they can spot any tension towards the B site now. Do have the option to rotate through the telly towards A, though. Should the things get a little bit too spicy towards this B site. Looks like they're still thinking about it, though. They've at least got the Tasmanian Tiger to clear out some info, but they're going to go for this, Tony. They're already on track. Myth going to stop one of them.
Yeah, he almost got caught by that relay bolt. Andy been very good at throwing those out and lining them up, but Marsh here with Myth. backs against the wall and able to hold steady for the moment. They have let Ninum out to the elbow, and do they expect that Marsh is checking for that corner? Ninum looking to go further through the elbow. Norson, the Toxic Orb off. Jungle has rotated over, but they don't have the hands on the spike. It's over at B long. Now Norson, Jungle gonna have to make quick work of the retrieval. You can see Krim's Disciples, though, expecting the quick take might be over towards the A site. It's just going to be standing tall. 2 players here for him to deal with. 30 seconds on the clock. Meow Meow might look to the save here, because of course it's kind of hard to go to either site with 2 players on both sides of the map.
Still thinking about their options. Meow Meow's time's running out though. Mid's prepared for it, not prepared enough, does go down. Now an opportunity has been made, and it looks like the showstopper's going to come through as well. They try and stop the spike plant. Oh, they actually catch one through the Viper's pit there. It's all going to be on Northern now. They're trying to hunt him down. The hunters find their prey, and that is going to be the end of the day there in this round. Map point now going to be secured by the Disciples.
You can see Clocks is like, oh, this is a sweaty one, boys. Meow Meow really making Krim's Disciples work for it. Even getting that plant is more than enough to get them a buy into this one. But of course, it's happy days. Marsh still calling away beautifully on this first map. Of course, again, to reiterate, Krim's Disciples pick, but Meow Meow really showing the gusto, and what we said was a god roster on paper could be a god roster in the server too.
Excited to see the battle of the gods here coming into the potential final round, as the pressure is going to continue to rise for Meow Meow for every single potential round coming forward. It's all going to come down to this. Andy trying to elevate them through the showers position there. Not going to catch anyone despite hastily sliding in. Will at least allow some traction though. There could be an opening found here. Norson gonna capitalize. Does take down one, traded immediately. However, Andy trying to look for another, gonna get spotted, forced to fall back. Still gonna be a few more players trying to push into this. Clutchy comes in clutch, taking down Marsh. Now everybody's trying to face off here. It is going to be a bloodbath. Myth gonna be the one to die. Looks like some more gonna be following there. It's all gonna be down to Cloxy now. Meow Meow might just have it in them to keep this one going.
Now you can see perfect positions being taken by Meow Meow. Jungle in the box corner, one in lamp hole is Andy. Sorry, that's Ninum. That's Andy over towards the box outside a shower. Cloxy, the operator in hand, needs to find some quick shots. Has spotted out Andy. It's Peppery out bullets. Ninum, another on Cloxy. 1v1 for another clutch in this game, Matt. It's absolutely insane for him to see it do it. Pistol pull out. Jungle, though, stands tall. He's a king of clutch himself, and it keeps Meow Meow into it. It's 10 now to 12 with the potential of overtime here if Meow Meow can keep it up.
They just need to hold on strong to push as hard as they can towards the overtime here, because otherwise it's all going to be over. We are going to be pushing straight towards the wonderful second map here today. And I'm so excited to see if we are going to be pushing through towards it. Looks like we are going to be setting things up for this next round, though. We do have Vandals coming through from Meow Meow. Still got the Operator, the Phantom, and on the Disciple side of things, they're not looking so hot. They've only got a Vandal, the Phantom, and a few Sheriffs to play with. Foxy, though, does manage to find one to pick things up. A trade to come through quickly from Norson, almost getting taken out themselves. However, Myth coming around the corner, being sneaky with it. Already down to a 3-on-3, and the round's only just started.
Yeah, it's unfortunate timing for Clutchy. It's kind of the I guess, the curse when you play the Sky pick, whether you get caught going for that little kind of info play with the dog, but very nice punish from Myth. You can see weaponry and HP advantage maybe for Krim's Disciples, but of course, Norson's without armor, Matt. It's very interesting to see this Meow Meow roster kind of go for this Vandal, no shields. We saw Ninum really somehow wield it to success, and it just doesn't seem right. Resurrection now available for Cloxy. They push through the shower. They go for the res. Myth is back up. Mai finds the wall fake. But Norson holding a beautiful off fake. They're going to take it. They're going to suspect he's sitting in that corner. Now it's up to Ninum. The god upon his throne. 2 players to deal with. It's Mai and Marsh. They are going to back off. Spike still yet to be retrieved by Ninum. Could swap out the Vandal. He will pick it up. Now it goes over towards this B site. You can see Krem is expecting it. They're going to be going together. Play for the 2-on-1 scenario. And I'm going to be making quick work, 15 seconds over to get that plant down. And where he decides to plant could be whether we see Criminal's Disciples take it. Orbital strike dash has been failed. Minim has been foiled at the last hurdle. And of Saints and Sinners, Criminal's Disciples take home the first map 13-10 on Bind.
My gosh, Tony, what a way to come through that one. The orbital strike, the one thing that ends it all for the team there. That is so unfortunate. You could see how desperately Ninim was trying to escape that situation, but alas, the orbital strike is just too much. The power of the laser there, and that will be map number 1 taken away.
Yeah, that was impressive play out of the Criminal's Disciples. And of course, I want to touch on a point we didn't quite get to really talk about too much. Of course, Marsh really changing up his play style because, you know, we know Marsh. We know that he's a very capable Sentinel player. But of course, swapping up onto the Brimstone this game, running the Brim Viper very good on the post-plant composition. But of course, that's Criminal's Disciples taking on map 1 here, Matt.
I'm excited to see if Meow Meow might seek out revenge here, but we do want to say a big welcome to all our new viewers from the Valorant channel. Shout out to them for rating us. Much appreciated. I hope everybody is enjoying all of the games here today in the Valorant Oceania Tour. And if you think that's the end of it, no, it certainly is not. We've got more action coming at you right after this break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Oceania Tour, day number 2. What a first map we had there. Krima's Disciples coming up against Meow Meow. I can't believe what we've just seen. Like, that map was fantastic. A real precedent to what you're going to expect for the rest of today's action. And, Tony, what do you think are some key points that we can highlight from our last map there on Bind?
If I'm going to give a quick rundown, point by point, Pocket going absolutely mental, huge clutch from Cloxy in that one round, and, well, I have to say, unfortunate circumstance there for Ninham, just maybe a little bit of rust showing, might be a little bit out of practice on the jet, but, you know, I have to say, Meow Meow definitely made Krima's Disciples work for her on that first map, and, of course, Bind is a very hard map to play against a team like Krima's Disciples. As I said, of course, upward of 60% win rate on that map. Now we go over to Icebox, a little bit of an interesting one, because, of course, not one we've seen Krima's Disciples play all too often.
Yeah, they're really going to be tested, aren't they, on this map here? Obviously, it's good that they did manage to pull away with victory on map number 1 there. So maybe even if they aren't as confident on Icebox, they might actually be okay. But speaking of Icebox, guys, I think we're actually going to be going to the icy plains right now, as here it is, agent selection. Let's get into it, Tony. What do you think's going to come out in this one?
It's going to be an interesting one here. I expect they're going to put Jungle now into the Viper, because, of course, the Astra, the Omen, not really too greater picks here on a map like Icebox. You see Norson going for the KJ, Ninham straight to the Jet, staying on it, but you can see the Krima's Disciples with an interesting hover here, Matt. Pocket thinking about bringing out the Chamber.
We'll see if they got one in the chamber there. They're certainly hovering it. They're not looking to pull the trigger as yet. Oh, there it is. Pocket going on the chamber. So it looks like we are going to see that one come into play. We saw a bit of Neon. Now we're seeing the one before Neon. You know, a bit of chamber. Why not? We'll see what does actually come out of it, though. But as they say, let's think outside the box and see exactly what is going to come out of this matchup here tonight. We do have plentiful amounts of angles, which both teams can look to exploit here, Tony. But I'm pretty keen to see who's actually going to be able to come out on top there. Looks like we are actually just going to have a quick lobby restart. Looks like there was a little glitch in the matrix there, but nothing that can't be fixed all too quickly, guys. So we will just fix that one up as quickly as possible. But that does give us a little bit more time to talk about both of these wonderful teams, Tony. And if you were to talk through the map percentages, as you love to do, who would you say has a bit of the edge statistically coming into Icebox here?
Well, it's, as you know, we said, Meow Meow kind of this god roster on paper. They've got a bit of not a bad win rate, 50% overall, of course, on a map like Icebox from the open qualifiers. And, of course, historically, Krima's Disciples Icebox has been one of their struggle points here. Of course, I believe a 37% win rate overall, and, of course, 7-12 in the past few months. Krima's Disciples, of course, I had them not really opting to go for this chamber pick. I had, you know, the most common comp for them has been the Jet, the KJ, the Reyna, of course, for Pocket, so the Viper, normally what we see out of them on this map. But maybe they might be looking to swap it up here with this chamber, and who knows if that's actually a potential full lock-in, because we, of course, had to restart the lobby and quickly get these players back in. So we now go back into our picks here, of course, for map number 2. And it might just be a rinse repeat. It's actually not a bamboozle here. Pocket just straight back to it with the chamber.
Yeah, something must have happened between them getting in game before, so hopefully we will be actually getting into the game. You know, it was just a warm-up run before. Now we're actually going to be seeing the selections come through once again, though. So going through the lineup so far, we got Sage, Jet, Chamber, Viper, and Sova on the Disciples side, followed by Meow Meow looking to lock in the Sova, Jet, Sage, Reyna, and potentially the Viper here, depending on Jungle's decision. Maybe just taking a little bit longer so they can get these late discussions through as to exactly how they want to approach this map. And I'm eager to see exactly what they're going to be able to deliver here, because I know that in the early stages, you know, in like the qualifiers, for example, teams like to play more of a default strategy, not give away all their tricks in their hand. So maybe we do see some of those wildcard tricks come through in these later stages matches.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, of course. I feel, you know, Meow Meow, this is kind of a stock standard comp for them. You can see Jungle onto the Viper, now Andy to the Rena, not the Jet, because Ninum, I feel he's kind of taken priority over that agent, over Andy. Of course, Andy, a prominent Jet player as well, and, you know, it's interesting to see that they're just going to hand it over to Ninum. Clutchy on the Sober is a bit of an interesting one. I haven't seen Clutchy on the Sober in quite a while, Matt. He's been more kind of a util-oriented player as of late. You know, he's been playing the Sage a little bit more. He's been playing a few of these other different agents a little bit more. But now, of course, we're now into Icebox, Meow Meow's pick. And it's going to be an interesting one to look at how Kremer's Disciples really wield this chamber on this defense.
Certainly going to have to think about exactly what is the most effective tactics available for them. But we are going to be getting straight into it now, guys. So eager to see exactly what they're going to be able to deliver here. Looks like both teams are just going to be waiting to see what they can deliver at this point. Thinking about their options here. Do have at least a few little bits and pieces at their disposal. Looking to start it off with the Recon Dart, though. Clutchy just going to be waiting for their time here. Cloxy going to be holding through towards the tube as well. Does get a little bit of early damage through from their opponents, it would seem. So Cloxy will be forced back. So great little chip damage there coming through from Meow Meow. They still need to find a bit more significant damage, though, if they want to make an impact on a site. And it looks like A is going to be the side of choice this time.
Yeah, you can see a little bit more slow to the take. Meow Meow. No, none of that kind of Hail Mary run at them kind of style that we saw from them on Bind. It's a little bit more methodical. Going to be the plant for North with the water cover, not shocked up, landed. Kremer's Disciples. And we're going to have to rotate over for this read sync. Nice little front forward wall from Marsh. Toxic screen to cover. A lot of different angles. Clutchy catching out Clutchy over towards the middle side of things. It's interesting to see Clutchy kind of going for that mid hold. Not going to be expecting a flank the Meow Meow side, but in come Kremer's Disciples now for the read sync.
Looking to see what they can do. Maishu taking out one. A double kill, making that three. Coming through from Meow Meow there. Pocket going to be able to find one back before Andy responds as well. Myth trying to go straight for the defusal now. Not going to be able to do it. Andy comes in clutch in the end, taking out 3 in total. And will be able to secure the round there for Meow Meow. So round number 1 going in their favor. Going to come back with a vengeance. We'll see if they will be able to continue to find momentum here as they do pick up the spoils of their round 1 victory. Coming through with a couple of marshals there, following it up with a couple of primaries as well in the Vandal and Phantom. Eager to see what else they might look to bring to the table here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, of course, that Meow Meow playing that round a little bit differently. Maybe adopting a different style here on a map like Icebox. Of course, Pocket still has that kind of pistol in play, the Sheriff. That's a replicant of. You can see Cloxy on for a little bit of a swing. He's going to be backing off the Head Hunter. Going to be finding a head today. And you can see Meow Meow thinking about a different side of the map. A few players posed around the B side. They're just playing very default map. This is not what I was expecting out of Meow Meow to start this one off, but Ninum, perfect shot in the marsh.
Yeah, they're just trying to feel them out there. Looks like it's going to be a few perfect shots, as a matter of fact. A great start there from Ninum, taking out 3. Still have a couple more obstacles they need to think about, though. They are just trying to seek them out now, but in the meantime, they will be able to get a spike plant down. Cloxy going to be down with it. It would seem Myth emerging from the shadows, though. Does take out Clutchy. Always coming out with the surprises. Maybe we've got to start calling Myth Houdini, Tony. Pulling things out of nowhere.
Yeah, some crazy stuff here, but second round, Meow Meow. And of course, going into this third, Kremer's Disciples now with a bite. And very stock standard stuff so far here on this second map of Icebox. Of course, you'll see Andy actually opt to keep this Marshal in play. Jungle going to be keeping the Sheriff. They want to keep their pennies as high as possible. Even if they were to lose this, they will still have the cash to splash in this next one. On the side of Kremer's Disciples, though, it's all in for this potential third round for them.
And it looks like they're already down a punch, though. Cloxy going to be taken out by Ninum there, leaving it all down to Myth on the side here. Trying to see if they can manage to find anything else. Not going to be able to as yet, though. Going to be forced to distance themselves. At least can play around the poison wall there. But this does allow the Meow Meow side to just get this spike plant straight down and force the Disciples straight into this retake scenario again. This is dangerous for them.
Yeah, Pocket and they're able to pick apart easy over towards the yellow boxes. A long angle being taken by Ninum. The resurrection being thought about for the moment. Meow really tensing it. Ninum gonna be saying goodnight to Mike. And teleport is there, ready for Pocket if he needs to play a little bit more safe, but Jungle, nice little angle with the Marshall, but it's another shot. Pocket's playing his aggressive neighbor on this chamber. Norton goes onto the other side of that wall, finds another on a Pocket. It's up to Marsh, who's tapped him, stuck it fully, able to not get the defuse. It's 0.1 of a second. Norton pulls it off for Meow, and it's a third kitty got claws, Matt.
My gosh, it seems the Lions have found their way out of the 10 there and are coming in ferociously, taking down their prey one after the other here. 3 rounds up already and looking to keep the Disciples down at the temple there, not allowing them to spread their influence across the lands, as they will be stuck onto an eco round here. Only got a few sheriffs behind them as well as the Marshal there. So eager to see if they might be able to find a kill or two with that one. It looks like Pocket already going to be using their ability there to try and see if they can spot anyone. Not going to be able to find much, at least will be able to fall back there. But this does allow them to know where they're trying to place themselves. It looks like Ninum already kicking off, taking out one. A trade to come through from Myth though. Now Ninum missing the knives. Oh no, it's happened again. Will be able to recover. No, it is not. Cloxy sends him to the graveyard. And now Meow, they're going to try and recover with the plan.
Now Pocket's got the score to force out. He's looking to force the way back into the site for the Criminals Disciples, but still 3 players here for Meow to deal with. Clutchy up on this high angle. Shock Dart comes out, trying to land it onto Marsh, but of course, he's just a bait. He's just a pawn in the chess game that Criminals Disciples are playing. It's a quick pick up onto the anti by Myth. Norton now Clutchy to bend it off, but it's another shot. Sheriff from Cloxy. It's up to Norton once again in this clutch scenario, but Myth's already tapped the spike. It's already too far gone. The tour de force shot comes out, but it's a headhunter one from Pocket. Norton trades it, but in the end, Criminals Disciples pick that up on an eco.
You got to be happy with that one, Tony, that's for sure. Great usage of the tour de force to come through from Pocket there on the chamber as well. Really able to elevate their team, get a few more kills through, and maybe allow them to pave their way towards recovery. Both teams going to be on even footing coming into this one, though. Obviously, taking away those first 3 rounds has elevated the economy of Meow, and it will allow them to pick up full primaries as well. Looks like they got 3 ultimates to play with on their side of things also. Criminals Disciples, however, do have only a couple. See who will actually win that test there. Looks like the Hunter's Fury already going to be used there, trying to see if they can spot anyone through towards that B site. No one's going to be caught in the crossfires yet, but at least this does allow Meow to push their way even closer towards this site.
And that's a little sidestep, I have to say, from Marsh here on the Viper, and that's the kind of agent you want to keep alive if you're trying to hold down this site, because the safe spite's potential for the retake is so perfect here. Meow, they're looking to play and sit, but aren't going to beat it. Going to get Criminals Disciples a little bit too eager for the retake. Here's going to be Pocket taken. Jungle's now found a completely empty A site. Foxy might be looking to find him though, has been spotted. Jungle jiggling out the back there, will be falling. The site's still on the taking for Meow. It's all about the execution though, and Criminals Disciples already still got 3 members over towards this side of the map to hold for it.
Still thinking about it though. Looks like the resurrection is going to come through. They want to bring Pocket back. 5 versus 5 now. Meow taking out 2 already. Cloxy looking to recover though, taking out 1 more. Trying to see if they can find anyone else. Not going to be happening as yet. Meow know where they're trying to come from. Even launching a flank there from Ninum. They can't even get onto the site without any counteraction. Cloxy at least finds 1. Myth going to be taken out quickly as well though. So 2-on-3 situation, even still making it 2 now. Cloxy taking them out 1 after the other, looking for another. Cloxy, even more. It's all going to be on Ninum now. 1-on-2 situation that Dryder spoke about. Cloxy's gone down, but it is enough. The Cloudburst does exactly what it was employed for. Gets them the defusal, and Marsh comes away with the kill as well. Really great to see the teamwork coming through there, using the abilities to mask their teammate, create that distraction, and take the round as a result.
I'll tell you what, Matt, one of Crimmer's former names were villains, but they're villains no longer. Cloxy, the hero of that round with a perfect 4K to get them that second on the board. Meow now in dire straits in terms of economy. That has broken them quite wide here. You can see a few guns being thought about, the Vandal and the Marshal, but Norson, Andy, they've got the Resurrection and the Rainer Ultimate available. The names quite slipped my knowledge here. And of course, for Crimson Disciples, they've got a potential strong take, but it's a potential hit that's coming into this A side.
We'll see if the hit is really coming through here. They're thinking about it. They're pushing their way forward. Might be met by Marsh, though, putting down those snake bites. Does have the poison cloud as well. Ready for them to push forward if they choose to. No one revealing themselves as yet. No one dancing close enough here. Sooner or later, though, somebody's going to have to push it. They're really thinking about it. They're attacking from all angles as well. So it could be hard for the Disciples here to anticipate them. They have now spotted Clutchy, though. They can rotate around this should anyone else reveal themselves. Ninim getting closer as well. Does find a kill. Going to be traded out quickly by Cloxy, though. Now down to a 4-on-4 situation, Tony. And this is only the beginning, but Ninim's back.
Oh, yeah, but speaking of back, there's a backstab from Jungle coming through middle on the clock. See Clutchy as well, taking my
30
mid
seconds
under the
left.
tube. A nice little
Spike
trick back,
planted.
stopping Jungle from being too much of a threat over towards middle. The retake is on now for Pocket and his teammate Myth. Slow orb comes out, and him just dancing around the site. He's doing the death dance right now, Matt. Looking for this next killing blow with the knife. Has all available for this potential hold here. Myth does still have the wall available though. Spots up two as the wall goes up. Myth going to be trading back on the Clutchy. That wall pretty close to being busted open, Norson, but in comes Ninum. This time is going to get the right click, Matt. Ninum picking it up. 11th on the board in terms of the kills for him, and 4th on the board here for Meow Meow.
Things looking pretty good from both sides. Only a 2-round deficit for the time being. You can see the players looking as serious as ever here. Definitely focused on the game ahead of them. And as they should be. All stakes are going to be into this one. Meow Meow, 4 rounds at the moment. The Disciples on to 2 will be sent down a notch, as they are going to be stuck on basically an eco round here. I do have a Bucky as well as the Marshal. A couple of pistols coming through as well. Looks like now on the Meow Meow side, though, they're looking to push straight towards this B site, looking to push past green and see what they can find. Myth looking to play a cheeky angle once again, though, trying to pre-fire him. They don't spot him, and he does catch him in the end, though. And they will be able to take down Marsh in quick succession as well, leaving it now down to a 5-on-3. Almost less than that. There it goes. A quick trade to come through, and the Disciples strike back.
Now there's the headhunter, some risky shots from Pocket. Of course, I'm very eager to see him hit those because he tagged and hit him so low. Cloxy now to pick up the pieces of an already scattered around here. Meow Meow picking up another there, an unfortunate kind of half bite. Not going to be the way of Crimson Disciples. Meow Meow really starting to run away with this second map.
You can see that after that first map, they felt they'd been done dirty, Tony, and they want to clean things up, make sure that we head straight towards map number 3 here tonight. They want to have a fantastic first series in order to show exactly what will be expected throughout the rest of this tournament. But this is going to be another round ahead of us, everybody. It's going to be round number 8 now. Both teams are looking to storm out the gate here. I do have the recon dart coming through there. Andy actually going to be caught by it, so my shoe does use the ultimate as a result of that. Not going to be able to pick up anything with it, though. Jungle actually finding Pocket as a result of some early aggression through tube there. So nice start from Meow Meow, but this is only the beginning. They still have Marsh to account for, holding towards site.
Yeah, and this Viper's Pit is about to go down as the push comes. Crimson Disciples getting too aggressive now, Matt. And this time it's actually Meow Meow to punish. It's a bit of a role reversal. Mike now spots a few coming into the site, finds the head one on the Clutchy. Around comes Ninum with an op shot perfectly secured at the 6th. Meow Meow playing for keeps in this first half of Icebox.
Certainly just want to push through this map as quickly as they possibly can. And speaking of playing for keeps, it looks like a timeout is going to be employed now by the Disciples. They realize Meow Meow, they're getting a bit of steam right now, and they haven't been able to find the proper answer. After that last round, they want to see exactly what they can figure out going forward, whether they have some kind of an option here. But we'll see exactly what is going to be brought out as a result of these discussions, Tony.
Yeah, it's Grima's Disciples really thinking long and hard here. I imagine Marsh is currently very much in the ears of Grima's Disciples because they need some kind of structure right now. This defense isn't really what they want right now. And of course, Meow Meow really punishing that, you know, they took them to this map of Icebox, and this is arguably, of course, Grima's Disciples kind of worse a map in terms of their map pool. And well, you can see Meow Meow really abusing the force they have on this game right now. You can see Nidham 13-7, Norson currently 10-3 on the Sage. This is beautiful stuff being shown. Nidham still top of the board, Matt, but of course there's still a few more players up there with him this time.
It's good to see an even spread there. Obviously, gonna have a teamwork making the dream work here. And I'm eager to see exactly what's going to come through now as the Disciples are going to be kicked down a peg once again, only donning the Marshal, a couple of Sheriffs there, as well as the Bucky. And on the other side of things, you're seeing primaries galore. Ninim now trying to push ahead, though, to have the recon drone to try and at least clear out a little bit of space as well. They may just spot him. Not going to happen, however. Poison Cloud doing some good work there, not revealing Marsh's position. Does get spotted in the end, though, holding the wrong angle, and they strangle past another as well. Myth going down. It is going to allow the Meow Meow players now to get onto the site, go straight for that spike plant, and force the defenders onto another retake.
Oh, that's for that pocket there. Didn't go in mid-air, and it's actually going to be shot landed by Norton, Punchy, and Andy combined in kind there. You saw the Tour de Force come out from pocket, but it wasn't quite able to pick anything up, and it is another round here to Meow Meow. You can see Nidham currently grinning from ear to ear. He's happy about this one, Matt.
And as he should be, Tony, this is an absolute resurgence compared to that first game. Obviously, they came so close, but they just lost it on the cusp after losing in such a fashion in that first map. He wants to go back in at full force into this second map. And he wants to prove exactly why he is one of the best players in the region here. But we are going to be pushing into round number 10 now already, going for the ultimate orb, playing for the strategic objectives here. And it looks like Meow Meow, they were thinking about the A side, they could have gone for a little bit of a split, but now going to push themselves to culminate their efforts towards the B side here. Interesting how Krima's Disciples have actually opted to play a little bit further back from the site as well. They've realized after playing close in previous engagements, they actually lost out. So maybe opting for a bit of hesitation this time.
That snake spike was actually perfectly timed by Marsh. As the wall went up by Norson to cover, it was denied the plant opportunity. Norson now looking to walk back in once that snake spike does go down, but the knives are out here. The cards are on the table for the Krima's Disciples here. Nice little angle being taken by Cloxy, covered by the poison wall, and just a little bit of that Sage wall left that has been pelted down here. Cloxy goes high in air. Two knives missed, an unfortunate opportunity now. Jungle is going to pop the Viper's Pit. This gives so much cover for Meow Meow to hold amongst Krima's Disciples, trying to push into it. Marsh going through, trade 1-for-1. Marsh able to dodge out the Hunter's Fury. The Venom is on the flank. Perfect shot executed onto Marsh and Cloxy. How does he do it? Not going to be able to do it. Jungle's got the info, and it's going to be another round. This has been 5 straight in this attacking side from the Meow Meow side.
It's just a new Meow Meow, honestly, Tony. I am just loving to see exactly what's coming through from these guys. And we'll see if there is going to be a bit more coming through towards the end of this first half, because already they are on the warpath, and this is only the beginning. They have to stay consistent coming through to the side switch, though. If they can't maintain this pacing, maybe the Disciples do have a comeback here. All will be told, though, as we press on into round number 11 now. Teams playing for information early on. Already the recon dart does spot out Clutchy there, but it doesn't matter because Cloxy's going down towards the A site, now clearing some space here for the Meow Meow players. They do have a couple they need to consider, though, through towards the back of the site, and MyShoe and Myth and Ninim. He hasn't stopped yet. He's looking to get some more kills with that operator. Norson's going down to MyShoe. It's all going to be down to one man standing, but the rest of the players, they're ready to re-engage.
And you can see Meow Meow playing with such aggressive hold angles here. Andy, front of the site, even peeking towards the screens. Marsh and Myth over towards the screen. Actually going to be spotting Andy up. Ninim caught in air. 11 HP now on his board. The retake on for the Krima's Disciples as the wall goes up. The cover is given. Clutchy at range here. Shock darts, recon be damned. Myth's just going to stick it. It's going to get it halfway. Clutchy actually lands a shock dart on the Myth. Stops the defuser for the moment, and the rest of Krima's Disciples
hunting down that last player, finding where Ninum is, and finally going to be defusing that spike. A third and a much needed one to their board.
Eager to see exactly what's going to come through for the rest of this. Obviously, at long last, they have managed to find a saving grace there. Looks like they're very impressed with that last round. But this is only the beginning. They need to push their efforts as far as they can, take as many rounds as they can going forward towards the end of this half, and then maybe they might just be able to find some further potential here. Obviously, only going to be this one last round remaining. 8-4 scoreline is the best they can hope for at the end of this one. If they lose this one, then we're going to see 9-3 in Meow Meow's favor. And that would be disastrous if you are a Disciples fan here. Ninim, though, already going for the early shots. Not going to land them yet. And Nith playing sneaky.
You can see tucked against this box that Meow Meow have read so many times. They know they like to play these close angles. Cloxy, pixel perfect wallbang on a Ninim. They don't know Andy's so close though. Lee is available to see the wall goes up for the resurrection. Immediately busted here. Cloxy gets over the top, actually finding the shot on the Andy. They have successfully got the resurrect off, but they have traded another player out here and over towards the A site. The rest of the players? Marsh now can call to the rest of his teammates, so he's definitely A site. The spike is down, and it's a 5v4 for the retake. The knives been popped by Ninim. Clutchy goes deep, make a quick little one found here. Ninim down to 5. Shot on the pocket. Now it's a 4v4 for the retake, man.
This is looking a little better. We'll see who takes a better odds out of a 4-on-4, though. It's going to be Jungle, sending them straight to the Shadow Realm there. Marsh taking one back, but that's going to be the round done and dusted. Jungle absolutely crashing past them in the end there. What a way to finish it off. And that will push us towards the side switch now. Seeing Meow Meow on the defense, followed by the Disciples on the attack now. Will this prove to be a moment of clarity for the Disciples? Will they be able to find themselves once again? Or will it be the moment for Meow Meow to go second gear here and to go even further beyond?
The Jets have definitely turned up this map. You can see, of course, Cloxy 12-12, but Ninim 17-10, Matt. This is what we expected. These are the numbers we expect out of one of the best in the region. Of course, we had him pit the head-to-head with Cloxy, and well, it didn't quite show because Cloxy and Pocket, well, even Pocket just outperformed everybody's expectations of that first map. Of course, Pocket, very sharp individual player. Of course, now to our second half here, Krim is on the attack. Meow Meow defense, and it's a little bit of a different hold for the B side. It's just going to be a Ninim B show over towards the B long side of things. He's going to get away scot-free with the first kill.
That's going to be a great start for Meow Meow there. Looks like the Disciples going to use this to their advantage, though, getting that plant down and losing another player in the process. However, here comes Jungle again, taking out another one. 2-on-5 situation. This is looking ugly for the Disciples. They've lost another one. Myth finds at least one, but it's going to be one and done for them, as Meow Meow now do manage to get that defusal. They're securing themselves double digits. And Meow Meow going to be looking pretty happy with themselves after that one. You can see they're looking to just keep the emotions just calm and collected. They know they have to stay as serious as possible, pushing through towards the rest of this matchup. And now I'm eager to see what the Disciples are going to respond with, considering they did get the spike plant there. So they got money potential. And it looks like there it is. They're going to be picking up the Marshal. Couple of sheriffs there, the Spectre. Not too shabby. We'll see if it's enough, though, to sweep Meow Meow off their feet.
Yeah, you can see Jungle already in prime position to hold. Snake Spike Wall. Good cover, of course. The expected default hold over towards being made. Even tossing up Toxic Orb for a little bit more cover from the Disciples still. We're going to go towards that side of the map, as they have set the Owl drone early to spot Jungle. He is now looking across towards the Stone Man. The wall goes up for the plant. Oh, it's a little bit too shallow there, boys. A little bit deeper for that plant wall, but Andy is going to punish. There's Disciples straight back, though. Kochi caught up in kitchen hallway.
One enemy
Marsh,
remaining.
a pocket. Another shot, and now it's just left to Ninim. Krim's Disciples just blew that site wide open, and we were not expecting him. I don't even think Meow Meow were.
Seems expectations have been defied, and maybe they have been swept off their feet there. Looks like Ninim's going to be doing a bit of leg sweeping as well, taking down My Shoe. Still going to be alive, trying to do a bit more of an economic impact here. No one going to be giving themselves away, though. Ninim making a bit of noise, seeing who bites. Does actually spot one, but it's not going to be enough. The Bulldog are coming in clutch, bearing its teeth from Myth there. It does take away the round for the Disciples. So, at long last, they are back in action, just like the Looney Tunes. And I'm eager to see if they're going to bring some more.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, looking at how last map of Blind and now especially going into this one, it's kind of Meow Meow really starting to find themselves in this series. Of course, Kremers, a prop to them. They found that fourth that they need, but they need to keep that ball rolling. They need to kick Meow Meow back out of this game because they've got their hand on it and they are looking to take us to a third very swiftly. But of course, Kremers Disciples still bite. A few Bulldogs this time coming out. Marshall for My Shoot. Side of Meow Meow from Sheriff and Force and stack towards his A side where they're expecting Kremers Disciples to come.
Looks like they're going to take it slowly though, pacing their way up towards the side. Already a trade coming through, however, Myth now trying to see if they can find any more. Jungle going to be able to take out Marsh. Myth and Cloxy taking out a couple of their own. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation now. All down to Jungle versus My Shoe and their teammate there. Looks like they're only going to have 5 HP as well, so this is quite the predicament for Jungle WoW there. Whether they can land the shots or not. If they land a headshot on both players, fantastic, but I don't know if that's going to become a reality. Pushing around the corner now, though, trying to spot anything. My Shoe prepared. Does manage to send them away, and that will be the round secured for the Disciples now. 5-10 scoreline. They're looking pretty happy about that one, to say the least, but there's still more yet to come.
Now you can see a little bit more smiles on the dials here, the Kremers Disciples, of course, all business, but also, you know, they're happy to show a little bit of emotion. And of course, we will be taking a quick technical pause for the side of Kremers Disciples while we work out some issues. But, of course, Matt, that gives us a little bit more time to break down the game. We get to see, of course, how Meow Meow are thinking about this one. Jungle in full focus here. You can see very much a lot of, you know, there's a few smiles on the dial of Meow Meow, but of course, very much honed in, because this first best of 3 Matt in this group stage could mean the world to these players.
Exactly, this is the start of the journey, and if they can start off strong here, then they're going to be having a well set out foundation to do the best they can coming forward as well. Obviously, this does give the players a bit of time to think about their options coming into the rest of this matchup. Whether we do see some kind of a recovery from the Disciples here, already looking pretty promising. They've taken 2 rounds, but Meow Meow now, they have a bit of weaponry behind them. Obviously picking up the Vandals there, the Singular Phantom. Do have Andy's ultimate in the Empress, which they could look to use as well. Obviously, the Disciples, though, they got nothing, at least for now. If Myth picks up maybe 1 kill or Ultimate Orb, then they have a Resurrection available to them. That's a bit of more potential coming into their attack. And speaking of the attack, looks like the unpause is going to come through now. Obviously, looking to see if we can kick things off once again as these preparations come into play.
Yeah, this is a make or break round here for the Kremers Disciples. Of course, you see the scoreline 5-10 here. Kremers really need that 6. And of course, Meow Meow really want that 11th here. Of course, it makes the most sense here for either team to be fighting tooth and nail. Norson getting deep, should push them. You can see Kremers Disciples now adapting to the kind of late style aggression that Meow Meow are now going for. Nidham, though, out of nowhere, a flank to A main catches the B players out, and it's now 2 members left. Resurrection make it 3. My Shoe's back up and ready to go. Shock darts available. Clutchy's still tucked in this corner. The Kremers Disciples are ready. They're going to bust the wall, but they're just going to bust his dome, Matt. Now Jungle. 1v3. Nobody looking behind. He almost got the play of a lifetime there. Takes out Cloxy. That's 2 more to deal with. The Kremers Disciples have a safe path to A.
Jungle going to have to think about a path of their own here. Looking to push through the attackers spawn straight through towards the site now. Do have a couple of players to consider. Knows one's close by. Does spot them, but the crouch coming in clutch there. My shoe recovering as well. Does take out Jungle. And does secure the round in favor of the Disciples now. So that is 3 in a row. This is only the beginning. Sending Meow Meow now, however, into an eco round. Could be potential for more plays coming through from the Disciples here. Maybe they get a 4th round in a row. Then there's only 3 between them. Things starting to look a little bit better for them. Slowly but surely, they're easing the tension here, Tony. One step at a time. And their hard work, it's paying off.
Yeah, it's about closing that gap right now for the side of Criminals Disciples. And, you know, someone feeling that Tech almost, you know, gave them the moment to breathe there. We got everybody back in and ready to go. Norton, nice little double tap on the Mai. The knives from Ninham. Actually, the knives from Cloxy too, but it's Marsh to pick it. And you can see now Criminals Disciples identified Ninham is one of the A players. And going so deep for that pick now is opening for the Criminals Disciples to take this A site off of Meow Meow. Clutchy as well, getting aggressive. Criminals Disciples now answering the last 2 rounds that are a little bit dicey. It's a flawless take to the A site. The spike point down. And a 3v5 here for Meow Meow.
Just taking it steadily at the moment. Thinking about whether they can actually achieve this. They do have 3 players alive. Couple of ultimates they can look to use as well. Probably not going to use them in this round. Looks like they are going to try and break the wall down now, though. Coming in like a wrecking ball there is a Jungle. Still just going to take it slowly, though. Looking to keep these Disciples close to the site so they can go for those exit kills. They realize they do have an advantage on their opponent's side. Looks like they don't care, though. Norson finding 1 kill back on the clock. Quickly traded. Another one being found. And there it is. A couple of kills coming out of it from Meow Meow. So not too shabby from them. The Disciples ultimately will be able to overwhelm them in the end, though. And do secure round number 7 in their favor. As a result, now we are going to see the side of Meow Meow coming out with a full buy. The Disciples looking pretty confident even still out of this one. Looking to see what else they can bring to the table. But obviously, side of Meow Meow, they've picked up their weapons now. Ninham, ooh, there it is. Operator coming in. And we do have primaries to follow that up as well, Tony.
Yeah, and of course you've got ultimates as well to follow that up. You can see Andy and Jungle, Empress, and the Viper's Pit available if they're able to get on the site. But the respective Viper's Pit already popped by Marsh. Wants to keep a hold of that A site as long as possible. You can see him just tucked into that belt corner. Norson getting aggressive down to through tube. Actually going to be catching Marsh out.
Not too shabby to say the least, and this could be the opening that does need to be found by Meow Meow as well, because if you get that first kill, you've already got an advantage. If they can actually play off of that, they might just find a comeback here and finally be able to stop these rounds that have been strung together. And their opponents here, there's another one. Minim, very precise shots there. Still needs to find another one though. Looks like Myth's just going to hit the Tokyo Drift there and does manage to find Ninim. Just drifting around the corner. Still need to find a few more players though. Going to be at a disadvantage 3-on-4. Cloxy could look to turn the time back though, taking it to 3-on-3 if they can find Andy hiding around the yellow box. But they're being real patient with it. But I don't know how patient they can be because they only have 33 seconds to go. They need to get out of here now. Otherwise this round could run away from them.
There's a brave peek from Clutchy there on Boiler. Trying to get the info here because as you said, the time is ticking down here for the Criminals Disciples. They need to find an opening. They need to find a pick. Clutchy rotates around to the kitchen hallway. Pocket spotted. Myth going to be picking up Clutchy in jiggling yellow box perfectly, but Pocket actually able to pick it up now. 9 seconds go 8, go 7. Pocket needs to stick the plant, and Meow Meow know it. Also peeking around the corner and bang headshot. Executioner style. Meow Meow pick it up to 11. Now, Criminals Disciples leaving the clock a little bit thin that time.
Unfortunately, not able to turn back time there, but alas, the round will go their way. So not too shabby to say the least. You can see the reactions of the Meow Meow players there, always keeping as serious as ever. Loving exactly what's coming through from these players, being able to see the faces behind the agents, seeing just how they're feeling about the match so far. It's good to get that further insight into what's going through the players' heads there.
You want
but
to play?
Alas, the round coming through, and it looks like we are going to see the ultimate actually coming through as well there from the chamber. So the tour de force will be coming through in full force, and let's see who's going to be able to be on the receiving end of that one. Ooh, Ninim could be the first. No, Ninim taking down Cloxy at first.
Yeah, Ninim playing a brave little headshot. Clutchy up on top of the belt here. I'm sorry, on top of the railing. Myth actually going to be taking Ninim out, and now Norson trades it back. Resurrection availed and popped immediately, but Myth knows exactly where that's come from. He's going to pop his own. Now all of a sudden it's CD in the man advantage, traded back by Andy, stringing away. There's kills after kills, Matt. It's a bloodbath here at the side. Viper's pit up here for Marsh. He's got cover for days to get this spike down, but it's all up to where they know Meow Meow could be. Clutchy behind underneath the rafter. A player up on the railing, and Jungle still over at B, Matt.
Yeah, because maybe there is that opportunity for the Disciples to rotate back over because they've taken so long here. Maybe one of them is just running it back. They don't know that, though. Looks like they have taken out Pocket now, getting a bit more confidence. Clutchy finds another one. It's all now going to be on Myth. 1-on-3 situation. Who to deal with on this A side? Almost taken down Andy, but there it is. Andy puts him 10 feet down under and secures map point for Meow Meow.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for the Criminal Disciples. We saw just such hesitancy to get that spike down. They had Viper's Pit to cover for so long, Matt. That Viper's Pit was absolutely perfect in giving Criminal Disciples the space they really needed to get that spike down, set themselves in the post plane. But beautiful guest shot from Clutchy, I have to say, perfectly. And then the follow-up on to Marsh on the push in. Meow Meow out for blood in this second map, and definitely looking to take us to our third. If Criminal's Disciples can't take us to overtime here, it might be all she wrote. The Icebox, Dorset get a bit aggressive towards middle. They're going to be walling under Tube, but that gives position for Criminal's Disciples to go up through Tube and try and take Norson out, and we'll be picking him off.
Great start there for the Disciples. Still plenty more work to be done, however. Cut off, doesn't matter though. They do find a player up high. Jungle saying goodbye to Myth as well. That's going to be the spike down. Pocket at least finding one kill back, but there's still a couple more to be found. Jungle going to be the gatekeeper there just under the site. Cloxy could be launching a flank though, but Jungle could be aware of it. Still just keeping their options open, looking around every which angle. They do spot My Shoe. So that option is going to be open. My Shoe finding Ninim. It's all going to be on Jungle now. They still haven't picked up the spike either, though. This is dangerous territory. They need to work together in order to secure this spike. Cloxy now picked up as well. Cannot afford to updraft their way towards the spike. My Shoe going to have to take the long route. But this allows Jungle to get a potential flank on, working their way through middle. They actually spot My Shoe. This could be such a deadly way to end the game. They don't know where he's going to be coming from. Jungle still just dancing around the angles, though. My Shoe comes in, takes him out, and the Disciples stay alive.
Well, I better see some reactions after that. Where's the sigh of relief, lads? That was a very, very close affair, but you saw the teammate pings there from the Criminal Disciples. They spotted Jungle underneath that tube, and that's the key you want to make out of that round, Matt. Criminal Disciples playing together, using the info, giving each other the space to get those clutch rounds in. 8-12 now on the score line. Meow Meow a little bit broken now in the economy. You can see Ninim one off the knives, but no gun to work with afterwards. It is going to be a quick little ultimate orb take. Ninim is going to get the knives as soon as possible. Krim is poised around A for the moment.
They take their time with it though. They can't afford to go into any side brazenly because one round and it's over. We go to Haven. Looks like the Hunter's Fury is going to be employed by My Shoe though. They do catch Clutchy, so great usage of the ultimate early on there, managing to expose one of the players, single them out, and gain a man advantage already. Ninim looking to turn the tides back though, spotting out Pocket, gets a shot off, not going to be able to get the kill though. And Pocket will be able to take it even further into their favor there. Now a 5-on-3 situation. The attackers looking to run it back towards the B site instead. Do still have plenty of options, however, but it looks like the options have now been completely opened up for business. As Marsh does secure the kill there. Now it's going to be the 4-on-2.
That was a smart read there from Marsh. An unfortunate angle. Jungle in prime spot to stop this take from really going into a reality. Norson jiggle against Cloxy, and the wallbang shot perfectly executed. Anzi, 2 Lears, and of course, either Devour or Dismiss if he wants to. He's going to be backing off. They have to keep these guns, man. As I said, the economy of Meow Meow is broken. Crim's Disciples found the ace in the hole that they needed, the Hail Mary round to break it. Now Myth, going to go hunting. Norson over towards A. Sight 1 player underneath the kitchen. He's going to be Andy Tucks. Right now, Norson is going to be picking screen. Cloxy picks apart Andy. Norson needs to back off. He's running away. Well, he's walking to keep silent because he doesn't want to give over the info to Crim's Disciples, but they know anyway where he is. He's over at the A site, taking out 9th on the board here for Crim's.
3 more rounds is all they need in order to go for OT here, Tony. They're getting closer and closer. It feels like Meow Meow, they've ran out of steam for the moment, and they're forced onto another eco as well. Marshals aplenty, couple of sheriffs there. They're looking to just go for whatever they can. At least they've got a Hunter's Fury to play with on Clutchy as well, though. That could be something which might give them a slight edge as well. Looks like we are going to see the Disciples, though, push in a full force towards this B site now. They only have 1 player to consider, but thinking of considerations, there comes the Hunter's Fury, catching 1 player, not getting the kill, though. So that will be unfortunate for Meow Meow, but at least they have intel, and they're rotating accordingly.
Yeah, they've got the info, but Crim's Disciples kind of have the site to take, and it's going to be a plant on top of that Snake spike. It's just going to be risked by Myth. Shock Dart comes, and there goes Myth. Unfortunately, that's the price you pay, giving up his life for the spike plant. Kind of commend it, but at the same time, it's unfortunate here for the Crim's Disciples now having to play in this 4v5 post plant. But you can see Marsh has lineups ready to go, ready and willing to pop them once they get into the site. Meow Meow going as a group, going as a force with Proxy, trades it back. The spike has been tapped. Norson to try and bait out the util. And Marsh tosses the Snake spike, and then tosses his trains his gun. Marsh! Not expecting it. And Jungle gonna stick the defuse, get it the halfway for Andy to get it the full. And it is going to be Meow Meow taking it 13-9 on the second map, and it's a smile on Ninum's dial right now. He's happy about that one.
What a way to close it out there. At long last, Meow Meow do manage to take away the second map there. So we will be 1 apiece between these 2 teams, Tony. My gosh. I don't know if I expected it to go here, but I am so thankful to the teams for really giving it their all and putting on one hell of a show for all of the people at home tonight. I can't wait to see what the conclusion's going to be on Haven.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting map. We saw, Crim's Disciples kind of fall under the pressure there. Meow Meow really bringing a lot to the table there, a lot of a different playstyle than we saw in Bayern that, of course, we saw Crim's really adapt to and kind of probably still had that same mentality going into this one. And now they changed it up. They played default. They played as beautiful as an attacker side as possible. And, of course, I applaud them. Now going to map number 3, we'll be going to Haven, Matt, and it is anybody's map to take.
Anybody's game, and let's see who is going to be the champion of this here game. But before we find out that answer, we are going to head to a commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. So grab yourself a water, do whatever you need to do. We will be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to day number 2 of the Valorant Oceania Tour. We just finished map number 2 of our first series between Krimmer's Disciples and Meow Meow. My gosh, what a series it's been so far. And we have the final map on its way in Haven. And we are going to take another look at just how the veto's shaped up before we get into the action, Tony. Interesting to see exactly how it has shaped up, you know, both teams taking their respective map picks.
Yeah, it's kind of an expected one, but I was not expecting that explosive of a performance from Meow Meow on Icebox there, because, as we said, one of Krimmer's Disciples kind of crutch maps here in this kind of pool, but, you know, to have them fall at that kind of final hurdle there, that might be weighing onto them now going into Haven. But, of course, we saw, you know, Breeze and Ascent smartly being banned out. Of course, the Krimmer's banning out Breeze, and then a little bit of intel there. Meow Meow, I believe it might have been Clutchy that is in charge of the bans there, banning out Ascent. Really smart play here by Meow Meow, because of course Ascent, arguably, as you know, Krimmer's Disciples have seen, one of their best maps.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that one actually coming through there. Obviously, you can tell that the teams have been doing that hard work in the back end there, doing a bit of research. And as a result, we do come through to a map like Haven. So Haven, I don't know what to think about this one, Tony. Like, obviously, both of these teams taking away their respective map picks. Do you feel like leaving this one as the outlier does favor one team over the other here? Or do you feel like maybe it's anyone's game?
It's hard to tell, Matt, because of course we saw that first map blind go so very close, 13-10, and then we saw Icebox kind of almost get there, but of course Krimmer's Disciples finally falling at that final hurdle. And of course Haven now looking at it, and you know, again, it's another 50% win rate map here for Meow Meow. It's hard to tell, but of course their most run comp here, Matt. It's interesting to see. Of course, we saw Pocket on the chamber on that map. Of course, it is going to be a very interesting one. Ascent, of course, we don't know too much about Meow Meow, but Haven we do. It's Astra, Jet, Reyna, Sova, and Brimstone is their most common pick here. So Meow Meow maybe looking to run a little bit more Util this time, like we saw, of course, on Icebox.
Yeah, and that does result in a lot more strategic play coming through from that utility, doesn't it? And it really relies on synergy between the teammates in order to match up their utility timings, obviously using them in unison there to work together towards their overall objective definitely is going to play a key factor here. It's not going to be so much about the individual play. Obviously, you know, you can go for gun kills, you can think about whatever you need to, but ultimately teamwork is going to be the dream work. And it looks like we are going to be pushing our way towards the game right pretty soon there, Tony. But I don't know. Any final thoughts?
It's Haven's an interesting one. Arguably, of course, a pretty good map for Kremers on paper. Of course, a 59% win rate overall. Their kind of most run comp is with the Phoenix, interestingly enough. Of course, we normally see Pocket actually run that, but he's going to be KO for this one. The first time we get to see KO out of Pocket here in the VOT. But the final map here, Matt, it's all on the cards here for these two in this opening best of 3. See Cloxy straight back to the Jet, and Marsh actually going to be in the Astra this time.
Yeah, interesting change up. Like, you did speak about this early on in the series where the teams do actually look to change who plays what agent sometimes because of obviously the flexibility there. So it's great to see that they can just interchange their players into the various different roles there because obviously they do have that degree of flexibility. Looks like Killjoy going to be locked in for Meow Meow now, though. Hovering over the chamber is Andy this time, so maybe we see the tour de force actually come through from the Meow Meow side of things. Who knows? Looks like they are just going to be waiting it out for the time being, though, taking these last few moments in at the agent selection to really solidify their strategy coming forward before we do get into game here, Tony.
Yeah, Eddie's really making us wait for it right now. The final lock-in. There it is. The chamber out of Andy. We saw it out of Pocket. We're now going to see it out of Andy. A little bit more of a flexible, of course, agent here on a map like Haven. You're able to teleport between the sites and really able to hold. But, of course, Meow Meow is going to be on the attack for the start here. So it's going to be interesting how Andy opts to go for maybe a little bit more of aggression with that chamber. But of course, you know, Andy's showing flexibility here. Picking the Neon, now picking the chamber. It's a very interesting comp being run by Meow Meow. Of course, Kremer's Disciples, this time, you know, I spoke about Marsh kind of swapping roles and playing a little bit differently on the smokes. Now, we get to see Myth on the set this time, on the side.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Cypher all day from memory, so eager to see exactly what's going to come through from the Cypher on this map of all things. As obviously there is a lot of potential for these teams to make a play or two coming into this one, but let's see how it does shape up though. It looks like both teams just going to be preparing themselves for the time being. Do have a couple of ghosts on both sides, just playing their default setup. No one looking to give away exactly where they're going as yet, however. Looks like the Meow Meow side of things looking to congregate towards middle, may actually be met by Myth though, holding that garage position. But no one's looking to give themselves away too quickly.
Yeah, just playing a little bit default, and you can see that Meow Meow have identified even themselves that worked on Icebox, that might now look to work on Haven here. Play it a little bit slower, keep the side of Kremer's Disciples guessing for the moment. You see Cloxy, it's a close corner here in the lobby. I thought you might expect it here. No pocket. With the swing, actually could give over the info. Nice little knife tossed out to get a few players silenced, and is a beautiful 0 point. At the moment, still default as ever for both of these sides.
Yeah, just taking it slow and steady for the time being. No one really looking to explode towards the side, but there it is. That's going to be the opener there. Cloxy hiding away in the corner behind the box there. Does take out Ninim. Key fragger on the side of Meow Meow. Now Meow Meow looking to see if they can find another opening. Not going to find it yet. Jungle actually picking it up though. Myth whipping a few shots there. Will suffer the consequences, but Meow Meow coming out in full force. A nice reaction from them. Actually netting them the man advantage here. Taking it now to a 3-on-1, it would seem. Make it 3-on-none as they do take away the round with the death of My Shoe there. Even getting the spike plant down as an added little bit of bonus. And it will be round number 2 now. Meow Meow on the rise, keeping their eyes on the prize.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, of course, how much Meow Meow are really adapting this series. And we finally got an Andy camera now. That's kind of cool. We get to see Andy's POV of, you know, how excited he is to be playing in the VOC finally. Of course, Andy, a very sharp individual player. We haven't quite getting to see him at this top level yet, and he's going to really make the most of it here, potentially, in this group stage of the VOC. But, of course, now back to the game at hand. Meow Meow, with that quick round, means that they're straight onto the Spectres, straight onto, you know, the heavy weaponry, whereas Kremer's Disciples, the shorty, a few classics, not really much else they can really muster here. They don't want to go for the force, they want to keep their money as high as possible going into the future.
Yeah, because if they keep the money high, then they can just buy whatever they need to. Looks like Meow Meow is going to be able to take stance over through towards the A site now, though. Already getting that spike planted, forcing their opponents in the Disciples to play retake. Looks like they're actually going to launch their efforts from towards the back of the A site now. To have some looking to push through middle towards the back of A as well. Jungle going to be holding the entrance, though. The other players still just going to be isolated from towards the defender side of the site. Jungle still keeping their eyes open, though. Looks like the Disciples maybe have opted to just play for the exit kills at this stage, just holding off every single point of exit. Looks like already they're being spotted, at least one piece of them. Jungle taking out Myth there. Still needs to find 2 more. My Shoe been spotted, getting a little damage. It's not going to be enough, though. 2 players have fallen so far. There goes another. And it is all now going to be up to Pocket here, holding through towards Window. But the windows have been wiped away, and so too has the round.
And busted open by Jungle. A 4K means that he's pretty close to that Cosmic Divide, and you can see that Meow Meow, not a bad start here to a map like Haven. Of course, now Kremer's Disciples. It's early days. Got to be bringing out the guns here. It's up to Meow Meow to really force the issue now. Of course, as I said, Jungle one off this Cosmic Divide could be a beautiful execute tool if Meow Meow are able to put it in the right spot.
Certainly looking to position themselves for success here. Yeah, Meow already using their recon darts there to see if they can spot anyone early on. No one going to be giving themselves away as yet, though, but it looks like maybe we could see a split towards the C side being enacted here. Maybe not, though. They do have a couple of players falling off the C long position, just looking to isolate angles towards middle for the time being. They have managed to find at least a vantage point towards Garage, though. They do have 2 players they need to think about towards the back of the C side, however, in Marsh as well as Myth. But they're still not finding them just yet. They can't afford to go for anything without that information. And it looks like the first piece has been revealed as Pocket takes down the recon drone.
Yeah, and still see now fighting for territory. He's going to be also picking up Myth, and now it's got up the Marsh. And of course, Pocket here. They have spotted out the chamber. Mai has caught in him on the lurk, but Mai on the complete wrong side of the map. Andy has rotated to pick that spike up after they take the C site. A little bit more of an aggressive approach to taking a site. You can see now Crimson Disciples 3 members left. Might be looking for a read. Sake, of course. Half HP on Andy. They're gonna have to find them all. Nice little gravity well pulls off the plant. Might now drone on to Norson. Crimson Disciples could look to go for this map.
They're thinking about it. They're going to kill onto Norson. Maybe this is the start. They could find Clutchy here. Pushing around the corner. Clutchy takes advantage, but now it's all going to be down to 1 in Andy, holding from C-Long. Looking to see if they can hold strong here. They're trying to bait out that defusal. Andy's gone, and so too will be the round. The Disciples. Hard work pays off, and they will get their first round on the board for the 3rd and final map of this series.
Yeah, it's the first of... well, maybe many for the Crimson Disciples, but of course, Meow Meow not really feeling too disheartened about that one, because of course, as I said, Matt, they're looking to save as many cash and as many credits as possible now into this 4th round. Vandals across the board, and well, Crimson's losing a few members actually a little bit more expensive. It's only going to be a Bulldog here for Cloxy, and only a Bulldog here for Marsh.
Hopefully we see some good things coming through from those players there, but we are going to be getting straight into the rounds now. The Bulldogs might be able to hound their way past the players. Looks like we are going to see a default setup from the Meow Meow side of things early on, though. Looking to split their attention all throughout the map, see if they can get an opening pick or 2 before going for anything significant. Ninim actually going to be leading towards the A side. Has pushed pretty much all the way up long. Andy going to be taken out, though, but it looks like Ninim already just continuing to push onto the side can give away the information that, hey guys, there's no one here. We can actually get this spike planted down. I've managed to take out some of the utility already. This is easy done, guys. And it looks like already your teammates are going to be setting themselves up. And no one from the Disciples is looking to react. Myth, sure, is nearby. Can manage to easily just get onto the site. But they're just playing the long game here, playing for retakes.
Yeah, you can see as spaced back as possible. Dart fly over. It's actually not going to be scouting from this info. You can see double shot here from Mike. Follow up the recon. Tag is on there for the recon. Ninim's spotted in this graffiti corner. Is going to be loading, though. Is going to be the fragment tossed out, stopping with Crimson's Disciples from entering. But they still are finding these picks. Pocket finding Ninim in that graffiti corner. It's now Norson trying to do anything that he can to hold on to this site. Jungle. 1-5, the spike has been tapped, shot on the clock, perfectly lined up. The spike has been diffused here by Myth. A valiant effort for Jungle. Taking 2, making it expensive, but in the end, it's a 2nd on the board for the Crimson Disciples.
2 for 2 now, keeping us on our toes as they should. Keen to see if this one is going to go all the way down the ringer as well, whether we see a really close scoreline in the end, or whether it may be a more one-sided matter. Looks like both teams are still going to be relatively on even footing. Meow Meow's economy not going to be in the same stance, though. A couple of players opting for the Bulldogs there, a couple of Sheriffs, and that's really going to be it for the time being. Andy might at least be able to do something with the abilities, but it's yet to be seen. As it looks like they are going to offer utility early on there, gain some information towards Garage. No one looking to hold close, but they did hear the camera being employed there, so may know that Myth is trying to get eyes on them early on.
Yeah, it's a really good high camera from Myth. You can see that Clutchy has been spotted, trying to jiggle out Garage. Ninim, he's going to bust the wire over in middle. This is info over Andy with the tour de force. Oh, sorry, the Headhunter, not the Tour de Force. That's not quite available just yet. Pocket. Looking for some Hail Mary shots, but it's actually going to be Clutchy, and another from Clutchy Pocket. Falls. Marsh expects Ninham now to be out of this site, and he is going to push through the Cloudburst. Smart call to make from Marsh. The plant will go down to C once again. Clutchy, prime position to shut anyone down from rotating through the garage. The outro in here for Mai for the info. And once again, it's a retake on for the Criminals Disciples as well, Meow Meow look to hold and bolster their forces once again. Cosmic Divide out for Criminals Disciples side, and the retake is now on. Quick little trade and a quick little teleport swap angles. It's Jungle picking apart Cloxy. Mai down to 11 HP. Hunter's Fury comes out. A little bit of a expended ultimate here, because of course Mai, as we said, 11 HP, very low. The peak comes from Andy. And it might be a peek from Clutchy in just a minute. He's caught out in the open, but he's able to flick back onto the target. 3k for Clutchy, and third on the board for Meow Meow.
So they will be able to snag the lead there once again. 2-3 in their favor now, and do have the Tour de Force to play with as well, should they look to try and venture even further. As a result of that last round, the Disciples are going to be on the back end here, only going to be able to pick up pistols into this eco round. Already seeing a few Sheriffs come through there, but they do have a couple of ultimates that they can look to employ as well. Looks like they are going to be deploying their forces all throughout the map, however, just playing a default defensive setup. Whilst the Meow Meow side look to push straight past them, Ninim and Andy already starting off strong there, have taken out a couple. Cloxy uses the Blade Storm, but it doesn't find any fruit. And so it will now be down to Marsh and Myth to try and hold down the fort here for their team. But honestly, I think they're probably just going to have to play for exit kills at this point.
Yeah, these have been some explosive hits, I have to say, for the Crimmers. From Meow Meow. Crimmers Disciples just not quite able to answer. You can see even Jungle Lurk on the mid, and quick pickup. North Synth makes it flawless. Meow Meow with another round to their name. It was 2 apiece traded between them. That's 2 back for Meow Meow, and in the driver's seat of this first half here. And it's Jungle, actually, in the charge this time. Of course, we spoke about him a little bit, but, you know, Jungle, you know, a very key clutch player, but, of course, a very great Astra player to have on your team, Matt.
Couldn't agree more, Tony. He's definitely well known for his Astra plays, and you know that he's going to be effective on that agent. Knows exactly how to maneuver around the map, support the team, and get kills all at the same time. It's just a great toolkit all around there. See who's going to be able to find the right tools into this round, though, as we do see the Odin being brought into play by my shoe there, trying to make sure that Meow Meow cannot push through Garage. I respect it, but let's see where they actually look to adapt towards, as it looks like there's going to be a couple of players heading towards C long, a few still towards middle and outside the A site, but no one are looking to go for any significant movements as yet on the Meow Meow side of things. Still just keeping us on our toes for the time being. The round is starting to tick down, though. They only have just over a minute to go before this one starts to get a little bit antsy. We'll see if they will be able to come through or whether time will be the end of them.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of Meow Meow playing that default. They're really trying to pick off a Criminals Disciples player early on, maybe catch them in rotation. Cloxy, high angle, up the top of the box, over towards the middle of the map. Of course, Meow Meow, Ninham. Slow approach over towards A site. Senses there's nobody here, but there's, of course, the camera. There is the tripwires to be triggered.
30 seconds.
He is going to back off to Sewer. Is going to regroup with his team. Meow Meow looking to hit the A site. 25 seconds, a little bit late in the clock. Crimmers again going to be playing for this retake.
Looks like the spike will be going down there. Cosmic Divide actually come through as well. So good stuff to be employed from the Meow Meow side there. Trying to further solidify their position. Lockdown is going to be activated, though. Looks like they might actually catch a couple of players. As a matter of fact, here comes all the bullets. Meow Meow taking clear advantage here. Still need to find a little bit more. However, if they do want to take away this round, a pocket going to be shut down there. There's Marsh trying to react, but it's not going to be a good enough reaction. Lyshu caught with nothing in their hands. The lockdown are too strong. And that will be the end of days for that one. Meow Meow taking away round number 5 now. 3 in a row on their streak. And they are not looking to lose any rounds anytime soon. As we do see the Disciples are back onto an eco, picking up a few Sheriffs behind them, bit of armor, but that's all they can bring to the table.
Here.
That was a great combination of you two. You saw the Cosmic Divide, then into the lockdown there. Meow Meow just had so much cover and so much presence to really hold Grimmer's Disciples off for the moment. You can see Grimmer's Disciples really feeling the hurt of these early few rounds. Only a few Sheriffs. The Marshal in for them this time. You can see Meow Meow really flex the muscle. Ninum somehow able to live with a slither of HP. Matt, he's even going to get the kill on the flick to Myth. That's a beautiful pick up. The seaside completely open for the taking. Meow Meow coming out of the gate swinging in this one, and it's a beautiful exec to see.
It looks like the Disciples now have to play for retakes here through Garage. Norson going to be scoped up over that position. Does have supportive teammates as well. Good trade to come through from Marsh, though, to open things up. Maybe they have opportunity here. Clutchy going to be able to react from long, though. Pocket trading them out. Andy does close it out in the end there. So nicely done from Meow Meow, but losing a few more players than maybe they would have anticipated. I do respect the power that came through from the Disciples in the end there, managing to make a bit of an economic impact there onto the Meow Meow side. But we'll see if that does play into the grand scheme of things as they do manage to push on into round number 9 here. Still going to be on a streaker for the Meow Meow side, though. 4 rounds in a row. Could they make it 5, considering the Disciples now do actually have plenty of weapons behind them?
Yeah, you can see Grimmer's now with the Beatles. It's going to be a flash drive out the pocket, this time catching Ninum. That's not a sentence we've been saying all too often, because Ninum's been pretty on point this map so far. Matt Mai is going to send the Hunter's Fury deep onto Clutchy. Spike dropped in lobby. This is going to be in. Norson around A for the moment. Jungle, as we see on so many different rosters actually, Jungle normally kind of that lurk player over towards the C side on the stacking side, pulls so much presence, just him alone. He jumps over the tripwire, but the camera comes. Smart call. Myth able to hit the shot. Perfectly held. No lurk this time for Jungle. Now it's up to Andy and Norson. Somehow find an opening. They found so many in so many previous rounds. That dart scans Andy for Marsh. Just pick him off. The Spike in stable hands of Norson. 5 players left to deal with. They're looking to push the pressure on Marsh. Going for a little bit of a cheek peek. Norson
30 seconds left.
gets the info from his turret. Shock dart comes to the front of B. Norson again just needs to isolate a few duels, but Grimmer's Disciples are giving him nothing to work with. 20 seconds, and I don't think he's got a sight to take here, Matt.
Still thinking about it, though. Knows that they can play for those extra kills. Not going to find it, unfortunately, for them. My shoe holding a better angle in this instance will be able to take away a 3rd round there for the Disciples. Looks like they are just thinking about their options coming forward. Obviously, still focused as ever. Know that they need to keep their head in the game if they want to manage to push for success here. But it looks like there's still plenty more that they need to push for if they do want to go for gold here. At least they've managed to stop Meow Meow's streak, though. Taking 4, now it's back to ground 0. And let's see who's going to be able to take it this time. A tour de force going to be put to action by Andy there. They are looking to take this as serious as ever. And Myth going to be the only one waiting for them at the back of the site.
Yeah, this is a, an explosive take this time from Meow Meow. No defaults anymore. It's just the rush in, the approach. Grimmer's Disciples maybe were expecting more of. The operator on the high ground for Ninum. The tour de force from Andy taking 2 players out. Maya and Myth both fall. Norton also going to be taken out. Pocket Mush somehow out to logs and trying to find another kill here for the Grimmer's Disciples, but it's a 3rd on the tour de force here by Andy. And Cloxy to do the unthinkable. We saw it on Bind, Matt. It's been such a long time since we saw that first map, and such a long time since we've seen Grimmers in full action. Cloxy gonna be finding Andy, but now that gives the info over to Meow Meow to just swing him, and there's gonna be a trade. Cloxy, they say able to pick up Clutchy. 7th round though for Meow Meow, and a beautiful first half already on Haven.
Already looking confident as ever. They lose 1 round, they pick a 1 straight back up on the Meow Meow side there. And they're looking to take multiple more as we do head towards the final stages of this first half here. 2 rounds to go, including this one. Meow Meow have 3 ultimates to play with. They got the Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm, you name it, they got it. They've also got, however, on the other side of things, Neural Theft on Myth, as well as a Cosmic Divide on Marsh. So great defensive ultimates. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Foxy is getting very deep with the Spectre, I have to say, underneath the window already. Meow Meow. Might not expect him in such a deeply pushed angle, because what they've been abusing is criminals really playing scared of the explosive hit coming in. Of course, it's going to be back to C this time around. Hunter's Fury out by Clutchy. He's going to try and catch Myth out, and we, of course, spoke about it. Good angle being taken by Cloxy Norson, not expecting that one. Backs off to Garage, and the criminals have themselves an early pick this time, man.
The early bird gets the worm there, Tony, and they will be able to take the first one. They still need to find quite a few more, though. They do want to have some potential here. 7-5 scoreline is exactly what they're hoping for. They still need to find many more kills if they want to achieve that goal. Looks like Meow Meow are trying to just phase them out there, going for some suppressive fire through the walls here. No one going to be on the receiving end yet. Cloxy could find a thing or two, though. Coming forward, there goes one. Great horse there. Placement taking out another. Now it's going to be the advantage furthered for the Disciples. All going to be down to Jungle now. 1 on 5, and he's been spotted by the camera. This could be it there for Jungle. Myth not giving himself away, though. Now has been spotted at the back of the site. Needs support desperately. Otherwise, Jungle would press the delete button on Myth, but no! A flawless round to come through from Myth in the end. And that will be the Disciples coming back once again as we head towards the last round of the half.
And that's what we need out of the Criminals Disciples right now. You can see still laser focused as ever is Myth on the Cypher, and 4-7. Matt, not a bad score, but not the most ideal first half here for the Criminals, especially on, you know, Haven. One of arguably their best maps on paper, as he said, 59%, and, you know, a very strong map overall for them. Meow Meow, of course, we haven't seen all too much Haven out of them. Relatively new roster. Ninham, we're going to show that new might be better. We're going to pave the way for the newcomers, paving away into the C site, looking for that dart is shrouded amongst the cloudburst. A little bit of a botch spray, but Marsh is able to correct himself. Proxy plays Storm in hand, spray coming long range from pocket, denying Meow Meow any space up that C long side for the moment.
Important denial as well, does allow their defense to stay dominant, but they've left the A side wide open here, and this does allow Meow Meow to push straight through towards it. Only going to be utility standing in a wait for them, but they can easily just dispense of that utility by chopping past it, shooting it away, whatever they need to do, they can get rid of it. This does give the defensive side, though, an idea as to where they're coming from. Myth now going to be given away as well, holding through towards the B-link there. It looks like now Meow Meow trying their best to keep control of the side. Going to be enough, though. Lockdown is enabled. Kills to come through one after the other, however. It's going to be a 2-on-2 now, all down to Andy. Lockdown has been destroyed. So Andy now needs to work a little harder to keep this side alive. Does get one shot. Not going to be able to get the other, though. The Disciples take away the kill and the round. 5-7 in favor of Meow Meow to close it out.
Now flee.
The prayers have been answered. Criminals Disciples, all they can really ask for is 5 at the end of the half, and 5 will be given. Beautiful retake, I have to say, just, you know, not afraid to expend numbers. Jungle almost made that doable, though. Andy just a little bit too far away to hold off. You can see the beautiful crossfire. That, of course, the Criminals Disciples were employing. Mike in that corner is short, able to trade out pocket, drop of a hat, and 5-7. As you said, Meow Meow still in the lead. Onto the defense side they go. And arguably, a better position for this chamber, I have to say.
Hopefully it proves effective coming into this half as well, because obviously you do have a few abilities to consider there, but we'll see if Andy is able to find a glory on the chamber coming into this one, as we do see the Disciples look to spread their influence towards the C site this time. Do have players pushing through Garage as well as up C long now. Jungle trying to block vision, but it's not going to be enough. Getting taken out. Norton still alive at the back of the site. Does take a dive though. All going to be up to Clutchy now, pushing through the smoke, trying to find somebody. Does get found themselves, not before taking out Myth though. And it's all going to be up to Andy and Ninim now. The dynamic duo to keep this round alive. Ninim misses the first shot, hits the second and the third. Not going to be able to take out Marsh though. All going to be up to Andy to try and find some traction here. A couple of players are tagged up, so there is potential, but they need to find something. Bloxy gets it done in the end though. 4 kills in the round and secures the first one for the Disciples.
Cloxy's starting to pick it up. That's what we want to see. A beautiful 4K and getting those blades available and sharp and ready to go when the Criminals Disciples need it. Now one round separates both these teams. As we said, Meow Meow came away with the lead at that half, but Criminals Disciples might be looking to close it. Ares, 2 Bulldogs, a Spectre and a Vandal. Criminals Disciples got a ton of weaponry to bring to the table, and for Meow Meow, a Marshal and a Frenzy. A few light shield 0 there, but this is very favored towards the Criminals Disciples for the moment.
And they're going to be looking to take advantage of those odds right now. Looking to just take it nice and patiently for the time being, though. Waiting to see if Meow Meow might look to push up further towards them. Already seeing Meow Meow still just keeping on their toes there. Clutchy pushing up pretty closely towards the A-long side of things. Even pushing through lobby to see if anyone's going to be holding that close position. No one going to be spotted as yet, but they can hear them walking around. Clutchy's prepared, and Ninim's also there as a second player to provide some backup. Looks like the Disciples, though, have decided to go elsewhere and are going to try and make an attempt through towards this C site now. Only one player to contend with, already been spotted at the back there is Norson. No one there to help them until now. Here comes Andy, finding one. Could be one and done, though, but no, it's not going to be. It's all down to this now, 3-on-2.
Yeah, Ninim, Clutchy. This is my Marsh and Myth. It's going to be an interesting one as the spike will go down. And Myth's already around the back. He's on the flank of a lifetime here. Ninim coming from spawn. Clutchy over in garage. Ninim goes through that smoke and loses life to Marsh and Mai. Perfect setup there on the post plant. Perfect round. Secures it now. Even Steven here. 7-7. Final map here at Haven, Matt. And it's all on the cards. It's all on the table. Who will be walking home? It's still yet to be decided because, of course, so many more rounds to be played out.
This is only the beginning, Tony. Both teams tying it up at this stage does prove promising, though. We could see a pretty similar result to what we saw in a map at number 1 here today. And I am eager to find out the answer as we press straight further into these rounds. The Disciples are looking to go just for their default, take a bit of control. Looks like they're actually going to make a play towards the B site this time instead. We haven't seen this one before. Might actually work out for them, though. Spike goes down. Now forcing their opponents to play straight towards a retake, whilst the Disciples, they can just hold middle and just be scot-free.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Cloxy Cloudburst, Spike plant secured in the blink of an eye, and now it's Meow Meow having to flush every different angle that these players could be holding, from Norson finding pocket, Jungle finding mid. It's still so many kills that need to come aboard, and Ninum actually picks them all apart. 8th round to Meow Meow on the retake, and Criminals Disciples in such a good post-plant position.
Does work out for them in the end there. They managed to stop the 4-round streak that we did see from the Disciples, pushing through towards the end of the last half into this one. And now could be onto the path of recovery themselves. Looks like Andy's actually going to be bringing out the judge this time. The rest of the Meow Meow players are going to be picking up rifles across themselves, and the Disciples are looking to bring out some rifles of their own here. I'm eager to see who's going to be able to zone out one another coming into this one, though. Looks like Cloxy just going to push aggressively this time. Has a Blade Storm available. Certainly can he use it against Ninim, perhaps. Not going to actually need to. Ninim's gone down. Great early advantage already secured.
That's a beautiful pickup there. Ninim's been a thorn in the Criminals Disciples side so far on this 3rd and final map. And of course, Icebox, when we saw it previously, you can see early man advantage, but Criminals Disciples aren't taking any chances. They expect maybe have another push to come in. Clutchy has pushed the sewer. Mai expects it, takes him out. Sova v Sova. It's going to be Mai coming out on top.
Let's see what will come through from this one. Andy actually getting a shot through the smoke there with the judge. There you go. Does find at least a little bit of treasure there. 4-on-3 situation now, though. The Disciples still looking to go for it, however. Spike goes down. Andy's still going to be there on Heaven. Finally does get dealt with. No more usage from that judge. Myth actually spotting a player out through Link there. Knows exactly what Norsen's trying to achieve. No one else are looking to push her through the smoke, however, though. Myth still has a good idea where they're playing from. Does actually tag the player. Marsh trying to go for the peek there. Not going to be able to pick it up, but this is great usage of the Cypher utility there. They can easily just play with the visual warfare, with that basic visual ward in for the camera, and just completely isolate these players off the site there. It's really nice to see exactly how the utility we alluded towards in the pre-game is being put to use effectively here.
Yeah, I have to say, Myth has definitely impressed me. Of course, seeing his growth as a player from his, of course, early days as a very explosive entry duelist to now, you know, playing the Spokes and now showing that he can also play the Sentinels. Myth, a very diverse player in all kinds of roles here. You can see why Crimmers are really bouncing back here. It's the credit of the util placements, also to a credit of their team play, Matt. 8-8 now on the scoreline. Crimmers Disciples still with a bye. Meow Meow at the same kind of footing. Andy, one off the tour de force and might be looking to go grab that ultimate orb over towards A. No, he's just going to be sitting B. You're going to be using the Heaven Hunter here. Crimmers Disciples, weaponry advantage for the moment.
Only for the time being, but that can quickly change depending on the circumstances here. Looks like the Disciples, though, mostly going to be stacked up towards a lobby already, dealing a significant amount of damage through towards Ninim there. Will force him straight back towards a short instead. Just going to wait things out. At least they do have their teammate in Norsen to play around a utility at this stage. The Disciples are going to opt against going towards the A side in this instance, though. Keep the players on their toes, but don't give them your true objectives as they venture their way through towards a C at the moment. Do have options to push towards Garage, maybe up C long, and it looks like they're going to do just that. And maybe the Disciples might not anticipate just how quickly Meow Meow's rotating.
Yeah, you can see Jungle now tucked amongst an Astra Star and the Cyber Cage there. Goes for the Peekaboo trade 1, make it trade at 3. CD are able to take the sight off of Meow Meow for the moment. And in comes Clutchy. A little bit of an air straight, taking out Pocket off guard there. Goes for another on the Mai. It's up to Marsh now in the 1v2. Knows that Clutchy's coming from the garage. And it's another swing from Clutchy. And another hit to the table here. 9 on the board for Meow Meow. And I bow to Clutchy. That was a perfectly played round from him in Garage.
Yeah, well done, honestly. Really great stuff coming through in that one. But there is still plenty more rounds to go, Tony. We are getting closer and closer towards the finish line, though. And I'm eager to see who is going to be able to take the crown here and push even further into the VALORANT Oceania Tour. As we do see both teams just setting up their default for the moment, though. Both teams got, you know, rifles across them. But after this round, we could see a reset on one team or the other. All going to come down to this here. Looks like Norsen's just going to be setting up some swarm grenades, trying to cut off any push towards a long. And this actually might be the correct call here, considering just how many players are looking to push towards this A site. Maybe they just had a bit of spidey sense as to where they're coming from. Cloxy, though, not going to land all the blades, but at least lands a couple.
Now, Hudson's Fury denying Norsen the opportunity to be setting up for the post-plant hold here, or even just the hold itself. Tour de force out for Andy. Needs to wield that sniper to precision perfection here. We need to see a shot landed. A slow might be on the site if he's able to land that first shot. Ninim catching Mai on the dart. That's the unfortunate boon, as well as the Sova we saw from the sky. You're caught in the util and you're caught dead to the right. It's another from Ninim on the flank. Crimmers Disciples need to now batten down the hatches. Cloxy and Myth both extremely low, but able to stop these players from coming through. Andy takes the teleport back, but it's all to a right. Crimmers Disciples hold firm. And it is going to be the bomb, the spike to go off at this A site. And it is going to be an evener once again. Andy going to be falling to it soon to get the money off the round loss. 9-9 now, Matt. Crimmers Disciples. Whew. That's a close one.
Close as it ever can be, Tony, but looks like we're going to get a little bit closer right now as a timeout has been called by the Disciples there. Maybe just taking some time to really hone in on what they want to do coming through towards these last few rounds, as we do see one team or the other potentially coming away with victory here. Meow Meow, though, they're going to be on an eco at least for this round. So the Disciples at least have ample opportunity to press on ahead, take that lead, but whether they can maintain the reins over that lead really is going to be tested. I'm eager to see exactly what kind of strategy they're looking to employ to try and close out this game.
It's going to be an interesting one. You can really sense that Kremer's Disciples weren't expecting to be maybe tested this much here in this series overall, and that's a testament to how Meow Meow have really put the practice in, really put the hours in behind the scenes. Of course, we heard that, Meow Meow God roster on people might just be a reality in the server too. It's 9-9 here in the final map of this best of 3. Kremer's Disciples with everything invested into this next round. Meow Meow broken on an eco, and this is where Kremer's Disciples can really start to inch out the lead.
Certainly going to try desperately to claw ahead here. Looks like Meow Meow have picked up at least a couple of pistols, though. The Frenzy coming out, seeing the Sheriffs as well. Looks like we are actually going to see the Blade Storm activated on the Meow Meow side of things as well by Ninim there. So maybe trying to destabilize the enemy economy, it would seem, but not going to find much effectiveness, as Myth already has found the kill onto Ninim and does actually find exactly where everyone's playing on the Meow Meow side. Good usage of the ultimate there. Does allow them to restructure their push towards the A side. Norson going to be the only one they need to deal with. Almost taking out Myth, but it's not going to be seeing the light of day. All down to Jungle now. Trying to hold on to this side. Does at least find one. Quickly going to be shelved away, though. Now a 2-on-4 situation for Andy and Clutchy to see if they can clutch it out.
And he's got the Headhunter, so it could be possible. Does have a teleport. Needs to really shiftedly play the read. Seg has been tagged in the Aldrome. Perfect from Mike. Cloxy with a bang-on shot. Andy expected to be peeking, and Cloxy just with some lucky tap shooting there. 10 for the Kremer's Disciples. Now after, well, Matt, this was a 7-5 in the lead of Meow Meow. Has really stemmed back in the favor of Kremer's Disciples. They're playing for keeps and now have found a first round lead.
Looking good for the time being, but this is only the beginning, Tony. Both teams going to be on an even footing once again, though, now. Ninim picking up the operator, though. This could be deadly, that's for certain, but obviously it is yet to be seen, and we need to find that consistency from Ninim. Looks like they are going to spot out some players through towards middle early on, though, and he's going to be caught out by the gravity well there. Jungle, though, looking to find the first kill. Great trade from Pocket. Does create an opening through towards this seaside. Andy trying to hold the back of it now. Not going to spot anybody through that smoke there. Clutchy trying to take advantage of their vision there. Unfortunately, not able to find any kills, and as a result, Spike goes down, and it's now Meow Meow forced onto a retake.
It's a perfect null command there as well from Pocket to deny the Util from stopping that play from going down, so now they're able to play as far back off of this site as possible and really try and play for it. Pocket knows he's going to get detained, so he's going to go out swinging, takes 2 with him. Ninim trades it back, but that's more than enough. It's a hero performance from Pocket, as the spike is going to be tapped. The pull, the Astral Gravity Well coming in. Shock Dust lined up, recon for Mike, and it is going to be an attempted shot. Shock onto Norsin, make it 11 for the Kremer's Disciples. Matt, this is starting to get dicey for Meow Meow.
It's certainly edging closer and closer towards that deadly map and series point. If the Disciples take even one more round, then every round carries that much more pressure for the Meow Meow side. Looks like they've realized that. They're going to go all or nothing into this round, picking up the Sheriff, Bulldog, Vandals, and the Judge there, forcing it up all in. and trying to see if they can manage to find at least some way back into the game. They do actually find an opening kill, though, on the Disciples side. A great gravity well there. Still need to try for more, though. Norson still on the side here. Not saying goodnight yet, but does now. Put to sleep. Still going to be Clutchy there to try and sweep up, but not going to happen. It's all now down to Andy and Jungle. And Jungle finds 2 kills. This is looking magnificent. It's all now down to Jungle. But the jungle must come to an end.
Yeah, Kremen's Disciples got the hedge clippers, it would seem, and slowly carved their way into a match point and series point here, Matt. As we've alluded to throughout this entire map, this is the final one of this series, and Kremen's Disciples now 1 away from closing it out here. You can see on the cams, Marsh, Myth talking amongst themselves. You can see what this means. Jungle, Andy talking amongst themselves to what do Meow Meow bring to these next few rounds. They're going to have to push to overtime to take us the distance here in this final map of this series.
See exactly what they can do here already, though. It seems the Bladestorm's been activated. Cloxy looking to just send it, take them all down. Ninim is gone, and so too will be the Spike, or maybe not. Clutchy trying to stop it, does so successfully, but loses their life. Andy at least finding 1 kill back onto my shoe there. Spike's gone down now. They know where Andy's playing from. They know what they need to do. It's all going to be down to Jungle, but that is it, everybody. Kremen's Disciples take away the series, going for gold, just like Magnet Brain, and they get it done.
Yeah, you can see finally a smile cracks the dial of Marsh. It was all business there for the Kremen's Disciples, but of course we finally get to see some signs of life. Beautiful stuff there from Kremen's Disciples. Overall, that was just such a hard-fought final map there and such a hard-fought series. A credit to Meow Meow. They played out of their minds to bring it to the distance they did.
Really impressed overall with what they've been able to achieve, Tony, and props to them for really just taking it to the Disciples there. You could see exactly what they were capable of all throughout that series there, and honestly, it could have been anyone's game towards the end. I'm eager to see maybe more of them coming into the future, but alas, congratulations to the Disciples for managing to push their way towards victory in the end.
Yeah, that's a start that the Kremen's Disciples are after, a 1-0 on their board, and unfortunately for Meow Meow, it's an 0-1 to their board. But, you know, as we said, it was a close series there. Of course, we saw 13-10. The first map was so very close. Meow Meow just really out for blood this entire series. We went to Icebox. We saw what they're capable of when you give them those explosive entry picks there. Of course, Ninim really started to find his form there in those last 2 maps and really started to bring it home there for Meow Meow. But unfortunately, the Kremen's Disciples shut them out this time.
Yeah, it just seems that confidence is key there, but the Disciples know exactly what's going to be happening. And speaking of the Disciples, I think we've got a player from the Disciples here and now. Welcome, Marsh. How are you feeling after the game, man?
Oh, we appeared to be struggling there. We couldn't quite get audio there from Marsh. Hopefully we'll look to maybe remedy that in a quick bit. But Matt, I have to say, Marsh, from the looks of that interview, he was very chuffed with himself. You can see at the end of that series, Marsh was like, all right, it was a rough one, but we got there in the end. And of course, that's a credit to Kremen's Disciples as a roster. They've been together for so long. They're able to get through when it gets really, really tough, and they're able to bring it home.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from the series overall, guys. We got another one on our hands soon, but whilst we get that one prepared, we are going to head to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be back before you know it.
We are finally here after a long year.
Order, take the W again here.
It's exciting stuff, dude. It's been a long time coming.
We have got some absolute banger matches on tonight.
Potentially a game changer, but you have no idea what will win.
Oh!
Could be
Spike down.
doing all the damage with this Garrett.
Oh, what?
It's only nice extramating a last 1v1. Dash is available and Ronski.
Oh my god.
You got to use your talent to show that you're better than them, not your ego.
Clutchy, he's got Disco lined up. There it is.
I think my entire team is probably better than everyone else on any other team.
Tux and Disco locking it down right now. They don't even phase him yet.
Gonna be ticking it to halfway there. Still playing to a T and time falls through.
Where does Shuffle go? Scroll needs this. Scroll needs this, and he will find it. Mac, that might have been one of the most impeccable aces I've seen. Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a sneaky play. No! Oh my god! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! A shooting! Oh my word!
Welcome back, everybody, to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, day number 2. My gosh, we had an absolute ripper of a first series there between Meow Meow and the Crimmer's Disciples, Tony. What a way to start things off.
Yeah, what a way to kick off the opening for both those teams in Group B. And, of course, now we go back over to Group A, and it's going to be a little bit of the same affair here, I feel. Because, of course, both these teams, of course, respectively, Honey Badgers and Bonkers, very strong results recently. Of course, Bonkers have been one of arguably the best teams right now. And, you know, Honey Badgers as well, apparently, from what we heard, also a formidable foe.
Let's take a look at exactly how these teams are going to shape up right now as we see Honey Badgers here. The new kids on the block. It is going to be Suave, Jelly D, Fulvus, as well as Milky and Cream, Tony. And I'm eager to see what they're made of.
Yeah, this is a very capable, and from what everybody said, this is the roster to, you know, kind of bet your underdog on here, because they're very, very strong here. Of course, I've seen what Fulvus is capable of. Cream, very explosive entry duelist, and as well Suave, very smart on the smokes and a very smart controller overall. And of course, they're going against a revered roster as well, Matt. There is no heavy hitters that aren't in this server right now.
Yeah, so grab your bats out, it would seem. Bonkers are coming at you here. We got Minimize, Scroll, Tix, Nice Hacks, and RDW. Definitely seen a few of these players across some of the more dominant rosters in the region in previous instances. So I'm keen to see how these guys play together as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting because you look at this roster and it's a lot of makings of a few of the kind of higher tier caliber teams that you know, maybe went their separate ways. Of course, Scroll, formerly of Mind Freak, Minimize, Tix, I believe also, of course, formerly of another different roster, Nerdnext, Nice Hacks, and of course RD from Legacy and X Wildcard respectively. And you know, RD's actually just a recent addition. They didn't quite play for. They did actually play with him for the Open Qualifiers. He is very, very new, and I imagine Bonkers have had to put a lot of work in to implement RD into their strategy.
I feel like with the power of RD, that might be an easy addition there. But speaking of players from each roster, let's take a look at our head-to-head here to see who's going to be the top dogs to look out for. And it looks like it is going to be Fulvus on the side of Honey Badgers, followed by Minimize on the Bonkers side. And Tony, why are these the players we need to see?
These, I guess, you know, normally we'd go for the kind of duelist meta. It'd be arguably probably Nice Hacks versus Cream. But, you know, I kind of wanted to take a step back and look at, you know, the util players here for both these rosters. Of course, Fulvus, normally what we see out of him is the Viper and the KJ. Minimize, kind of a very similar agent pool as well. Cypher sometimes, maybe the KJ, and also sometimes that Viper recently. And of course, you look very statistically, it's good for Fulvus because you know, he's had the pleasure of playing in a different league and of course get those stats really, really going. But of course, it's up to the util players here to really lead their teams to victory this evening.
We'll see if they can carry the flag there and push their way to the top. But speaking of the top, let's top it off with the maps that we are going to be seeing into this series as we do go through the vetoes right now. Already seeing a couple of bans come through. Ascent and Split are going to be the first couple banned out. Hello there, good friend.
Ooh.
It's going to be Fracture being the first one picked out by Bonkers there, followed by Icebox. We've been there before. We're going back again, followed by a ban of Bind and Breeze. So that leaves the decider in Haven. So almost an identical map selection to our first series, bar the differing factor in Fracture there.
Yeah, I think this was a heavy read from the Bonkers roster. Of course, we saw what Honey Badgers are capable of, even just in open qualifiers. 3-0 untouched on Ascent, so more than of course, a smart ban there. But of course, Honey Badgers then going for the split to ban is a very interesting one. We haven't seen, of course, Bonkers actually play that map in the qualifiers either. So split maybe just they don't want to play it themselves, so they get rid of it out of the pool. But Matt, as you've alluded to, Fracture's our first map here by Bonkers, and well, it's the first time we probably get to see it here in VOT.
Yeah, I'm so excited to actually see what these teams are capable of on the map of Fracture. You know, maybe we see some sneaky plays come through. Maybe it's all just stock standard, but nonetheless, it's exciting. And I'm sure that teams have been practicing this map throughout their scrims and just really trying to put it into their own respective map pools, because I know some teams, they do tend to stray away from one map or the other, but it's nice to see that we are seeing these teams really look to just send it full force into Fracture and just bring it into the light of day as much as possible.
Yeah, and of course, to take you through the tail end here of the vetoes, Bonkers, banning out Bind, I guess, might not be comfortable on that map just quite yet. Of course, they just got RD in, and maybe, that was a default call that Bind's kind of a very strategic map. We saw out of the Crim as Disciple, so many splits, so many teleporters being taken, so many different rotational plays you can go for, and maybe that's not what Bonkers are ready for quite yet. Of course, Honey Badgers taking away Breeze, I feel a little bit of an interesting one as well. Maybe, again, another pick that they probably don't want to play, of course. Haven't seen too much Breeze out of Bonkers, the current 50% win rate, 1-1. And of course, the side of being Haven, not too bad for either roster. Of course, we've seen Haven, unfortunately, 0-1 for the Honey Badgers. And, well, I feel favorable for Bonkers because they've actually got a W behind themselves on that map.
Definitely can inspire some confidence there, obviously having a W on the board in terms of the statistics, but obviously with limited data available for the teams, it can be rough to calculate exactly who's going to be able to come out on top here, because obviously, both teams respectively still pretty fresh, but I'm eager to see exactly what they're going to be able to achieve as they do start to establish themselves a bit more into the region and able to put a few more results onto the board there. Regardless, though, I'm wondering exactly what's going to come out from both sides heading into Fracture, whether it's a pretty close affair like we saw out of the last series, or whether we do see maybe a more one-sided endeavor here. Do you think that this one might meet up to the pacing that we saw in that last series, Tony, or do you think maybe it's going to take a shape of its own?
It's hard to tell, really, because, of course, Honey Badgers have exploded through the open qualifiers as this kind of new kid on the block mentality. Of course, everybody's got their eyes on Honey Badgers as to be, one of those teams that really puts up numbers here in this Group A. But, of course, they have to deal with heavy hitters. We already saw Order Fun Crew go toe-to-toe yesterday. They're in that group here with the Honey Badgers and as well with Bonkers, who arguably, you look at their roster on paper, very workings of a strategic kind of play style. Of course, you got Minimize, used to be IGL for all his respective rosters as well. RD, I believe, used to do a bit of calling here or there for the X-Wildcard roster as well. And, that's a lot of callers under one roof, and it's going to be up to how they really work out who's really the primary caller and who's really calling the shots here.
Yeah, it's important to be able to set up those roles, isn't it? Because even when, say, maybe the primary in-game leader does actually fall, at least they have that backup option because they have such a diverse pool of talent who has experience in that role. So then if someone might be lacking in one instance, then at least they have someone else there to pick up the slack. But we are just still setting up the game, guys. So whilst we do hurry the players into the server, we will just head to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be back in a jiffy. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Oceania Tour, day number 2. Thank you so much for your patience there. We still are just getting the players into the server here, but we will kick things off in due course here. But Tony, I reckon this game's going to be pretty exciting, to say the least. You know, we've got the underdog there in the Honey Badgers. I feel like there's a lot of hype behind them. You know, maybe they're a bit of a crowd favorite, you'd say.
Definitely would have to say so, Matt. After, you know, a few of the players give me a little bit of an insight as to how scrims have been going. Honey Badgers have been doing super, super well. And of course, it's not every day you get to hear, you know, even like teams like, I believe, Mind Freak even paying them respects. Honey Badgers are a top tier roster according to all these guys. And, well, it's up to them to prove it here on the server this evening. Of course, the qualifiers prove that they're capable of. They took down very respectable rosters on their way to a first seed berth from the open qualifiers. Of course, we saw them take down Cripple's Disciples. I believe Meow Meow as well stood in their way, and they handled them without a doubt in their mind.
It's nice to see that they can handle them gracefully there, be able to just remain calm at all points and just go for what they came for, which is to take victory and prove themselves to the region. Really proud of what they've achieved so far, but this is the beginning of the road, and the true tests are still ahead of them as they press on to try and be the best roster they possibly can be. And Tony, we saw a bit of, you know, bit of the new agent coming through into the last series. Do you feel like maybe we see a few more unique picks like that coming into this one as well?
It's going to be interesting. As you, of course, alluded to, we saw a lot of Chamber, actually. 2 out of the 3 maps we saw was a Chamber pick from either side. And, you know, I feel maybe for Bonkers, not so much. I feel they're kind of a team that's very regimented. They know what they want to play. They have already, like, you know, their ideal setups here. But, of course, Honey Badgers, we don't know a lot about it. Of course, as, you know, we've alluded to, a few of these players have played competitively previously. Of course, Suave with actually the old Criminal's Disciples roster way back in the day. Forvis, of course, from Kraken, I believe, way back. Cream used to be with Fury. And, you know, it's kind of a lot of heavy hitters and a lot of slept-on players for me. I feel Honey Badgers, of course, a lot of respect needs to be shown here to their roster because, you know, there's some very heavy hitters here. Jelly D, we saw put up some numbers. Milky as well. In the qualifiers alone, some explosive performances out of them. And, well, Bonkers, I feel it's up to them to pay respects and it's up to Honey Badgers maybe to surprise here.
We'll see what surprises are going to come through as we get into the agent picks. Honey Badgers already coming in full force there, taking out the Viper, Raze, Cypher, Astra, as well as the Breach. And Bonkers looking to pick up the Cypher, Viper, the Raze, hovering the Breach there. Looking to see the Astra as well. Could actually just see a full Nera matchup, quite frankly, Tony. And I wouldn't put it past them, but do you have a bit of insight as to why they're going for these picks on Fracture?
This is... yeah, the ideal Fracture comp. I have to say, there's nothing really I can really say about the teams personally, why they're going for these kind of comps, but this is the Fracture comp as best as we've seen it. Of course, you've seen it through the qualifiers, Astra, Breach, Cypher, Raze, Viper, bringing so much util. Of course, Raze, the kind of space maker duelist, able to flush out specific corners that maybe you need for a site take or a potential retake even. And of course, you know, Breach, Viper, so much util power as well with the Astra, just able to flush corners out, flush positionings out for both sides, and that's why we're kind of seeing a heavy util-oriented comp for both on Fracture here.
Certainly eager to see that utility coming into play here, Tony, as we do push our way into the game here tonight. It looks like players just going to be preparing themselves for the moment, obviously using the little zip line at the bottom of the map for the time being, just trying to prepare themselves for action, see exactly what they can bring to the table. Looks like this time, differentiating from last series, everyone's mostly just picking up a Ghost here.
Yeah, it's going to be about these cheeky little head taps. But of course, Matt, we're live. Map 1, Fracture, first time we get to see it in bot. It's Bonkers versus Honey Badgers for your Group A matchup for this evening here. Jelly D sensing an early amount of presence here from the side of Bonkers, of course. It's also a little interesting thing to note. Nicehack's actually opting to play the Raze for his side. Normally we see him on the Jet. Normally we see him
well, only on that agent, of course. Then, of course, his previous rosters, it would be Duddy, kind of flexing that secondary duelist. But Soul Duelist, up goes the ladder, and down go Nice Hacks. RD trades a pack on a GLED and looking for an entry into this B site. There's so much cover given for Bonkers to just kind of walk in here. His Honey Badgers are playing on the outside of the site for the moment.
Looks like they're just going to take their time trying to get onto it. Now trying to see if they can venture their way through Canteen towards the site. Figuring out exactly how they want to approach this. At least they've got the breach there to try and use some of their options and abilities to stop them in their tracks. Scroll going to be able to take down Milky though. Good trade there from Cream. Taking out one with the bullet, other with the paint shells. Fulbus and Suave joining in as well. And that is going to be all she wrote about that one, Tony. Rounds done and dusted. They clean up house and take away the first.
That's a very interesting retake to come in. You saw Honey Badgers just play that as passive as possible. They lost a few early duels, and you know what? They sat kitchen, and they sat CC, and they sat, of course, near the generator, and just waited for the time to pounce, and it was a perfect swing to come through, and Bonkers just didn't quite have the util ready to hold for that one there. It's the first round for the Honey Badgers for the moment. Spectres straight out of their arsenal. Bulldog 2 for Suave, and you know, it's interesting to see Cream already leading the charge.
Yeah, Cream striking with an iron fist there, looking to see if they can make their enemies scream. And they might just find success in that endeavor. But as we set things up into this round, they are just going to be settling into their default position for the time being. Spike going to be on the ground at the moment. No one looking to pick it up until perhaps they find a pick or two. I respect the patience being actually brought out from both of these teams for the moment, though. No one's wanting to give anything away, give anyone that slight advantage, because that could just be one way or another for your enemies to storm past you. As we talk about it, though, it looks like the attackers are going to be pushing their way through towards the arcade position. Looking to see if they can find any players. Jelly D going to be hiding at the back of the box there. No one spotted him yet, but he does spot one player through the poison wall there. RDW taking out Milky. Good trade from Jelly D. Not for long though. RD coming in strong and does take one back. Securing the advantage for the Bonkers there. And we'll see if they will be able to pick up the spike now, go for the plant, or whether they left it behind to employ a different strategy and maybe send their efforts A instead. Looks like one of them is going to end up dead in the meantime, though.
30 seconds left.
That's an interesting little sound cue. Of course, you heard the Viper pick up the util. Minimize thought he was safe to walk out, and a quick little turn of attention from Fulbus. You can see now Bonkers able to get the spike down the fault line, just missing. Nice Hacks is out in the open for the moment. Tix is going to be able to get that spike down. Now 2v2 retake here for the Honey Badgers. One onto Tix. But now they have to deal with Nice Hacks holding from Tower, and Suave. It's going to hold for the swing, perfectly baited out on the tap on the defuse. Second round to Honey Badgers to kick it off here in Fracture, Matt. Very strong stuff.
Good start from them, but now this does open up an opportunity for Bonkers to pick up their full-way here. Already seeing the primaries picked up by them. Even seeing a bit of armor to back them up. We'll see what they can manage to come up with, though, in that regard, as they do have options to play with. But in the meantime, their opponents, they're just going to be pretty calm with it. They can just hold on to the weapons from the previous round and not look to deliver too much else into it. I'm eager to see exactly what kind of response is going to be brought to the table now, though, as it looks like Bonkers are actually trying to go for a split A play here. Already seeing a couple on towards the gate side of things, just diverting attention, but they may be pincered upon by their opponents, considering Tix now going to be shut down. RDW luckily does find the shutdown themselves, but will be meeting their maker. In the meantime, though, their teammates have managed to gain space on the site, should be able to get that spike planted down, but they're going to be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers.
Yeah, you can see Honey Badgers really kind of abusing that. You can play aggressive on this defense side, Matt. You can go for crazy pushes like that over towards Dish or even through the hallway. Now it's up to Bonkers, 3 members strong Scroll, and minimizing the site, of course. It's going to be Nice Hacks playing off of the info given. It's going to be a high-angled Seiken. Good trade from Nice Hacks. Swing from Hall. Perfectly takes out Jelly D and Fulbus. Now it's up to Suave, who's shown be a very clutch player when under the pressure, but he has to deal with Nice Hacks. He also has to deal with the jiggle from Scroll. And it's not going to be able to
do much about it. Nice sacks with a 3 to close it, the first on the board for Bonkers.
A great comeback there for Bonkers, managing to take their first round, potentially of many more. We'll see exactly what is going to come out of this one. Looks like both teams have an ultimate each this time, so I'm eager to see perhaps if Suave might look to bring out the Rolling Thunder there, or maybe we see something a little bit more from RDW from the Neural Theft. All are going to be put to play pretty soon. It looks like we are going to see just a slight tech pause to come through for the moment, though. Just trying to resolve an issue or two. So let's take a look at some of the players in the meantime. Already just seeing the focus on the faces of the Honey Badgers here. They're looking pretty fired up, Tony.
Yeah, Jelly D's leaning in very, very heavy right now. He wants this game, but of course, as you said, technical pause here for Bonkers while we sort some issues out. You get to look at the cameras here. We get to see what young Fulvus. Of course, I've heard a few players around the scene herald him as the god. It used to be a beam, but it might not be a meme anymore. Fulvus has gotten very, very good very, very quickly. He's a sharp individual player, putting in the hours, and I have to say I respect it here. Of course, going over to the Bonkers roster, that's I believe that is Tix's roof. A few of the players. Oh, Tix is back. Hey Tix, how you doing? Welcome back. He's kind of drinking water, man. He's gonna stay hydrated.
I think Minimize is a bit focused.
Yeah. Minimize is lightning focused, man. Look at how close
he'd win the staring contest. That's for sure.
I'd give him gold medal for that. He's absolutely nailed that one. But Milky Cream, you can see focused as ever here. But of course, Honey Badgers, very strong start to this game overall. Fracture, of course, this was the pick of Bonkers, and for Honey Badgers to kind of come out of the gate swinging with a few early rounds shows that they're not really scared of the strategical prowess here from the Honey Badgers. Oh, sorry, from Bonkers.
Looks like we are going to be getting into the action, though. Ooh, that was a bit spicy. The boom bot there almost managing to find its mark, almost getting that explosion. Not going to happen this time, though. And so we will see Bonkers trying to venture their way towards the A side again, to have Tix as well as RDW holding the back line for the time being. Not looking to give anything away as yet. Also using a boom bot of their own, it would seem, to try and clear some space. Not going to be finding anyone, unfortunately. At least they do manage to use their utility, though. Rolling Thunder coming through as well to try and displace some of the attacking players, it would seem. Not going to find too much out of it, though, on the Honey Badgers side, but at least they've stopped the attack for the time being. This does now limit the time that Bonkers has available to try and go for an attack.
Yeah, you can see that they're really thinning out the clock here and forcing Bonkers to go for a rotation on the Honey Badgers. So you can see there's already a Viper Wall been tossed up by Skrull there for the side take, and now 30 seconds they already have the tripwire here for the flank. And it's going to be up to how explosive they can land this entry. Jelly D sitting up on top of tower might be looking to re-aggress and kind of take a more tradable position here when Milky walks through the Astral Star. Jelly D holding on the other side of the cage, looking for a little bit more, but nice tax to stop it. Showstopper comes out. The party is not popping right now. The music has been turned off. But for the moment, the plant will go down. It's 3v3 retake scenario and make it 3v2 now for the Honey Badgers.
Things are looking a little bit better, it would seem, for Bonkers as Nice Axe gets one kill. One traded back by Cream, though. Now all going to be down to Nice Axe and Minimize. Nice Axe pretty low. Their teammate does manage to land a blow, though, but Cream pulls through. One-on-one situation now, going straight for the defusal. Minimize thinks he's baiting it. If he'd held it, he actually would have got it. But no, he's played himself. Doesn't know where Minimize is coming from. He gets the kill. Cream streaming ahead. Taking away the round for Honey Badgers. Oh my gosh, Tony!
Yo, he's doing that with absolute confidence, Matt. He had the pinpoint precision there for the wallbang onto Minimize. And of course, as you said, if he stuck it fully, he just would have got it. He would have baited out Minimize perfectly. But Cream, as we said, an explosive duelist, and that's why you want to see it. Very, very sharp individual performance to start this map off. Already 6-2. Matt Showstopper of his own available, and a huge clutch to start this one off. Honey Badgers looking in good form.
Definitely playing good footy, that's for sure, Tony. And we'll see if they can keep it up, pushing through into the rest of this matchup. Looks like this time around, though, Bonkers are going to try and make an attempt towards the B side. Already getting a bit of information with the boom bot there. Know that there's a player lurking close by. I like how they play this divide and conquer strategy, though. They approach the site from many different angles and just try and overwhelm their opponents with information. It's really nice in practice, but it just seems like the defenses on the Honey Badgers side are just too strong for the moment. They've got all these angles covered. They're ready for them, and they could even be more prepared for them as Bonkers try and head towards the site again.
Ooh, I don't know if that was a misplacement of the blast packs, but he's up the tower now. Jelly D caught behind a cage. Knows exactly where they are. Has RD popped the neural theft on the way into the B site, but still, Honey Badgers are here to retake. Fault line being held. Milky thinking about going up this wire here. He's actually going to catch RD. RD dinked him too. He's down to 20 points of HP. Honey Badgers coming in quickly. It's another bit of util dumped here. Swab sends out that lovely little concussion. The Swab takes another. It's now up to Nice Hash. Showstopper from Cream for good measure. And Honey Badgers again on the retake, Matt. Find 4.
Just really clean retakes, honestly, coming through from them at the moment. Like, sure, they give a little bit of control, but they know how to take it straight back. It's like a bait and switch strategy, you know? They manage to allow their opponents to get that spike down, but then they manage to zone them out of the site just as quickly. Really impressed with them so far, but they're going to have to remain consistent if they do want to try and find victory here in this matchup. Bonkers now, though. Still looking to come into this one feistily. They do have a full buy behind them. A couple of ultimates to play with as well in the Viper's Pit and the Cosmic Divide there. Can easily try and isolate a site once they get that spike planted.
You can see kind of how confident Honey Badgers are to just play for the retake here. Minimize walking through the tunnel. Might almost find a lineup, but Fulvis, I think he's lucky stars he gets away with it. It's info, and Spike's still down in the tunnel. Nobody here to retrieve it for the moment for Bonkers. Fulvis now going to be tucking behind the arcade box. He's going to swing out. Nice Hack's not expecting it. He thought he was up in the tower, sorry. RD trades it back. But this is still Bonkers getting caught off guard by Honey Badgers, Matt.
Looking good so far. 3 versus 3, though. We'll see if they can catch them off guard again, as there are only 50 seconds remaining in this round now. Bonkers moving towards a territory of desperation. Will they need to press onto the site, but can't afford to clear things properly here. This could prove to be their undoing, however. Looks like we are going to see a Cosmic Divide being used now by the Bonkers side. Should easily allow them to push their way onto the side, get a plant down, and it looks like they're getting kills alongside it. Great shots from RDW. Dix almost finding shots back. Not going to happen, though, as it looks like Cream takes them out. RDW clean with it, getting the trade. 4 kills in the round, and a really nice response from Bonkers.
Yeah, a credit to RD with his shots, but also a credit to Tix. That was a perfectly set up gravity well there, forcing 2 players of Honey Badgers into the snare, and the trap was triggered. RD pounced at the moment he could use it. And Bonkers able to find a second on the board now, Matt. Honey Badgers have been answered. Actually, economy's been broken too. This is a rough circumstance now going into the early stages of this first half for them.
No charges left.
See if the Honey Badgers might have ran out of steam after that one, or whether it is just a lucky coincidence from the side of Bonkers. So we do push into the round, and Milky actually starting off strong with the Sheriff there, finding 1 kill, looking for another. Nice Hack's going to respond though. Scroll going down on the other side of things. Jelly D not able to find much else, however, but it's still going to be the defenders taking the man advantage here, taking out player after player with these Sheriffs. They've also managed to pick up the Phantom there as well. This could prove useful, but now it's going to be 2-on-2 as Cream gets isolated there. Fulvis and Suave, last 2 defenders standing. Sheriff and a Phantom to their name, and they have Nice Hacks and Minimize to deal with.
Yeah, they're both up now. Oh, Nice Hacks almost caught again. Not looking the right way, not expecting Honey Badgers to be so primed and ready to go. Beautiful flash, though, sets up the Nice Hacks to find the 4th. The Showstopper comes out. A little bit of an overexpenditure. He's going to jump over the top of Fulvis. He's going to get the ace, Matt, but he kills himself in the process. It's he technically got a 6k there if he counts himself.
Beautiful ace there from Nice Hacks and another round on the board for Bonkers. I'm so confused about that one.
I mean, I respect it, man. You know, you're so dedicated to it. You just go down with a ship, man. That's teamwork, Tony. Teamwork. Love it. Great stuff there from Nice Hacks. We'll see if we find a few more plays like that coming into the future rounds, though. Great to see that they have managed to build a couple of round streak up for Bonkers as a result of that, though. But obviously, we are going to see the Honey Badgers side now be back onto a full buy themselves, so this could be their chance of recovery as well. Looks like the attackers now are going to be using their ultimates, though. Rolling Thunder to come through to clear some space towards that A site, allowing them to push through Rope and Main now to see if they can manage to drain out these defenders and get that spike planted straight down. Looks like Nice Axe and Cove got a tight grip over it, and the defenders are separated by smokes.
Poison Orb as well. Straw stopping Cream from peeking from that rope side of things, but he drops on and drops the shot straight to the head. Flash comes out, but Jelly D not blind. Perfectly lined up then. Minimize. Caught on the stairs, and Suave will trade it back, and there's the Rolling Thunder. Here comes the retake in from the Honey Badgers. Player back, a sight ticks left to hold it down. RD now 1v2. Fulbus towards Link. Another player on the site here. The spray almost lands there. Crazy stuff. But Suave able to hold his nerve. Almost, but close. No cigar. RD. Unfortunately, it's going to be another round to the Honey Badgers.
And there we have it. Honey Badgers do manage to band together in the end. Full buy working out for them. And they get the defusal in the end. Not getting the round for free, though. Impressed with just how much economic damage Bonkers managed to deal to them into that round there. Sure, Bonkers probably going to be on a bit of an eco into this one, but Honey Badgers aren't looking so hot after that last one either. They're picking up like a couple of Spectres. They do have enough for at least another Phantom there, but it's not the prettiest buy from either team here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a dicey one here. Of course, it's still... You know, we're getting into the later stages of this half, Matt. It's 5-3, and you can only afford to give so many rounds over here. You can see Nice Hacks primed and ready with the Sheriff at the fault line. The Tremor comes in, and the paint shells to follow suit. Forces Bonkers a little bit back. Cream actually gets a killing blow with that one on a Nice Hacks. There's a lot of trading from these razors, but Cream has just come out on top on every avenue.
And we'll see if Cream will be able to continue to come out on top here, leaving us now in a 5-on-4 situation. Looks like Bonkers are going to be pushing through a main now, trying to get onto the side. Fulbus will be there to try and stop them. Spotting out one player, getting the kill, almost finding one back. And seems Tix has actually found Fulbus. Luckily, Cream was there, but Cream's gone. It's all going to be now down to Scroll. Left to try and do it all on their lonesome. At least they did pick up the submachine gun there and the Spectre. Might be able to find a few more kills. Has a pretty decent amount of time to try and engage onto the side here, but ultimately might just try and go for kills instead, considering just how trapped the spike truly is for the moment. Still just considering their options through towards that main and hall position, though. Trying to see if they can spot anybody who might be nearby to try and at least create some kind of opportunity for themselves. Toxins are going to be low. Smoke's dissipated. This could be an opportunity for Scroll, but not today. Suave shaves away the round and takes it now. 6-3 in Honey Badger's favor.
That was a beautiful double swing there at the end. It's just a small team please out of the Honey Badgers right now. You can see Coach Jordation here for Bonkers. Of course, the 8-time repping his roster well with a tactical timeout, Matt. We need this out of Bonkers right now because nothing seems to be going their way. They've found a few rounds here or there, but Honey Badgers have answered back so quickly and just so forcefully too. You can see on the scoreboard 12-6 for Cream, but Suave as well up there. One of arguably the smartest kind of controller players I've seen out of the region. He's up there with the likes of Jungle Wow, and you know, it's always to accredit some of the controller players that kind of get slept on a little bit in favor of the Doors, because Cream's having a great game, but Suave definitely leading his team to victory with some of these retakes.
Yeah, really impressed with some of these players so far, Tony. I can see exactly why these are the crowd favorite here on the Honey Badgers side, because they're just working really well together. And it's really impressive to see that there is still new blood out there. You know, it's not just going to be the same teams over and over again. There's new untapped talent, and they're looking to prove themselves here. But speaking of talent, we are going to be into an unpause now, so we will see all of the talented players coming back at you once again here, looking to just prepare themselves all over the respective sites here. Both teams, they got 2 ultimates apiece, Cosmic Divide on both, followed by the Showstopper on the Badgers side, as well as the Viper's Pit on the Bonkers side of things.
Yeah, it's going to be now what have Bonkers really opted to talk about during this pause here. The hit's been a little bit shaky maybe, or Honey Badger's just really, really good at these retakes here. The post plant might not be paying off for Bonkers sometimes here. At the moment, taking a sizable amount of hall control here towards A main. I'm going to pop out the wire. The wall is in play. Jelly D is the top of the site. Cage start. And Concussed up is nice hacks. Viper's Pit is now gone down on this side, but it's the Bonkers Viper's Pit. Suave takes out RD in the return, but Bonkers are finding these kills. Tix able to take another on the flank, and now it's up to Fulvis and Milky in the 2v4 situation. Viper's Pit gives full cover here for Bonkers to just sit calm and patient and wait for Honey Badgers to come to them.
Certainly trying to exercise their patience at the moment, but just how far can it truly wear? Honey Badgers still waiting for some kind of an opportunity. No one giving it to them though. Milky might be able to find at least one player on the exit here. Still just exercising their patience as we touched on earlier. Through towards the A drop position. Have dropped down now though, trying to catch somebody on the exit. They actually catch Minimize, looking for another one though. They catch it. Scroll's gone. Nice comeback there towards the end from Milky. 2 for the price of 1. Not bad. Will make a pretty decent impact on the economy of Bonkers, but just how much will it truly make in the grand scheme of things? That is going to be tested right here, right now. 2 rounds to go in this half, Tony. And the Honey Badgers are already pulling ahead.
Yeah, well, as you said, economic situation there. You can see RD forced the light shields off of that, and, well, for Honey Badgers, 6-4, not too bad, but they ideally want as many rounds as possible going into this attacking side. You can see, really toxical about a scroll ticks. Trying to take some early tree control over at this B side of the map. Bonkers playing this one a little bit more default, maybe expecting Honey Badgers to push to them, but Honey Badgers have changed up their play. They're going for a little bit more of a slow and methodical approach. They're looking to hold a side rather than really take the kills against Bonkers right now.
It's really important to have that adaptability as well, Tony, because if you just go for the same thing over and over again, your opponents are going to identify a pattern there. And then they're going to be able to overcome that challenge themselves. Looks like Bonkers do have an idea or two about where Kareem's going to be playing, though. Trying to go for a shot, not going to be able to land it. Does actually go for the paint shells. Does manage to find the kill with the showstopper there. So, unfortunate they had to resort to such measures. But, I mean, hey, man, a kill's a kill. 1 for 1 for the time being. Could change to more. Nicely done by Jelly D. The Trapwire actually finding a scroll there. It does allow them to get a kill. Cosmic Divide actually going to be activated, though, on the Honey Badger side of things, it would appear. So now they're trying to cut the attackers off from each other. It actually works out. Suave finding the kill there. A few more to be found as well, and it all works out in the end. Minimize Shaw coming out with 2 on the trade, but it's not going to be enough to rain on their parade there. So the side of Honey Badgers will be able to take away another round and secure a definitive lead towards the closure of this first half. 1 more round to go. Will we see 8-4 or 7-5? It's all going to be up to these teams.
Yeah, and Matt, to look at that one in the broader spectrum there, you can see so much unit still at that B-side from arguably both rosters. You saw cages, tripwires, everything, of course, from the Cypher. And then, of course, for the Viper Snakes by Toxic Orb. It's just a lot to retake. It's a lot to take into as well. You can see that Bonkers are currently struggling. You know, they're not struggling to get the plant down. They're struggling to hold it here, Matt. And you can see that's where Honey Badgers are really flexing their muscles, is their ability to retake these sites off of Bonkers.
We'll see if we find some of that flexing potential again here, as it looks like Bonkers are going to be pushing through the B tunnel now. We're going to find some traction through towards the B site. Now they have activated the Rolling Thunder there. Not really going to catch anybody, though. LED hiding in the smoke there. Does actually find a kill, though. So it is going to be a good start. Fulbus actually finding another kill as well, whilst Jelly D does go down. There will now be a man advantage gained for the Honey Badger side of things even further now that Nice Axe has been taken out of the equation there. Tix and Minimize, the last two standing. Left to try and do it all up against these Badgers players. They do find one more kill onto Minimize. Tix trying valiantly to keep it going. Does get 2 kills. It's all going to be down to Swab now. Can Tix do it here? Setting up the Astral Stars to try and see if they can do something. Swab's just going to stick it though. He's holding it. It's getting close. No! Tix doesn't actually manage to get the kill in the end. But my gosh, Honey Badgers first don't fake. They take the round.
That is the bravest call from Swab there, to just stick it under the amounts of pressure, under the stars that Tix also had to put to play there. Beautiful call, securing 8th on the board here for Honey Badgers. As you said, Matt, it could have been 7-5, but it's actually going to be 8-4. And Suave showing up massively in this first game on Fracture, and Bonkers just out of their element right now, man. I don't know what to say. Honey Badgers just very good at these retakes. Now, of course, we swap the sides. It's attack the Honey Badgers. It's up to them to now prove that they can hold better in these kind of post-plant situations, because well, it seems these attacker sides are pretty easy to get to the site. It's just about how they hold.
Need to make sure they hold a tight grip over it, that's for sure. Pushing into this second half, though, it looks like Fulbus is actually holding for a push and does find it, but they get overwhelmed at 2 against 1, and the odds aren't looking so good. It does allow an advantage to go the way of Bonkers here. Honey Badgers now trying to see if they can venture their way through middle to see if they can push Canteen here. Minimize doing good stuff, blinding them out. Does actually get caught by Suave, though. Now the Badgers trying to see if they can run it back through towards the B site. The defenders in Bonkers are ready for it, though. They know where they're coming from. They've got shots off, but they actually get killed whilst trying to defend.
Now, Jelly D's sharp, man. Who would have thought Milky coming in onto the tower to Tix, taken down. Now it's Nice Axe and RD to retake it. The spike is already down. A few low HP bars. It's up to RD to isolate these duels. Beautiful paint shells lands on a Milky. That was one of the low players. Jelly Bean takes out RD in the process. Nice Axe down a duel of wits against his fellow Raves. He's going to back off. Cream just going to play a safer angle. Nice Axe down to 25 HP. 3 players hold here for the Honey Badgers. Swaps out the pistol. Maybe more bullets in the chamber. Finds Cream. But a quick trade from the Honey Badgers. Suave finds the shot to Nice Axe, and 9th on the board here for Honey Badgers on Bonkers map pick, man.
Things certainly looking dangerous right now. If you are on the Bonkers side of things, you do not want the Badgers to get any further rounds at this stage, because if they get closer and closer towards map point here, that could be map 1 done and dusted. We go next onto map number 2 in Icebox. We certainly don't want to head towards that territory. We want to have an absolutely abundant series. And so here we go, round number 2. Bonkers forcing it up a little bit with the Sheriffs, not going full send, but at least have firepower in case they meet one of their enemies eye to eye.
You can also see they're willing to play a little bit more closer and a little bit more aggressive, though. Milky catching out Scroll in the tunnel, sends the A players into rotation over towards this B site, but that actually sends Honey Badgers over to A, and RD, as we said, of course, getting very aggressive over towards main, now is the sole defender of this site. Milky on the other side of the map, just basing this entire rotation. Honey Badgers, though, slowing down the pressure, slowing down the pace. Really up to Bonkers to hold it now. RD in this close corner, the rotation back through the spawn. So that's how quickly you can rotate between the sides if you're a defender. Honey Badgers might be going back over to B now.
Certainly thinking about it. They do flash their way through. Tick's going to be hiding just towards the back of the site. And Tower does find 1 kill. Not going to be able to find another, though. Great trade from Suave. And they do manage to blast past them. Get that spike planted straight down. Looking to reposition, though, before they go for it. And they do spot Minimize. Say goodbye to Minimize, as a matter of fact. Flash is coming out again from Suave though, trying to make sure that Bonkers cannot get onto this site whatsoever. Leaving it all down to RDW now. 1 versus 4 situation. He's trying his best to be an absolute nuisance towards these Honey Badgers players. Keep them as close to the side as possible so then he can try and get some further kills here. Maybe come out of the round with a further weapon. No one going to be spotted by him as yet, though, as he creeps his way closer and closer here. Trying to see if he can spot someone. Does dish out a shot. Not going to get the kill, though. Cream secures it, and that is going to be double digits. Now handed to the Honey Badgers.
And double digits so quickly, I have to say. Fracture, of course, the pick of Bonkers once again. And, you know, Honey Badgers really are the new wave of talent here, it appears, in the VOC against so many veterans on this Bonkers side. Of course, as we said, RD, formerly of the wildcard roster, Minimize, has been around the block too on a very respectable roster. Scroll from Mindfreak, of course, Tix, formerly of, you know, a few different rosters, and actually formerly a duelist player, now to the Smokes. It's interesting to see that a lot of these teams during the player break have opted to swap
into this round right now, though.
Up their kind of styles here.
Just waiting.
And for the moment, Honey Badgers, this style just seems to be working for them on this map. And now we can see Tix in a situation is going to be walking through the hall for the moment. The Honey Badgers playing it a little bit slow and methodical. Is going to be Concussion coming out, and it's the site completely free for the taking here for the side of Honey Badgers. Bonkers now trying to hold it down, Minimize, able to catch Suave on the cross, but the spike is down here. Honey Badgers, suitable position to hold here. 1 player up on the dish, 1 in the back of the site, and a few just outside of the site. Bonkers now looking to retake this one against the Honey Badgers. Have been the kings of retake so far. Cream takes nice hacks, and it's a 4v4 situation now.
4 versus 4, looking to do some more. Cream takes 1 kill there, looking for another. Fulbus joining in. Great trade from Tix, though. Still need to find another one. Tix getting shut down by Cream, and it's all going to be down to RDW once again, holding towards the other side of the map, though. This is surely going to be a time to latibulate here for RD. Just keep a hold over that Phantom and see what they can do coming into these next few rounds. Obviously, maintaining ownership over that primary weapon certainly could be for the better, but we'll see what else is going to be coming into play as we push towards another round going in favor of the Honey Badgers. 2 more, and that is going to be map number 1 done and dusted. Bonkers, they can't afford to lose any more rounds. Jelly D clearly going to be on the way there, looking to set up with their team for their imminent attack.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's very interesting. 11-4. Of course, Bonkers, they do have a few guns forced. Guardian, Phantom in play. We can look to maybe group up and take an early pick, because right now, Honey Badgers really indicative of these picks. Honey Badgers all grouped up over towards the hall. Even going to be pulling Fulvus over in just a second here. Still has that Viper wall to cover the take to the site. Nice axe all the way pushed through dish. RD might not be expecting it. He's going to be playing close box. Camera to dish to help out his teammate. And here comes the wall. The concussion back sight. They have covered the corners. The cage goes up. RD now sees a few players. Honey Badgers entering in. Gets the first. Able to get away with like 1 HP. Matt, he's on the verge of death. RD living for the moment. So the spike will go down. Honey Badgers once again securing a plan at A, and it's once again Bonkers for the retake.
And Bonkers do actually manage to find a couple of kills there. Great start from them, but this is only the beginning. Jelly D and co still going to be alive and kicking. 2-1-5 though.
Oh.
Maybe this could be the answer. They try and go for the defusal. It's working out. Minimize. Uncontested. Ooh, almost went down. But no.
Oh.
Okay. Holy moly. Tony. That was crazy. Clean it up with a 5k between the two of them. My gosh, well done for Bonkers though. Isolating them long enough to get that defusal and get the round. They knew what they were up against.
Yeah, that was such great cover being given. And then, I don't know what happened there with Honey Badgers. I'm curious to see and understand what really broke down that round for them. Because of course, they had the ping, they had the lineup. They knew exactly where Minimize was defusing that spike. Just couldn't quite get the shots in because there were so many other players for Bonkers keeping
them on their toes and keeping them at bay. Minimize able to stick it fully. They all fell in the end, and that's very, very disastrous for the economy right now. Guardian out. Nice. Trying to land some shots, and now forced to back off. That's no armor for Nice either. The shield's not quite there. Rolling Thunder in return to send the Bonkers players packing from Hall. So much damage being dealt, and not really a lot of shots coming out in return from Bonkers.
Toxins going up.
Hopefully we find a few more shots coming out later into this game, Tony. If they lose 2 more rounds, though, that is going to be the end of at least this map. We will be pushing our way through towards Icebox here. Looks like they are just going to take their time with it, though, for the time being. Waiting to see what exactly each team has at their disposal there. Mostly the Honey Badgers sacked up towards the A main position. Do have at least one player on the drop, though, ready to pounce upon their opponents. No one giving up as yet, though, but there comes the Gravity Well, just trying to cause a distraction. Already a rotation is in order from the Bonkers players, and a counter rotation is coming through from Honey Badgers. Maybe Bonkers is aware, though. Suave goes down. Great trade from Minimize, and this is only the beginning.
Yeah, this is only the beginning of, well, Texas Reign of Tyranny with that Bulldog double on Jelly D in a full verse, but Milky snuck to spawn. Doesn't expect Nice in this corner. Double tap with Guardian. Now it's Raised v Raised with low HP. Nice with 27 and Cream with 39. Able to avoid the cross. Nice isn't going to expect him now over to the awards. Arcade, he goes down the rope. The sound cue might have been given. Nice checks that corner, but he also has to check tower. The party is on. The showstopper has been pulled. The tap has been called. Nice slowly making his way around, and the showstopper over the top. The kill goes the way of Cream. No defuse to come through. It's 12 match point here on Fracture already for the Honey Badgers, and perfectly played by Cream in that 1v1.
Wonderful stuff coming through there from the Honey Badgers as they do take us to map point, leaving Bonkers on basically an eco round as well. They are going to be picking up Sheriffs and the Marshal, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to really propel them towards the heights they need to reach in order to ascend their way to another round and potentially an overtime here. It's going to be a rough one, Tony. And we'll see if they can scrap themselves together to try and achieve greatness. Fulvus already taking down one, though, in Tix, and this is only the start of the round, already losing a player. This is not looking good.
It's not looking great here. The hit comes to A here. RD's quaking in his boots. He can hear Honey Badgers. He can see the warbane come through that box, but he lines up 2 perfect shots. That's what they need right now. It's all Bonkers need. Just some kills. Cream, explosive back into the entry onto this site. It's Minimize last left against 3. Hopes of Fracture still in the minds of Bonkers. The Viper's pick comes up. Fulvus goes for the swing. It's a 3 to close. 13-5. Convincing fashion. Honey Badgers take it over Bonkers.
What a way to start off this series, Tony. Honey Badgers take it away. Well done, gentlemen. You do manage to take away map number 1 there. They are looking happy with themselves, as you could just see on your screens there. So a great start. They come out of it with the 1-0 lead. I feel like maybe, though, we could see a bit of a fiery comeback from Bonkers, but who knows? Obviously, there's potential for anything, Tony. What do you feel maybe we could see coming forward, though?
It's going to be a lot of, I guess, a lot of heavy digging here for the Bonkers side, because, of course, appears Lightning does strike twice, Matt. Of course, I look over to my statistics, and Honey Badgers, you know, they actually took Bonkers very convincingly on this map in the open qualifiers, and it appears they still got that same kind of thunder here. And it's interesting to see, of course, looking at this map pick of Fracture, we got to see a lot of different kind of util players and agents really be picked up by both sides.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that they actually opted to go for like those differing sides of the agents there. Like obviously in the first series, you know, we saw a bit of Chamber actually come through. Obviously seeing the new agents coming through in the last series, but I'm curious to see if they're actually going to swap out the agents they employed into that first map coming into the second one, or whether they just opt to go for the default comp over and over again, Tony.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell. I feel Bonkers, there's going to be a lot of thought process going into this break. Of course, we saw what Fracture could have been if they were able to get it going. Honey Badgers kind of showed us how you play that comp on Fracture, how you go for these retakes, how you go for these kind of heavy util hits. And
it just all worked out for Honey Badgers, and hopefully we see Bonkers bounce back going into our next map pick. Matt, of course, it's Honey Badgers, and they're going to be feeling very cocky going into this next one.
Confidence is key, and we'll see just how much that confidence will come to hold true. Pushing into map number 2 on Icebox. Whilst we do make preparations to fly everyone into Icebox, though, we are going to be heading to a quick commercial break. So whilst we do get things set up, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it.
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Oceania Tour, day number 2. We just got out of the first map of the second series here between the Honey Badgers and Bonkers. My gosh, what a way to start it off there, Tony. Seeing that first map of a Fracture being picked out by Bonkers, actually going to be taken away by the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, and that was actually, you know, the first time we get to see Fracture at this kind of top 8 level of this VOT tournament. Of course, we've seen it in Open Quals, but of course, you know, we got to see it with the best of the best and, you know, what they're capable of. And Honey Badgers just, I have to say, man, and I give them a credit again, those retakes were absolutely sensational to see. And hopefully, you know, bringing it here to our Icebox, of course, our second pick here, seems to be a common theme for a few of these newer teams. And, you know, Icebox, not a bad pick in, you know, historics here for the side of Honey Badgers. I imagine that's why they've opted for this selection here. Of course, we look at their recent percentages. They're 2-0 on it, Matt. They've been undefeated here on this map of Icebox. It's going to be up to Bonkers to really show that they can bounce back after a rough first map.
Certainly going to be the true challenge for them coming through into map number 2 of Icebox here. And I'm eager to see maybe if they're a bit more confident on Icebox, considering, you know, they do have players of all different backgrounds coming into their team, which have quite an abundance of experience playing on the map of Icebox with their previous respective rosters. So maybe they bring some of that collective experience, and then they manage to really create some transformative strategies as a result of all of their, I guess, experience being culminated into one solid foundation there in this team. So I'm curious to see exactly how that's going to shape up here. But obviously, the side of the Badgers looking pretty confident, and we'll see if they're going to maintain that confidence as we head straight into map number 2, guys, of Icebox. And let's get into the agent picks.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, of course. As I said, this is kind of Bonkers' first official with RDW, and they need to show that, you know, this was kind of the change they wanted to go for. Of course, the most common comp they ran when they had Major on this kind of map was the Jet KJ, the Viper Sova, very, you know, heavy on the util. Of course, you know, it's interesting to see RD as a player, of course, has evolved from that kind of Sentinel util play. He's bringing out the Reyna for this game, Matt. He's feeling a little bit of duelist this time around.
I love to see it, Tony, and I hope we see a few more duelist picks coming in to the fray throughout the rest of the evening if we do go through to map at number 3. But alas, this is going to be it. We're going to kick things off on Icebox here, and I'm so excited to see just how these teams choose to play it out. Whether we see some similarities to our first series here, or whether maybe it's a more calm and collected type battlefield. Certainly going to be questions answered in due course here as we do push in to the wonderful map. Do love to see this wonderful fly through as well, just showcasing every little nook and cranny on this map here. Even seeing a snowman just hiding outside of the map, trying to sneakily look at their way in to see if what's going on inside the attacker's spawn there. Shout out to our observer for this evening, Crash, for showing all these wonderful sights.
Yeah, it's always cool to see that there's like a few small things that you maybe don't see as like a player perspective per se. You know, we get to see all the kind of little nooks and crannies outside of the map. And again, props to Crash for showing us all these cool angles and really being on point this evening, showing us all these crazy kills. We've seen so many crazy clutches. Of course, in last series, Cloxy, this series, you know, 2 from Cream. And for the moment, we're back into it. First pistol here of the second map. Minimize. Gonna be spawning up Cream. RD tucked in the corner, nobody checking it. And now Milky trying to make his way out through middle of the site. Fulbus catches RDW, but Bonkers, we got power in numbers for the moment. Map and very spread about are the Honey Badgers. It's very odd to see them like this after what we saw out of them in the first map. Jelly D gonna be picking up Scroll, gonna be standing out in the open, taking Minimize as well, gets his heal up, and Jelly D, almost like he didn't even take 2 fights. He's at full HP, the spike will go down, the wall to cover, and it's gonna up to be Tix already in the pistol to show some heroics.
We'll see if they will be able to pull through for their team in this 1 versus 2 situation. They are just going to be holding out through towards the defender spawn at the moment. Now pushing their way through towards the kitchen there. See if they can spot anybody towards the underneath the site there. No one going to be giving themselves away though. Both players playing towards that yellow box there. His steps will give him away, however. Trying to go for a defusal. Do spot both players now. Fulbus able to pull through in the end. And that is going to be round number 1 secured by the Honey Badgers.
Matt, that was a 2-4 in favor of Bonkers. And, well, Honey Badgers just pulled it out of thin air. It would seem beautiful trades
And beautiful position being taken by Jelly D and Fulvus. You can see 2-0 for both of their boards. Bulldogs straight away for Jelly D, halfway to that ultimate as well. RD, of course, we saw some beautiful picks to start this one off, but Honey Badger is just able to pull it back, it would seem, and we're now for Bonkers stuck on the pistols for this round. Probably this round alone, we'll expect to see a buy out of them in the next one. Just going to be playing very aggressive angles actually over towards B, but unfortunately, Honey Badgers understand that they can't be playing these close quarter engagements against Bonkers right now.
Looks like they are just going to play it pretty patiently, though. Looking to hold pretty closely, as you touched upon, through towards the B garage position and towards the green box there. Waiting to see if anyone is going to push towards B, but it looks like all hands on deck are going towards the A side for the Badgers this time. Looking to gain some information with the recon drone there. No one's going to be playing too closely, however, so at least they have free reign to venture only so far for the Badgers. They may actually spot Scroll rather in just a moment, as they do look to push up. Scroll giving themselves away with the Marshall, and this could be the beginning of a push.
It's looking likely 40 seconds on the clock, but, well, Honey Badgers are looking to rotate over towards B. Niceack still in this corner, RD backing off for the moment. Well, Honey Badgers is actually just a bait to A. They're still going to, a bait to B. They're still going towards A. Niceack has pushed through, a few pistol shots coming out, but Milky able to find a few Sheriff Spectre shots in return. Jelly D finding one, roaring with the Bulldog on the entry into this A site. Shot from Minimize to deny the plant, and they can't allow that. They need to be covering this Heaven walkout here in the rafter. Falls RDW. And now it's just Niceack. 4 players and the unthinkable, especially with them wielding these Spectres, especially with early Niceack with a classic. He's got a tailwind, is able to dash. Ooh, nice little flick on a Fulvus. Gets heavy amount of damage. Jump around the corner. Fakes the shots. Now, Honey Badgers have had enough. Niceack playing with his food a lot there, and Swab puts him down for good measure. An attempt was made, and I respect it. Niceack, but still 2 on the board for the Honey Badgers to kick this one off.
Good start there for the Badgers, but now Bonkers have an opportunity to get a buy of their own into the game as they pick up their respective rifles there. Some of them going to be stuck on light armor, though. That could come back to bite them heading into this round. Looks like, obviously, the Badgers are just going to maintain, their submachine guns. Less impactful weaponry, but still can make an impact. Alas, we'll see if they will be able to blast past them, though. Bonkers at least have a few more deadly tools to bring to the table this time. Looks like they're already seeing a bit of utility come out from their opponents, though, trying to get that suppressive fire through the poison cloud to see if anyone's on the other side of it. No one going to be spotted as yet, though. This does allow the Honey Badgers to move at least a little bit further forward, but they're playing this one pretty patiently, trying to bait out util from Bonkers before really trying to make an attempt towards a site.
Yeah, it's very default-esque. It's very reminiscent of, how Meow Meow really adapted to the game they were playing in the series they were in against the Criminal's Disciples. You saw just, all-out aggression in the first map. Honey Badgers, of course, a little bit less so, but now more default kind of play coming out here on Icebox. You can see Niceack still in this kind of off angle up on top of the green box. Here, the double stack. Honey Badgers making their way up through Tube, but Cream actually going to spot out Niceack, take him down. That's a Vandal traded out now for the Marshall, dropped on the floor. Minimized to bust the wall, but needs to get himself out. 29 seconds. Honey Badgers still looking to approach this B site, but they have to be dealing with RDW as the plant comes in. RD stops it for the moment, dismisses to the middle of the site. Fulvus covered, but it's a trade kill from Minimize. 2 from the Snowman, taken by Fulvus, and a beautiful spray transfer. Fulvus, the god. Milky, his right-hand man. Honey Badgers take another round, and Matt, it's just business as usual, but Fulvus is gas. Look at him go.
He's got the foot on the gas, putting the pedal to the metal there, and there's no signs of letting up. Going 0 to 100 real quick, Tony. Hasn't even taken a single death thus far. We'll see just how long he can keep it staying alive here. As now we are going to be seeing Bonkers stuck onto an eco once again in this round. Looking to see if they can bring some pain with the Marshals as well as the Sheriffs and Frenzy this time. Looks like this time, however, Honey Badgers are going to make an attempt towards the A side already, clearing the angles and trying to strangle their way forward.
You can see Jelly D preemptively going for this head taps to the head glitches, and of course, Bonkers, rightfully so, not going to be playing those. Playing a little bit more safer with these Sheriffs because they can't really afford to give Honey Badgers an early pick. That's when they've been dictating the pace. Here you can see Cream spots one over towards B, that's RD. Jelly D, nice little readjustment there on a nice hack spotted towards the maze. Dismisses out and baits it perfectly. The Suave to take ticks out. And the Viper util is gone now on this A site. Is going to be the spike planted here. And Honey Badgers, the full 5 to here to hold. Bonkers are going to have to do a little bit of magic here for this retake. Minimize scroll over towards the rafter. RD coming from the flank a little bit too late almost. And you can sense that maybe Bonkers don't want it right now. Jelly D takes out Suave. Scroll, sorry. Cream taking out RDW. Minimize straight back to Fulvis. And another tap from Milky closes at Honey Badgers. 4-0 here to start off Icebox. Of course, their map pick and they're still feeling as confident as we saw them on the first.
Confidence is key, that's for certain, Tony, and they maintain it through and through into these rounds. Loving everything I'm seeing at the moment from them. But now both teams are going to be on an even footing here. 4 rounds ahead of the Honey Badgers. But it looks like Bonkers, they're going to respond with an operator. They got a few rifles behind it as well. A couple of ultimates there in the Resurrection as well as the Empress. Same could be said on the Honey Badgers side though. Curious to see if it's going to be the battle of the Empresses here, or whether it will just be a battle of bullets as Minimize already starts off strong, taking out one, but Cream back from the dead it would seem. A Resurrection comes into play.
A Resurrection coming through here. Bonkers, a scroll. The site plant taken by Honey Badgers. Empress popped by RD. He's looking to come back explosively into it. Jelly D found. Nice hacks. Catches Milky on the cross middle. Spike is down an A. A head angle being found by Fulvis on top of that wall. Swab also stops the Queen from raining through to this A site now. It's 3v3. Honey Badgers wanting a few kills in the trade. Return Fulvis now. The last one standing. 3 players to tap onto the spike. The wall being attempted. Fulvis revealed by the dart. Not really long for this world. It's taken out by 6. The team ace comes across and Bonkers finally find themselves that first round.
At long last, they do manage to find a step towards the road of glory. A great outcome for them, but obviously taking 4 rounds in a row, the Honey Badgers do have plenty of cash flow still behind them, if not only for this round, and maybe even the round ahead of them as well. Even if they lose another round here, we could see some further recovery action coming through. Both teams even footing at the moment, though. Rifles are plenty. Do have the operator, however, still on nice hacks. So that could be a key factor here. Looking to push through tube at the moment, getting closer. Could find a player edging around the corner. One getting close. Oh no, he's been missed. He's actually taken down there. Operator is out of play. Honey Badgers speed ahead and try and see if they can find some more players dead. It works out, but does it really? RDW, the patience. Working out for the better, taking down 3 in a row and stopping the flow of these players. 2-on-2 now, Tony.
Oh, make it 2v1. Now it's up to the king. The queen actually, RD. Perfect line up there in the kitchen. Now he has to deal with Jelly D and Suave. A little bit of a jiggle coming out from Suave. They still know. They gotta know RD's here. Going to go for the swing, and Jelly D on the mark hits RD. Stops the clutch. Stops the potential of greatness. RD already finding so many kills in that round, but once again, Honey Badgers find their footing and they find their mark, and they are looking like a well-oiled machine. You can see Jelly D. I have to say, he's got to be the IGL, right? Look at him. He's just talking with the utmost of confidence. He knows what Honey Badgers need to do to really secure these rounds, and it's just been executed so well.
And they're continuing to find the effectiveness in their executions. See if they do find adaptability on the Bonkers side though, but it looks like not going to happen as yet. Minimize goes down. First to fall. Still have a few more players to find, however. They've opted to go for the Blade Storm this time on Nice Axe as well. Definitely can find Milky, maybe pushing around the corner. The timing, Milking's okay, not for long. RDW finds the kill. Could find another one, in fact, working together with Nice Axe now. But it doesn't matter because the spike's down on the other side of the map. It's now going to be a 4-on-4 retake here. Tick's trying to lead with the Marshall shut down as well. Trying to see if they can find a little bit more on Scroll. They do actually find a trade there, so not too bad. Still need to find a couple more players, however, but there it is. Jelly D taking them both down all at once. 2 players remain on the Honey Badgers side though, so not a bad eco round to come through from Bonkers there, Tony.
Yeah, and it's, well, yeah, there it is. I was expecting it. It's only right we see a tactical timeout being taken here by Bonkers. Now, Honey Badgers. You saw how they played that post-plant situation, Matt. They swung 3 members to Snowman. That could have gone awfully wrong. Of course, they swung 3 on the Scroll too. He wasn't expecting it. And that's a testament to how Honey Badgers are playing right now, Matt. As a team, as well-oiled as possible, and swinging off of each other's mistakes and maybe covering each other's angles is just so perfect to see here, and that's why Bonkers have been kicked down the mountain once again here in this second map.
They need to see if they can get their mountain climbing gear and actually find their way back up the mountain and try and reach the summit before the side of Honey Badgers manages to plant the flag at the top there. But with this pause coming through, this might actually give them some, at least, momentum they need to stop the momentum of Honey Badgers here. So this could play well on the mind games, but obviously there's still going to be stories to be told. Looks like Suave trying to kill the sneaky Snowman there outside the map. Poor Snowman, what did he do? Who knows? But, oh well, we'll save some bullets for the enemies coming onto the site, I would think, Tony. Looks like we are going to get the round underway now, though. Bonker's going to be full weapons. Same could be said of Honey Badgers, and there is full ultimates for both teams.
Yeah, this is going to be up to the heavy util kind of play that both of these rosters are opting for. Of course, you got 2 doors, but you've also still got, you know, that Viper, that Sober that can stop, really, these site takes from coming in. Scroll going to be stopping Cream where he stands. They're going to go for a plant up top this time. Fulbus going for it. Hunter's Fury out for Scroll, the resurrection of Cream. They know exactly where it is, but Cream, he's dropped lower. Scroll, unfortunately, he had the right read, just not quite the expected angle. Cream lucky to be alive, but now is back to serve his team successfully. RD sees the Hunter's Fury come out from Suave. It's the perfect flank from RD. Empress is on, and the retake is on. The resurrection through for Minimize. It's 5 players here to Bonkers to the 3 here of Honey Badgers, but they're holding Jelly D. Cream Jelly D again goes absolutely bonkers. I'm jealous of Jelly D right now. He's finding so many picks of this on top of 2. And it's the ace out of Jelly D. Perfectly played on the arena. So slippery with the dismiss. 7. Honey Badgers can't be stopped, Matt. And Jelly D is just doing it to him. 15-3. This man is on fire.
A monstrous performance so far there from Jelly D, securing the ace in the round. Sure, they go down with the spike, but I mean, taking them down like that, they're making statements, they are making waves. Now Bonkers are actually going to try and get a bit of a force buy here, it would seem. Everyone on light armor, they've got a few rifles mostly, and then the Spectre are going to be picked up by Minimize. Looks like on the Bonkers side of things, they've actually opted for a Viper's Pit as well, limiting the options of the Badgers. So maybe playing a few mind games here. Oh, Minimize has found information as well. Now Bonkers could be ready for it. Scroll going to be shut down though. It's all going to be up to Tix here. He's been spotted as well. It's all working to be for the worst here. And Honey Badgers, they take another kill, take the spike plant. What can Bonkers do?
It's just getting out of hand, Matt. The mid-cross to the A site there. 2-pronged approach from the side of Honey Badgers. And yeah, Tix, he tried to live for so long in that Viper's Pit, but just got taken out, read completely by the book, the textbook play out of Honey Badgers. You can see Milky going to be caught to minimize mid. Suave long range. It's just Nice Axe probably wanting to keep a hold of that Vandal, Matt, because Honey Badgers are all over the map. They're all over the guns. They're all over the economy. Bonkers only still 1 round to their name.
You can see Nice Axe just wanting to hold on to anything. Fulvus, wallbang, headshot, swing. Honey Badgers 8, still 1 for Bonkers. This half is getting out of hand, Matt. And Honey Badgers, you can see Cream's even gassed, dude. Look, he's got a smile on his face. He's like, there's no way this is happening right now. They're absolutely in shock. Milky, you can even see talking. He's like, what's going on?
I'm sure they're surprising everyone at home and maybe even themselves here. Really great to see the positive energy, though, coming through from the Honey Badgers here. It seems that Bonkers just unable to find an answer at the moment, but now could be the time. Scroll holding from the back of sight there. Might be able to get some kills from up high. Does spot Suave, actually doing a little bit of damage to Suave before they do kick off. So a great little bit of chip damage, but it might not be enough. As now all the Honey Badgers try and push past them. Tix maintaining their position, might even find another kill. There it is, more coming through. It's all now going to be onto Suave, a 1-on-4 situation. So it seems that something has snapped within Bonkers. And they have managed to find at least some kind of traction. Still need to find this one last player though. Suave, the last obstacle left to be overcome.
Oh. It's hard to overtake those obstacles though. There, RD holding a perfect angle, Nice Axe there to screen wide, and really couldn't go anywhere there. Nice little pickup finally by the Bonkers side. It's been so long since we've had a second round here, Matt, for Bonkers, and of course that's 4 in a row on the tear. And you know, we're already the second last round of the half, Matt, and it's already 8 for Honey Badgers. This is, you know, Fracture might have been a repeat performance, but Icebox definitely something that maybe Bonkers weren't expecting. So capable of the Honey Badgers. And well, second last round of the half, Bonkers have found their footing finally. Got rifles to boot. The Honey Badgers, they've got plenty of rifles, they've got plenty of money behind them. Two nice little scope-in shot from Nice Axe on the ADS. Looking for another head glitch on the Fulvus. And a double to start it off. That's what I want to see out of Nice Axe.
Love to see him hit him with the 2-tap there, and now going to be pushing into the rest of the round to have the Honey Badgers considering their options through just outside of the B alongside of things. Not looking to push through B garage towards the site. Waiting to see what their teammates are going to do. Maybe they go for the tube approach here, but Minimize is going to be holding that position waiting for them. If they get past Minimize, maybe they have better options. Almost doing it. Luckily, Minimize fell back, did manage to heal themselves, but that could have been quite dangerous. And maybe could have been an opening. Not going to happen now, though. Nice Axe looking to flank behind them. Does find 1 kill. Dashing straight back. Getting another. 4 kills in the round so far. Looking to go on for the ace here. And they get it. Nice Axe. Well played. Taking away the ace. And the round for Bonkers.
Welcome back to the server, Nice Axe. It's been a fateful encounter with an ace for him to now, you know, finally show some numbers on Icebox. It was a rough start for him, but he's found his footing. Maybe that's the footing Bonkers has started to find. 2 in a row, maybe looking for a 4th to close this half out. But as I said, Honey Badgers, they've still got the money, they've still got the confidence, Matt. Jelly D's still 16 kills, only 5 deaths.
We'll see if they will be able to maintain their positive KDs there, or whether that could come to change heading into this second half here. Looks like the Badgers are pushing straight through towards the B site right now. Nice Axe trying to stop them. Doesn't actually succeed. Nice Axe gone down. It's going to be up to RDW. Whipping the first few shots. Luckily recovers in the end though. Taking down 2 players. All going to be up to Suave to try and maintain this attack. But Minimize takes them out. And it will now all be down to Fulvus and Milky. 2-on-4 situation. Milky does find 1 player. Isn't able to hit the shot though. It's all up to Fulvus now. This last round looking to be in favor of Bonkers right now. But Fulvus might have a trick up their sleeve to get this spike down and maybe pull off a miracle.
Yeah, he's going to have to 1v4 here, Matt. He does almost have the resurrection available. Can grab that orb if he wants to. But it's of course going to give the sound cue over to Bonkers that he's coming this side. You see the wall already up for Tix. Because it is down for the moment, just regenerating the toxins. 3 players near the spawn here. The wall covers the plant. The shock darts coming through. Scroll with the lineup. Only able to line up 1 though, unfortunately. Fulvis able to get out, and he's been spotted. Nice little out drone follow-up. Fulvis, how do you play these next few seconds? He's going to be pushed upon. Scroll and his teammates Bonkers coming through perfectly for the read sake. A nice little wall for added BM there. They get the final round of the half. 4 is all they could really ask for after the Honey Badgers came out of the gate swinging that.
Switching sides.
It's nice to see that Bonkers did manage to at least find an answer towards the end there. It's unfortunate it didn't come sooner though, because it did allow Honey Badgers to build a pretty solid lead towards the initial stages of the game there. I'm eager to see if Bonkers can maintain this energy they've managed to steal for themselves coming into this second half though, because now that they've switched sides, it's a whole new ball game here. And I'm curious if Honey Badgers might just be able to snap back into action themselves as we do head through into this second half. Obviously, in terms of the buys, we are seeing pretty similar approaches. Ghosts coming through, Sheriffs, you name it, they got it. A little bit of light armor as well. So basically identical from both teams here. But let's see exactly how they get put to use as we do see Bonkers pushing straight towards this A side.
And it's interesting enough here, Honey Badgers putting both of their duelists to hold early on towards the A side. The out drone comes through. The dive reveals so much info. Jelly D almost caught out in the middle of the site. Actually will be by Nice Hacks. Sheriff comes traded back by Suave with the Ghost. Sees the wall pop, minimize. He's able to put that up. RD not quite able to get killed there on a Fulvis. Somehow able to stand ground. Spike will go down. Scroll's just looking at Bonkers right now, and Bonkers are just looking at so many free kills. What is going on? Scroll takes Milky. A jump around the corner. Fulvis right clicked out by Scroll, who arguably shouldn't be getting free shots in like that, man.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think everyone's focus was elsewhere, and then Scroll just saw a window of opportunity and managed to smash it wide open, seemingly taking kill after kill and taking the round for their team. So well played by Scroll there, just standing their ground and taking the players out. Will allow at least Bonkers to maintain their momentum they've started to build, taking their 4th round in a row, and certainly will be putting them on track towards a 5th as well. Seems like there is going to be a couple of pistols coming through though. Jelly D picking up the Sheriff, got the Shorty coming through as well on Milky. I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop Bonkers in their tracks, however.
Yeah, it's going to be up. Ooh, there goes Nice Hacks, high ground. Jelly D catches him on the drop. Is going to dismiss. Is just going to hide amongst the Toxic Orb for the moment. That's his teammate. Snakespite though to flush him out. Jelly D though, scot-free. Able to rotate himself towards the middle of the site. And Bonkers, they've lost a key player here. Nice Hacks. Been very explosive in previous rosters with these entries. Bonkers kind of need that right now. They need something to get this attack half going. Marshall picked up by Milky, Shorty close range, Bulldog, bang, Jelly D finds another one to minimize, the head glitch now being played, but Jelly D another, make it 4, Tix falls, and they're looking for RD, and it's another ace for Jelly D. His stat padding, look at his VOR, look at his spike, Matt. Jelly D is on a roll, and Bonkers, there's nothing they can do to stop this man. 22-7.
My lord, Tony. We need to perform an exorcism or something, because Jelly D is just demonic right now. Absolutely great work coming through from Jelly D for the Honey Badgers there. But obviously that is only going to be one round, stopping the momentum of Bonkers. And we'll see just how much of an impact it does have coming into this one. Bonkers picking up a couple of Sheriffs, Marshals. Minimize not looking to pick up much of anything, however. Still going to make an attempt towards this A side, though. Great shots coming through from Jelly D there. Little burst from the Bulldog to take down Nice Hacks. Already stacking the deck in their favor as they push into a 5-on-4.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, another from Cream. Nailed it. You can hear it. Voice actor for Jet letting us know that Cream just hit a dirty shot. Fulvis, nice little spray on the ticks. Now Jelly D playing close, expecting it, and bang. Bonk goes RDW's head, hits the floor. Another from Cream. 4K for the duelist overall, and a 10 already on the board here for the Honey Badgers. Jelly D, Matt with 3 rounds in, and he's already got the Empress online.
That is really scary to think about, Tony. Having the Empress online already can easily just propel your team in order to try and brute force their way through a round, get an extra point on the board. might even be what we see put to use in this one, and maybe take an 11th for them. But Bonkers, they got full weapons too. They aren't looking to take this one without putting up a fight of their own here. And we'll see who's going to be able to take the win on this fight, as it looks like the Badgers, they're just looking to just launch a flank right behind the Bonkers side. And it's actually succeeding thus far. Tix is taken down. Looks like in the meantime, though, they're trying to get the spike down. But Milky says, oh yeah, you build a wall, I'll stand on top and take down Minimize. See you later, mate. And it's going to be 3 on 5.
That's a small read, but that's a massive play overall. Goes to the peak over through his own toxic screen. Maybe, you know, it was a bit of a big play, but then a bit of a blunder afterwards. Here you can see the rest of Honey Badgers coming in the retake to this B site after the spike goes down. Nice Hacks and Scroll gonna be backing off for the moment. Nice Hacks taking a higher position up in the kitchen. It's gonna be Scroll playing the low ground here. It's up to how Honey Badgers really take their time with this one. You can see the tap by Cream to bait. Suave takes Nice Hacks. Scroll's taken 3 already in the round. The tap is on, Cream sticks it, but the wall bang from Scroll, the swing from Suave, and it's an ace. This time, Scroll, as the bodies hit the floor, he's come to ball. Honey Badgers are left to crawl. 6 on the board, finally for Bonkers. And again, signs of life, man.
It just seems to be a game of aces, Tony. This is absolutely insane stuff coming through from so many of these players here tonight. I am loving every second of it. And I'm sure that's probably not the last one we will see here on this map of Icebox. Alas, a great win there from Bonkers, but Honey Badgers, they still got money to play with. They're bringing out the Operator this time, following it up with some Vandals as well. Looking to wreak havoc there, through towards one side or the other. Bonkers are going to try and see if they can push up through the green box angle, though, towards the B side. Also looks like they're going to make use of the Hunter's Fury there. Do spot one player, not actually going to be able to pick up Milky, though. Pretty clean with the hops there. And will at least hold on for a second longer.
Yeah, but you can see that overall kind of giving the info over to Honey Badgers that it might be the B take. Minimize playing head angle over towards middle. You can see Cream getting very aggressive with his Operator. Down shoot, blind shot, Minimize, wall bang, just for good measure. Cream, instinctual reaction there. Very pinpoint precise, I have to say. And well, as you now see, Bonkers left in the rotation over to A, losing one member. Nice Hacks goes through the Viper utility. Spots out Milky. Honey Badgers actually might be rotating a few forces back towards his B site. Fulvis just going to be sitting back underneath the rafter. Able to find another. Fulvis has done more than enough to hold this site down for the moment. Scroll full HP. Nice Hacks in the slither that he's got. Suave walking in. Scroll knows what he's capable. Cream comes with the Blade Storm. Nice Hacks now. 1v2, Matt tap onto the spike. Cream go to the defuse. Jelly D with the high lead. Nice Hacks is going to get the kill though. Cream has half tapped it. He's walked through the cloud burst and Cream cuts him like a Christmas turkey. Third, okay, 3 kills on the board. Cream, he's definitely at Tomato Town. He's definitely in Victoryville, Matt. 11-6 now on the scoreboard here for the Honey Badgers.
Hopefully they take the victory royale there, Tony, but we'll see if they can make their dreams come true, as we do have now Bonkers stuck down into a bit of an economic deficit. RDW can actually afford themselves the Phantom of all things. Guardian going to be employed as well. Thinking about what else they want to bring to the table here, but it's getting dangerous, Tony. One more round, and then Honey Badgers are going to be on series point. Looks like they're already trying to push through towards the B side. Cream just clean with it, though, on the Operator. Says goodnight to Nice Hacks. Now the rest of the team slowly slipping their way in.
Yeah, you can see, covered by the Viper utility for the moment, but Honey Badgers, I don't think they're going to let them have this site for very long. After an explosive pick by Cream to such an easy walk away. Rez comes out, you know where that was. Jelly D catches Minimize on the rotate. RD trying to hold back. Cream spotted on the swing with the op shot. Nice Hacks comes over with the Blade Storm. That's why they rezzed him. That's why they brought him back to life. Milky now coming to life. It begins for RD, but it all falls in vain. Milky now being Scroll. We've seen him come up in the clutch, and he will do it again. A 1v1 for Scrawl means nothing. 7 on the board here for Bonkers.
7-11 now. Bonkers seemingly getting a little bit closer in this second half, but they need to maintain their consistency in order to push their way even further beyond. Otherwise, we could see even more deadly use of force coming through from the Honey Badgers here. Looks like they are going to be stuck on an economic deficit for the time being, though. Just stuck on a couple of sheriffs. Do see the marshal, and that's all they can really bring to the table. Sure, they got a little bit of light armor, but it's not going to be much comparable to all the rifles and the operator on the Bonkers side of things.
You can see that, well, Honey Badgers are actually getting very aggressive. That dart gives info to RD. Nice access scroll looking towards middle. It's all up to whether they expect RD there. Shot, Jelly D! That's so quick, Matt. I don't even think Nice Axe was expecting a shot that pinpoint precise. And, well, lightning quick on the trade. They're able to take it back on the Jelly D. But that's a gun dropped, potentially, to be salvaged by Honey Badgers. They have fallen off for the moment, smartly called. The guns are going to be juggled. Operator going to be sitting outside of A, but you know what that pick has done, Matt? It's stalled the time here. You can see that Bonkers are a little bit more skeptical about taking this A side.
And their skepticism could be for their benefit or perhaps for their non-benefit and for their demise, but no, it will be for the best here. They do manage to take down 2 players. Only 2 remain now for the Badgers in Suave and Milky. Let's see if they can find anyone through towards the mid link now. One going to be spotted towards the back of the site there. So this is good intel to play with if you're on the Bonkers side. Already finding another kill as well. All going to be down to Milky now, just spamming away, trying their utmost to see if they can get some kind of a kill here. Not going to happen, however. RDW, final nail in the coffin, does solidify the round and take it away for the side of Bonkers here. But now, Honey Badgers, they're back. They're ready. They've got full rifles. They've got the operator. 3 ultimates on them. Let's see what they can do.
You want to know what else they've got, Matt? A Jelly D with 26 kills, man. This guy, you know, we saw him on the Cypher on Fracture, and, you know, kind of played a little bit more to the util. He's unleashed. Jelly D on the Reyna. That's something to behold here. And Bonkers, again, are going to have to shut him down. They're also going to shut Cream down. Operator in play on this rafter. Outro comes through. And dash away. Hunter's Fury dodged out by Cream. 1 shot lands. Actually, Suave. 2 for 1 for Scroll. Perfectly lined up. And Honey Badgers, that's unfortunate. Now they're going to have to try and retake amongst this Viper's Pit. Resurrection's available for Bulbous. Suave's back to the table, but they've already lost Milky. Again, a 3v5 scenario here for Honey Badgers, and Matt, it might just be a save here.
Yeah, definitely going to be conceding the round there. It will now result in the save coming through. At least they have a couple of Vandals in the operator. You know, maybe they can try and buy back for one of their teammates coming into the next one, or maybe just go for an upgraded pistol or something similar, but it's pretty rough. Bonkers, they've managed to force their way through, taking out those kills there, getting that spike planted down, and not allowing even an ounce of opportunity for these Honey Badgers players. Maybe Suave could find a kill or 2, holding through towards that tube position. Maybe one of their teammates, but no, it's not going to happen. Suave's gone, so only 2 players will be able to save in this instance for the Honey Badgers. That is certainly going to be truly a rough situation, but looks like they're going to make the most out of it, though. Timeout is going to be active now. Honey Badgers, they need to seriously take this time to discuss what they can do to get out of this situation, because now it seems like Bonkers, they're starting to warm up. They're starting to get into the zone, and they could truly zone them out.
And you can see Milky kind of adjusting his position in the chair here. They need to sit up a little bit more. They've been slouching, Matt. They've given Bonkers almost too many rounds for it to be called for here. But, of course, tactical pause. You can see Jelly D heavily talking right now. He's in the ears of Honey Badgers. What is going wrong, lads? What do we need to do better? How do we shut down Bonkers from potentially retaking this after such a one-sided affair on the first half? Jelly D with discussion. Milky. Full was just listening in. Cream listening in as well. I imagine Suave
ears glued to his headphones because Honey Badgers, they're on the makings of a 2-0 here, Matt. They just need 2 more rounds.
2 more rounds is all they need. Same can be said of Bonkers, though, to tie up their opponents. They need 2 rounds to go 11-11. And then we'll see who might be able to push ahead coming further into this one. As we are just going to be rolling through right now, straight into the bye phase. Looking to see who's going to be able to take the edge here. Honey Badgers, it's a real strung together bye. They've got, you know, a few rifles. They've got the operator, but it's a pretty rough one to say the least. Looks like it's going to actually get rougher, though, for Bonkers as they do find the opening kill there. Jelly D popping off. Does take out one, but now Bonkers, they're still venturing towards the site.
Oh, and they're just waiting to pounce. You see Milky, there it is. Bucky, bang, another shot. Milky goes double, then goes colossal. RD catches the Viper's pick going down, and it will go down as soon as the player is found. RD finds another on a Jelly D, has the spike, has a minute to play with, just needs to isolate one after the other. Honey Badgers, you can see, falling back. Cream playing aggressive angle, goes for an attempted shot, and the recon spots RD on the fadeaway. The rotation is out. It's going to have to be RD to clutch this, or it's 12 for Honey Badgers. You feel, after a tactical timeout, there was so much that Honey Badgers really answered for 30 seconds. RD
30 seconds
now goes to the B site. He's going to get spiked down. Hunter's Fury coming in from Suave. Doesn't quite hit its mark on RD. He's stuck in a snowman. And it is up to Cream. Does he expect it underneath? The shot out from the operator. Info gathered by his teammates. 14 seconds, and RD can't quite go for the plant. Now Fulvus with a bang-on shot with a Bulldog. Out come the Bucks. Out come the Honey Badgers. It's 12 match and series point here, Matt. Bonkers are in trouble, and they're going to need a lifeline.
Certainly need to figure out exactly what they can find here. Unfortunately, they don't have a Sage Resurrection available either, so that lifeline is not going to be available to them here. Only thing they got at this point is the Empress on RDW, and if there's someone you can count on, it certainly is RDW. May just have to go above and beyond to try and get them to double digits. Push as hard as they can for overtime, because otherwise it's all over. We go next. See what will occur coming out of this one, though. We do already see Bonkers trying valiantly to take down the walls that are barring them from the side here and trying to see if they can find any kind of an opening.
Yeah, the outro comes through. RD has actually made his way over the top of the rope, but Milky once again with a double. That's huge for the Honey Badgers. RD with a better double here is going to pop the Empress, is healed up to 97. No armor left, but still full HP to do it. The plant will go down for Scrawl. Bonkers now with a 3v3 post plant. Honey Badgers looking to come around the flank. Jelly D going to be coming around the back end of things here, over towards the belt. One player in jail, one towards the pipes here. Jelly D, his flank could be huge here. Tix is looking the wrong way. Everybody not looking where Jelly D is coming from right now. Out he comes from the nest here. He finds the first, traded back by Tix, but that's allowed his teammates to put the pressure on. RD still, though, not feeling scared in the dark. Suave spotted him up right now on top of the A site. And then the time is ticked too far. Suave takes Tix, but RD's won it on time alone. 10 go Bonkers, but a valiant effort, though, for the side of the Honey Badgers.
My gosh. What a way to get it done there. The Empress at least allowing them to push a little bit further forward. And they do manage to take away the round. Nicely done by RDW, but now they don't have any further tools in terms of the ultimate department to bring to play. The closest they are is Nice Hacks. 5 points out of 7 towards the Blade Storm. Otherwise, nothing is available to them. Cream, however, on the Honey Badgers side, does have a Blade Storm, and that could be what allows them to storm past them. As there it is, activation, full sender coming through here, Tony. This could be a bloodbath. Whose favor it goes in is going to be found out quite shortly, as Bonkers look to make an attempt towards A once again, leaving an outlier towards B though.
Oh, Jelly D, some unfortunate shots missed there, but of course, as you said, Cream, still the Blade Storm in play. Bonkers They have shut down Jelly D once again. But now, still thinking about where they want to go. You can see Honey Badgers are very scattered by it for them. Suave, of course, still with that Vandal, but you know, it's a Bulldog-like shield for Fulvis. It's Bucky-like shield for Milky. It's only the knives here for Cream. Slow walk to this A site, giving no info over to the Honey Badgers that they are coming this direction. Fulvis underneath the rafter, just outside of screens. RD finds it, the Headhunter. Now here taking real estate upon this A site. Honey Badgers 3 now to retake it. Once the plant goes down, it's 5 though strong for Bonkers. This is going to be rough.
Certainly going to be as rough as can be. Cream goes down. It's now down to a 2-on-5 situation. This is not looking good for the side of Honey Badgers. I don't know what kind of answer they can come up with here. Milky spots one, but realizes maybe it's time to back out. Milky getting shut down by Tix there. It's all going to be down to Suave now. Just looking to latibulate at this point, realizing there's not much else they can do. 5 players to take down. Not really too much of an impact they can make there. Maybe they pull off a miracle, maybe not. But alas, it's too little too late now. At least they can secure this weapon coming into the next round. And maybe look to pass it towards Milky, who is suffering a little bit in the economy department. Everyone else, though, looking pretty okay. So maybe the save there actually working out to be for the better. So now, Honey Badgers, they have a further attempt behind them. And this could be one of their final chances, because this round could be the end of the series, or it could be overtime. Tony, the stakes are high right now. The pressure is at an all-time high.
Yeah, it's starting to become boiling point here. Honey Badgers back to a bye. Bonkers with everything they could ever want. One off of the Blade Storm is nice hacks. It's the only ultimate that's kind of readily available to the side of either team. Jelly D playing on top of screens here. Fulvis playing it below this angle. They are going to let them cross. The Dart and the Aldrons pings up the info. They spot nice hacks in the jail. He's going to jump up. He's going to get in position towards the belt. Presence been shown over towards the A site for the moment. That's why they've got 3 here for the Honey Badgers. But of course, you've still got the lurk here. You've got Cream over towards Tube. You've still got Tix over towards that B side if it all really goes awry. Cream with a shot attempted. Tailwind out. And still, everybody alive here. The tension is getting it thin. The air is getting thin. Suave finding RDW to start it in 40 seconds now. Bonkers kind of have to decide where to go.
They need to make a decision now or never. They're going to be at a man disadvantage as well. Realizing there could be flanks as well. They don't know exactly what to account for. They need to think of everything. It could be too little too late. Looks like part of the wall's been broken down though. Nice hacks goes down. Spike to follow. Great recovery from Squall there. Gonna be a 3-on-4 situation now. Tix accounting for the flank as well. Does take down to Jelly D and Swab. Now gonna be advantage pushing towards Bonkers. 3-on-2 situation here. Milky and Cream need to work together to try and transcend here, but it might not be enough. Cream, 1 versus 3, doing their utmost, takes down 1, still needs to find the other 2 though. The spike ticks down, but Tony, we are going to overtime. Here we go.
Tucked in the corner, Bonkers. A credit to Scroll, a credit to RD. They are doing bits. Overtime bound here. An 8-4 half from the side of Bonkers. On the attack, it's now the side swapped and we're in overtime, Matt. Half-charged ultimates, 5k credits per player. And of course, you can see that, you know, Bonkers, I feel, starting to really come back into this game and working it out. And well, for Honey Badgers, you saw off of a pause, they were able to take match and series point. Not quite able to close it out. It's one of these burdens that a few of these, you know, recently formed teams kind of suffer in these really tense situations.
Looks like the kill will come out for the Honey Badgers to open it up there. So a great start from them. Looking to push their way through towards the B side here. Do have one pushing around orange. The rest looking to push around the green box. Looks like Stroll's ready for Jelly D though. A great comeback from them. Still need to see if they can find a little more, though. Nice kill from Milky. Nice Axe trying to find some of their own at long last. It looks like they do manage to pick it up. They shut down the ADS and look to go for the raw aim there. And now they're looking to try and push it back towards the A side, but it's not going to be enough. Dix actually finds one kill, traded out though, and now it's on for the 2v2. Will they be able to do it, Tony?
It's very unlikely. I don't know. Cream's half HP. Matt Milky, of course, has the full 100. Does have the shields here. They're both walking the minimize, though. What a... Honey Badgers, no! Not like this. They got the spike down. They had positioning for the post plant. And Bonkers, they're going to be thankful that mistake happened. Honey Badgers feeling the pressure, and now Bonkers, they got match point here on Icebox, Matt.
My gosh. Somehow, some way, Bonkers have managed to launch the comeback. Started from the bottom. Now we're here, baby. One more round is all they need in order to take us to map number 3, Tony. And it looks like Honey Badgers, they've realized exactly what they need to do here. We are going to be seeing a timeout coming through there from the Honey Badgers. They know something is not going right here. They need to figure something out. Otherwise, this could be it. We could be on to Haven again.
Yeah, it's looking very rough for the Honey Badgers. They're thinking, I'm thinking what's going wrong, because Honey Badgers, they started this game so perfectly. You could see explosive performance out of Jelly D. They went into the second half, and you know, it almost felt like it was all she wrote. That was Honey Badgers maybe taking the 2-0, but Bonkers, this is why it helps to have a team with experience. This is why it helps to have a team with so many veterans here. They're able to dig deep when they're down and out. They're able to find the light at the end of the tunnel. The tactical timeout now gone for the Honey Badgers. We're into the buy phase. We're 10 seconds away from what could be a chaotic round here, Matt. As we said, Bonkers match point here on Icebox. And Honey Badgers, how could they have let it slip so far?
We'll see if they can manage to stop the slippage and pick it right back up again. You can never keep them down, as they do look to try and defend the side. Bonkers, though, going to be using their utility to put the fight of their lives on. Nice Hacks finding the opening kill there. Great usage of the updrafts. And Scroll joining in as well. Jelly D goes down. All going to be down to this 3-on-5 situation, Tony. And here goes the spike.
And here goes Suave up the rafter, up the railing, up the rope, but down he goes. Fulvis, now the only remaining member. We pray to a god, but he doesn't answer. Nice hats. 4K to close it. 14-12. Bonkers walk away with Icebox, Matt. That is not a sentence I would have thought I would have been saying right now.
I'm speechless, Tony. What a game. Somehow, Bonkers, they managed to pull together and take their way back into the map, taking us now 1-1, 14-12. I can't believe it. They are just absolutely insane. Like, whoever is their in-game leader, you got to give them an absolute pat on the back there, Tony.
I have to say it might be minimized, but of course, I have to give credit. RD and Scroll really picked it up at the end there. You saw RD just finding so many crucial 2Ks, or just even one on the entry that Bonkers needed to get into that A site to shut Honey Badgers out of this game. And I give a credit to Scroll. I give a credit to RDW. I give a credit to Bonkers. They dug deep and they came out the victors here. And we're, of course, now going to Haven as our third and final map. Matt, this is kind of wild here, and I imagine Haven's going to be jam-packed.
Cannot wait to see it, Tony, as we push towards map number 3 once again. But whilst we get the preparations underway, guys, we are just going to go to a short intermission, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Oceania Tour, day number 2. What an explosive series this has been so far, Tony. That map was absolutely tremendous. My gosh, bonkers. The comeback of the century. I can't believe my eyes. Like, I didn't know if this was going to be a 2-0 series or what, but, well, they've certainly transcended my expectations, Tony, because we're going to Haven.
It's a crazy thing to see so many aces too. Jelly D got 2 in that series. Scroll got 1. Nice hacks. I've never seen so many aces in a series from so many different players, man. Jelly D getting 2, and a few of the others getting amongst it from the side of Bonkers. But of course, Matt, as you said, Bonkers now to take home Icebox. We go to Haven, and this is going to be an interesting one because Bonkers now have, they've shaken off kind of that cool guy swagger that Honey Badgers came into this series with. The new kids on the block, as we said, now have been tested, and well, now going the full distance in this 3-map series here. Bonkers might look to bounce back after such a resurgent performance in that last one.
Eager to see if they can manage to maintain control over the momentum there, because they certainly snatched that map for their own coming out of Icebox there. And I'm so eager to see if they're going to be able to do some of the same thing coming to Haven as well, Tony, because they were looking hot, and I reckon they could get even hotter. But without further ado, guys, let's take a look at Haven here. Let's get straight in to the agent picks.
Yeah, it is going to be a few lock-ins already. And guys, of course, if you missed it, you're only just joining us now. Last map of the second series this evening, Honey Badgers and Bonkers going the full distance here, and you can see the lock-ins quickly from the Honey Badgers, wasting no time. Milky to the Astra, Fulbus to the KJ, Jelly D actually going to be on the breach this time. Then putting Suave to the Sova, Cream to the Jet, and of course for the side of Bonkers, kind of almost a similar composition here, Matt.
It's interesting to see what's actually coming through from them there. I'm curious to see who's going to be able to come out on top with these similarities, Tony. Whether we see some kind of a mirror matchup, or whether we do see one team manage to be a bit more effective with the matchup over the other. Certainly going to be tested coming into Haven, though, as we push into the wonderful map here. Do love it, the fly-through coming through as well, just as a bit of preview as to what we're going to be seeing before our very eyes in moments.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, of course, Bonkers really heavily reliant on RD and Scroll in that last map. Of course, what we've seen out of the Honey Badgers first, this Haven kind of really favors them a little bit more. The playstyle that they're kind of opting for is the play together, swing together, take the duels, take the entries, and really take control of the rounds like that. And, well, for the moment, Bonkers start this defense side off. They're going to have to be an ironclad wall, Matt, because I imagine Honey Badger's going to be pulling no punches here.
Certainly going full force, that's for sure. And it looks like Honey Badger's just going to be holding tight for the moment through towards the mid window. Now trying to see if they can circulate through towards the B side of all things. No one going to be there to greet them as yet. At least they do spot out a turret before they go for the plant there. Minimized now, trying to see just how many people are dedicating to the site. But the spike plant will be going down now. So it's all going to be onto a retake already for the Bonkers side. RDW at least spotting players, but no one managing to get kills yet.
And as you say, kills come through. Fulbus takes RD, but quick returns here from Tiggs. Double tap, Suave, clean cut, and he's going to take another tap onto the plant. Milky and Suave just able to crossfire for free. Matt, nobody expects Milky in that corner, and it pays off. Honey Badgers first now in this third map, and a very strong hold there. I was not expecting that in the slightest here, and you can see RD, Tiggs, thinking heavily about that one. Pistol, of course, means the world to both these teams right now. As much confidence in the server as possible, and Honey Badgers are first to their board.
First to their board, and we'll see if they can pick up even more as they do start off strong here. Bonkers not looking to pick up too much, only the Sheriff this time around. Were thinking about the Shorty, but have opted against it, it would seem. Yeah, just trying to wait out their opponent, see if anyone's going to be pushing any closer to them. No one are looking to roll the dice as yet, though. leaving the sole defender in minimized towards the A side, whilst keeping the defenses even more spread throughout the rest of the map, obviously having the one player on B and Scroll, as well as everyone else placed towards C. Looks like the defenses aren't working out for them though, considering the majority of Honey Badgers are actually opting to just push straight towards the A side. This is a great distraction from Fulvus as well, going for the turret towards C, because it forces them to keep their eyes on that position. But now they've realized this is where the true attack's going to come from as they try and make an attempt towards A.
Found them.
And Minimize trying to hold it. The alarm bot has been triggered. Fulvus over towards middle. Swing on at 6. And turret. Shots come out. Fulvus needs to be careful. There's a player coming around from the flank. Nice hacks towards mid. And Spike will go down. At this A site. RD. Holding in the lobby. Jelly D. Holding out the breach shoot. Silly is going to be clearing out that door for the moment. You can see underneath Heaven sits Milky. Flash comes in and drop come in head, but Milky needs to be tested and can't come up to the pedestal. It is going to be Jelly D though, with the Spectre holding strong. RD, Sheriff shot potentially there. Graffiti knows exactly where this last player is. Cream has heard the tap. The turret is going to be there for the swing, and the reload is in. Cream gets it. RD so close. But another round to Honey Badgers. They hold it strong. And RD, a valiant effort, my friend. But again, another round to the Honey Badgers.
Good stuff from the side of Honey Badgers there. Now Bonkers, though, do have at least an opportunity afforded to them because they got a full buy coming through them. And we'll see exactly what they are going to be able to come through with heading into this game here. It looks like they're going to be just trying to set up a few pieces of utility this time. See if they can stop them in their tracks there. Looks like the Badgers, though, are going to be setting up towards the C long push this time around. Do have RDW to consider. Cream actually going to be taken down by Tix to start it off, though.
Yeah, it's a beautiful start. And RD, there we go. 1, 2, make it 3 for RD. Very nice in the spray. Discipline. You can see now just Tix to hold for the swing, and Suave falls flawless. Hold to the C site there, and RD still repping Bonkers good right now. The first on their board. Of course, Honey Badgers, just to save that round. Now to a buy in this one, but you know, losing so many members in that second round kind of forces them to only have 2 players with light shields here.
We'll see if that will be consequential towards their play coming into this round as well, because obviously having the light shields might come to prove to be their undoing in terms of the damage they can take, but maybe the damage they can deal will outweigh that. It's going to be seen coming into the round. However, Honey Badgers are looking to venture towards the A site this time, already pushing through towards the A short position. No one going to be greeting them through sewers there, so at least they can use the owl drone to try and see if anyone's going to be around these corners through towards that tower's position. No one looking to meet them eye to eye as yet, though. They're playing very distanced on this A site, and it's working out so much better for them on the Bonkers side.
Yep, you see, Nice Hacks has spotted up Milky, but Milky subsequently has spotted him up. Scroll sends that dog deep. Jelly D falls back there, the concussion coming through. Flashpoint, both teams opting for the breach on Haven, so a little bit of an interesting point to make. Normally, we haven't seen breach on Haven quite a while. It's a very good pick and appears to be more meta now, considering fractures now in the pool. A lot of teams playing a breach a little bit more. Honey Badgers lined up along the sewer wall. The fault line going to be coming through here. Actually going to be the Rolling Thunder here for Jelly D. They're not going to spot RD though in this corner, so he's able to go for the swing, trade 1 for 1 there in the end of things. Honey Badgers take the site with 20 seconds. The plant needs to go down though. They need to stick it. Suave will be going for it. And Bonkers now 4v4 in the retake.
Looking to see if they can find some kind of an opening here to shut down the Honey Badgers. It is looking to prove difficult for them, however, but it's there it seems. They push straight through. Nice Axe not able to pull through. Honey Badgers pull through twofold, but now going to be in favor of no one as Suave comes back. Tix knows where he's holding from, though. Trying to bait out that defusal. Suave just holding patiently, going for the shock dart there. Getting so close. Oh. Now close enough. Goes for the recon dart. It's not going to be good, though. Tix pushes past it. does manage to go for the defusal. That is going to be the round, everybody. Bonkers, send it back, and we are even Stevens.
Pop off, Tix. Pop off, lad. That's a huge clutch there. You can see what it means to Bonkers right now. Tap that chest, sir. That was a beautiful swing there. And unfortunate for Suave, man. He's caught with the dart out to the wrong one. The shock didn't quite land as shallow as he would have wanted. And Bonkers, the heroics from Tix might have put them back into this one. And you see the money high and the honey badgers low. This could be Bonkers coming away with an early lead here.
Let's see if that's going to come true, Tony. Whether all the fans at home will have their wishes answered. As it looks like Honey Badgers are going to try to push some control through towards the A lobby as well as through middle. Cream trying to actually push across. Actually, he does take a lot of damage there, down to 5 HP. I wasn't sure if the shot landed. Seems it did. Well done from Nice Hacks. Not going to get the kill, however. So they've still got a 5-on-5 endeavor. Almost looking to be less than that. Okay, there we go. RDW goes down. A nice start from Fulvus there. Trying to shut out Minimize as well. Not going to be able to do too much with it, but at least they do find a kill back there. Nice Axe taking down Jelly D as well. Pushing the advantage in favor of Bonkers now. Seeker's also going to be activated, it would seem. But ultimately only going to give a little bit of information. And there's still 40 seconds to go. Whether the Honey Badgers commit to this is going to be answered within the next 35 seconds.
Now you can see Nice Hacks holding firm here with Minimize Milky. And unfortunately Cream with 5 HP trying to strut this stuff to this A site. Flashes out from Minimize. Another shot lands by Nice Hacks. He makes up for the whiffs. Beautiful flicks. Nice Hacks with 3. And a third round to the board of the Bonkers side. Tix might have just rallied these team into a few rounds of victory, but of course Honey Badgers still have money to buy and will be purchasing into this one. They've got ultimates now. Mad Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, and the Cosmic Divide. One off the blades for Cream. You can see Bonkers are up there with them, Matt. They've got the Cosmic Divide themselves, the Blade Storm, the Lockdown. They've also got the Rolling Thunder here.
The Rolling Thunder can definitely be a great tool to use as well to try and disorientate your opponents there. Eager to see exactly when it's going to come out though. Looks like Nice Axe already going through for some early picks from Garage. Not going to be able to actually find them as yet. So now going to be back to informational play here. No one figuring anything out though, but that's okay. You can throw a few jabs early on before you go for the KO coming into the later stages of the round. Looks like now, though, Honey Badgers are still just going to etch their way slightly towards this A site, waiting to see if anyone's going to be there to greet them. No one are looking to welcome them in with open arms as yet. They're looking to just wait and see before they go for the retake maneuvers.
You can see Cosmic Divide, Honey Badgers take the A site. Bonkers are here with the utility retake. It's already the lockdown. Lockdown in return. There's 2 lockdowns on site. One destroyed, both now destroyed. The Rolling Thunder comes through. The spike has been planted, but RD has a clear path to the site. Honey Badgers are all off of it for the moment. You can see Milky on the lurk over towards the link hall. He's going to be placing some stars. He doesn't have any left. Cream hasn't been spotted up on this high angle. Now will be known. The defuse has been tapped. Cream dashes in. Forward Swab. Cream all chime in, and it's a beautiful lineup for Cream. Ice cold in the veins and ice cold in the server. That's 3 now to the Honey Badgers, and a beautiful retake off of what was a dicey situation, Matt.
Slice and dice, Tony. That's the way you like it. And let's see if there's going to be a little bit more coming into this one. 3 for 3 right now. Even Stevens, it would seem. Great stuff coming through for Honey Badgers. But obviously there is going to be more to come. And let's see who's going to be able to come out on top here. Looks like Cream playing an interesting decision there. We'll be bringing out the Blade Storm. Obviously not having enough money to go for the rifles, much like their teammates. And so they will have for the Sheriff instead. Looks like RDW is going to be anticipating a push, though, through towards this garage position. Not actually going to be caught by the Nanostorm either. I admire the patience here. Looks like it's actually worked out for Bonkers instead, though, taking out Cream to start things off.
Spike dropped.
Taking him out with a flashpoint there from the breach. You can see that Bonkers are just holding firm. Tick's even finding a lurker over at C Long. Honey Badgers are currently wedged in mid, and RD yet again with the Phantom in garage. Very, very nice stuff from Slav too. Slav able to trade it back with a beautiful flash for minimize. After shock and the flashpoint, secure the round 4 now on the board here for Bonkers.
A great way to take the lead back into their favor there. And certainly could have looked to further it, considering the economic situation on the side of Honey Badgers as well. Looks like they're only going to be able to afford a few Spectres behind them this time, and are going to be joining in with the Sheriff as well. So not too shabby, might be able to find some worth with it, but ultimately it's only going to find too much of an impact when they get a little bit closer, especially with those Spectres. We'll see if the Sheriffs might actually come in clutch, though. Looks like RDW are going to be impacted early on there. Great utility usage. Tick's now going to be the last one standing towards the back of the site. Luckily, does have minimized there to try and support them. Looks like they are going to be supported. As a matter of fact, a great comeback from the Bonkers side.
Ooh, there it is. Suave, Fulvis, trades, Jelly D2, and turret spotted. Squirrel now been sighted. Now drone flies. Fulvis falls, and Dying Light to follow it up with Suave. There it is. Nice little Spectre shots coming through. Scroll denied. Thrifty taken by the Honey Badgers, and Matt once again even Stevens, this time at 4-4.
4-4, keeping it as close as ever. You love to see it, Tony. These teams are just keeping everyone on the edge of their seat right now. I have no idea which one of them is going to be able to take it here tonight, considering what we've seen from both of them. They are both on their A game right now. Absolutely dominant stuff. But we're only in the first half, Tony. This is only the beginning. And it looks like Honey Badgers now trying to make some work happen towards a middle. Do have one player outlier towards C Long, though. Nice Axe pushing up, does find the kill. Now trying to see if they can find even more, it would appear, leaving their teammate in Tix to hold down the fort there. But in reaction, Honey Badgers, they're going A instead.
Yeah, smart call to make, because of course they've seen where RD likes to play over towards that B side and C side of the map. Cream now walks in full. Takes control of Scroll there, takes him out. The plant is down, and Honey Badgers to play for the post plant again. But Bonkers, we've seen them come for these retakes time and time again. Astral presence being made here by Tix. The gravity well came through. Cream is going to jump up, but RD, he's going to walk in, drop the lockdown. Tix comes from the flank, spots Jelly D2. Tix is on fire right now, Matt. Someone put him out. That round alone, that clutch alone has set him alight. They're even going to give him the defuse for the Cosmic Divide. Matt, Bonkers have found their footing. Unfortunately for the Honey Badgers, they just seem to be trading these rounds to and fro yet again.
Just seems to be going 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, Tony. It's just a never-ending cycle at the moment, and I'm curious who's actually going to be able to break it, because if we continue in this direction, then we're just going to end up probably at like a 7-5 scoreline realistically, or maybe even 6-6. Like, there's a lot on the table here, but I don't know who's going to be able to break it, or if they are even going to be able to break it. Looks like Honey Badgers, though, they only got a couple of rifles this time. They do have the Marshal as well as a couple of Sheriffs there, but I don't know what else they're going to be able to bring. Whoa. Looks like nice Axe, though, does actually open up the doors there, taking out Milky. And now can already instill some fear in their opponents.
Yeah, I'd be fearful. Nice hacks going for aggressive entries like that. You know, Bonkers are now on. They switched on completely for this final map. Going to be Honey Badgers. Man disadvantage. They've actually lost a heavy amount of util and a heavy amount of hit presence. Milky was kind of the one to smoke them off and give them positioning to take a site, and now it's Bonkers to hold off this B push. Jelly D gonna be finding RD, but Minimize is stuck through the back lines. He's stuck around the other side. Scroll And Minimize combined for a few more, and it's up to Suave. Needs to be clean and cut, but cut alive. And cut out of the server by Nice Hacks. It's 6 to Bonkers. Matt, you were thinking about a 7-5. It looks that way, but it could also be an 8-4, the way Bonkers have really started to come back into this first half.
Wonderful efforts there. Finally, Bonkers managed to break the cycle here. No more will we see these teams go 1 for 1. It's now even footing once again, though. 6-4 scoreline, and Honey Badgers, they are out for blood here. Looking to see what they can do with these rifles. They got the 4 Vandals as well as the Phantom. Similar on the other side of things. Obviously, an Operator going to be donned by Nice Hacks, though. Looking already to try and get an opening kill there, and is disorientated. So this is an opening that has been secured for the Honey Badgers. Looks like not for long, though. Suave goes night-night. Nice Hacks trying to find another one, but will be forced to fall back.
They're forced to fall off. Cream getting aggressive. Just trying to even up the standings right now, because of course, side of Honey Badgers have lost way too many rounds now for their own good. RD sits in prime position in Garage yet again. Jelly D with a flash in hand to get Fulvus and Cream through this C site, and that is going to be the Swarm dash over. He's just let Cream walk for the moment. RD turns his attention back. Even going to push on to Fulvus, takes him extremely low. Jelly D and Fulvus now about the map, but Minimize. He's walked through lobby. He's walked through A. Knows there could only be one side of the map being taken right now. It looks to be B, and there it is. The flank, not one going to be expecting. Bonkers going to be finding 7. Beautiful flank coming in from Minimize. And adaptation now starting to be shown here by Bonkers. They've got the groove back, Matt. Honey Badgers that's slipping out of their grasp, and you can see Tix is excited, dude. He's popping off, and it's good to see his camera back, and good to see him with all of his reactions here, because Bonkers, they're thankful for Tix for that 1v1.
That will further solidify their lead here. They certainly will be winning this half, but by how much is going to be dictated by this round here. Tremor going to be activated by Minimize there already, just trying to stop these Honey Badgers from pushing so hastily through towards middle. They realize if they allow them to play quickly, then they can easily just slice onto one side or the other. It looks like they are going to maintain the pacing, though, trying to push straight through towards the seaside here. Rolling Thunder coming in, not doing all that much, though. Tick's actually going to be shut down, so this is a great beginning for the Badgers.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Astro opting to go for the op here. Tix, of course, you don't know, duels player through and through. Just bring the op out. The lockdown comes out from Honey Badgers. The push comes in from Bonkers, and they're just all getting sliced up like a carving of a turkey. Jelly D finds the final 5 here for Honey Badgers. 7 for Bonkers, and now Matt. Of course, we expected 8-4 the way Bonkers were playing, but Honey Badgers, they came out with a little bit of last-minute preparation for that last round.
We love a bit of preparation coming through and playing to fruition there, Tony. As we will see their hard work pay off there. 7-5 scoreline now, only 2 between them, and that can change. Looks like the Badgers, though, are going to be going straight through towards the Ghosts this time. Not looking to take any chances coming into this one. On the Bonkers side of things, they're pretty similar, minus Minimize, who does have at least the light armor to play with, maybe picking up a bit of utility alongside that, trying to see what they can come up with. But Bonkers, they're already looking to launch an assault through towards this A site, leaving RDW on the back lines there, just in case someone's trying to flank them.
Yeah, you can see the moment. Very default style of play. Bonkers, of course, bringing that wealth of competitive experience, know that they don't have to rush into things now in this second half of this third map. Honey Badgers going to be feeling the weight on their shoulders. He's going to be the Trailblazers sent out by Scroll for the info gathering. Nice hacks to walk up through sewer. He is guided by his teammate Tix. Cream, his teammate, holding it off, able to jump. Stars Couldn't play. Suave completely concussed, completely can't do anything about this hit coming in, but Jelly D and Fulbus actually able to rally for the moment. Scroll Tix trade it back, and once again, Spike down at 8, not planted just yet. A 2v2 ensues, 30 seconds, Will Bonkers able to hold down this site now. No stars available left at Tix is caught to heaven. Fulbus swing, Scroll catches the drop. He heard the sound cue and pops off there. You can see the shake of his mouse, you can see the shake in the play, but doesn't fall. So Bonkers with 8.
A great start there for Bonkers, taking away the first one. Still a need to pave their way further forward, though, in order to take a few more. But ultimately, they will be picking up a full squadron worth of Spectres this time. On the other side of things, with the Badgers, looks like they're going to pick up a couple of Ghosts as well as a Shorty this time. Not looking to commit to any further purchases other than the light armor on Cream. Eager to see just how their defenses stack up against the submachine guns, though, because obviously pistols against the submachine guns in a battle of bullets may not be the most favorable here, but if you maintain close angles, you might just be able to pull a fast one on your opponents. In the meantime, though, it looks like the Bonkers players are just still waiting out their opponents, trying to figure out what they want to do, but are slowly making an effort to push towards this A site. Once they head towards it, they're going to be in the realization that there's actually nobody there. So they should be able to get that spike plant down fairly easily. But this allows their opponents in the Honey Badgers to just sit straight into the exit frag positions and just wait them out.
Yeah, it's interesting to see not even a single bit of util on this site. I've just left it completely open. And Tix, I'm going to get some eco kills going, make it 1. Little 2, 3, 4, make it maybe 5. He has to reload Cream. Tix, unfortunate, my good sir. He wanted the ace, and he wanted to pop off. He wanted to get that reaction to the camera, but roll to pick apart Cream in the end of things. Still, 4 for Tix means that that ultimate comes online a little bit earlier, Matt. They now have the Cosmic, and they have a Tix at 15-7. Bonkers have come out of nowhere and surprised us after that comeback on Icebox, really starting to make it look like it was a strong Icebox for them. And in charge of Haven, now 9-5 on the scoreline. Honey Badgers, they've got guns, though, to work with this time around.
And they certainly know how to use them, Tony, as they come through into the next upcoming round here. Full squadron of Phantoms this time up against the Spectres and the Ghost. Eager to see if they will be able to try and keep their opponents out of the sights here, because already you can see Bonkers are making an effort to try and push up towards A here. Do have one outlier in RDW, maybe making some noise towards C long, but ultimately it's starting off pretty good for the defenders. They've taken out nice hacks. They don't need to push into anything. They can just play with informational utility, much like the Owl Drone here. Try and see if anyone's playing close by, and then maybe try and isolate them to get some more kills.
Yeah, for the moment, silence befalls the server, but not for very long. RD spots Milky on the peak, and subsequently Milky spots RD. 40-something seconds now on the clock. Minimize. We're looking to set up that fault line. It has 2 flashes. They've got 4 flashes over towards this A side position here, but Cream gonna be tucked in the corner, checked by Scroll. Beautiful, smart call to make, though they still have to deal with Suave. Low HP, able to take Tix out.
30 seconds
The
left.
Bonkers are able to trade it back. They have the site for taking. Honey Badgers now 3 to the read sake. No util for Fulvus. There's a swarm on top of the spawn. And Turret is going to spot it. The swarm stops Fulvus from walking. Milky to the top of heaven. Needs to find this pick on the RD. Needs to stop the swing from coming in. Fulvus takes RD. Minimize falls. It's up to Scroll. Underneath the heaven, the King Clutch is put to the pressure. Finds them both to low HP slithers on this Honey Badgers side, but they find the round, Matt. They swing together, and it's a team ace to find the 6th round for Honey Badgers.
What a way to get it done there, Tony. And now they keep it 3 rounds between them here. A perfect outcome for the Badgers, but obviously Bonkers still have weapons behind them. Considering they won the first couple of rounds, there's money to play with here. And I'm eager to see just how they use it. Everyone just going to be donning the rifles this time. No one are looking to bring out the operator. Not coming close enough, it would seem. And they will just be waiting out their turn here. But now, pressing straight in to the thick of it once again. It looks like we're already seeing the utility come through on the Bonkers side. They want to go hard and fast towards this A side right now, pressuring their way up A long. Are going to force at least Suave off towards the A short side of things, just hiding away in the corner, just alongside their teammate in Cream there. At least they'd have the Hour drone, which they can operate to try and spot out if anyone's playing through towards that A short position, but no one's holding that angle. Everyone's going to be towards long this time. So they're at least knowing that that position's clear, but that can only be for so long.
It can only be for so long. The Trailblazer Cream now spotted on that one. As up to the fall back, the Seekers are coming out here for Scroll. The site take to A comes now alive for Bonkers potentially. As the concussion, the aftershock comes through. The swing from Nice Hack spots another Suave in that corner. Minimize able to trade it back full, but it's not a chance. He walks to the side without being answered by Bonkers, covering all of their angles, and Melky not even able to walk through the Cosmic Divide. Bonkers find 10. Bonkers have found a new lead, Matt. And it's to the credit of Tix and Minimize really picking up the pace. Nice Hack's not far behind either. This is a team effort across the board for Bonkers. You can see the difference in this Bonkers from the first map to the Bonkers now, Matt. We've got a different, completely different roster in the server, I feel.
Couldn't agree with you more, Tony. It feels like they had to just get a bit of a warm-up in, you know, in that first map, but then as soon as they headed towards the second map and onwards, it was kill switch engaged, and now they are ready to try and take the title here tonight. Try and take away victory against the Honey Badgers. It looks like they're already forcing their way straight onto the seaside here, changing things up a little bit. We haven't seen them go here too much before. And already they're going to be able to get a spike plant down. RDW, though, trying to play the back lines, does actually suffer the consequences. Jelly D will be traded.
Yeah, you can see Honey Badgers trying to get their hands on a rifle, trying to get their hands on anything right now, because Bonkers, they've got everything that the Honey Badgers want. Six, Blainstorm out, Cream not quite hit its mark, and you see Fulbus, Milky, now their presence be known over towards the garage angle, Scroll. 3 seconds off the guiding light. Six going to be holding the jump up into window. Smart call. Nice little off angle being taken by Tix. Perfect shot on the Milky. Fulbus now with 89 points of HP. Flashed off by Minimize. And Tix is going to be holding deep for spawn while Minimize swings off the flash. Perfectly executed util by Bonkers. Perfectly executed round. Of course, losing a few players in the process. Honey Badger's making it awfully expensive, Matt. Still around on the board, and the rounds are what win you the game at the end of the day. 11-6 because our scoreline.
11-6, edging closer and closer towards the potential end here. Bonkers only need 2 more rounds, and then that will be the series here tonight. Honey Badgers need to put in the effort, try their utmost to bring themselves back into the game here, because otherwise, Bonkers are actually going to be able to steal it from them. Looks like already, though, Honey Badgers pushing through towards middle do catch a little bit of damage. Going to be forced back towards the V side there. Nice Axe is looking to push out some aggression themselves, though. Trying to spot anybody holding around these close corners, but no one's going to give up that position. So Nice Axe hold as long as they can. No one's going to be there to see them. Looks like the rest of their team, though, is going to try for an A-take here already, putting the Nano Swarm down, and this is going to be it. Nano Swarm activated, forcing Fulbus out of position.
Yeah, but he's got the lockdown. If he can get to a safe spot to pop it, he could stop this take from coming in. Nice Hacks on the lurk over towards this mid side of the map. He is drawing it so much attention. You can see that Honey Badgers are still looking his way. They're still committing members to just Nice Hacks sitting in mid, and now to be maybe the entire roster. It was called a lurk, but now it might have just been a seldom fate take now. Nice Hacks goes for the take, takes out a player. Jelly D falls to the knives of Nice Hacks, and Spike will go down. Rolling Thunder through, Cream taken by Scroll on the push and the shove. It's everybody falling here for the Honey Badgers. Tix 2 getting involved. It's up to Milky. 1v3, the knives out from Nice Hacks still available. Milky no stars. A lineup of possibility. Nice Hacks. Gonna be taken low. Tix though holding, covering the other angle. They're just going to be playing as safe as possible. They don't have to overpeak. Milky forced to fall back, save. This is match and series point here now for Bonkers, Matt.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through from Bonkers there, Tony. Doing everything they can to try and take this series. At least Milky coming out of the round with a saving grace in a single kill. But now there's going to be an even higher hill they need to climb here, Tony, because they need to win 6 rounds in a row if they want to go for overtime. And if they lose one, that's it. Game over. And Bonkers will be our victors here tonight. It's all going to be up for grabs here. Honey Badgers picking up every weapon they can, picking up the Spectres, the Bulldog, or the Phantom. It is a play of desperation, and it looks like a Guardian's going to come through instead as well. This is it, Tony. This is the battleground.
Yeah, Honey Badgers even going for the aggressive push there off the turret place. Fulvis actually finding Minimize and Cream picking up nice hacks. They had prayers have been answered. An early 2 mat. An early damage being instilled. Scroll with a nice little bonk back to Cream. Headshot found. RD with a lurk up to B. Jelly D looking to go through it. The flash there turned away and flicked back on RD. He's on it this game, Matt. He's been on it this entire series. You saw it on Icebox. Now we're seeing it on Haven. The Hunter's Fury coming out of Suave, trying to deny that plant for the moment, and will stop it. The Seekers having pops. Scrolls cautious to lower mid. Don't come Milky. That's spiked out of mid. RD and Tix on the other sides of the map. Nobody here to get that spike back too quickly. Milky off angle. Tix finds Suave over at 8. Evens it to the 2v2. RD's too smart. He checks that corner. Milky falls. And it's up to our god, Matt. Pray to it because he needs to go huge. Fulvis 1v2 with 30 seconds. The bomb not down just yet. Does have the Vandal picked up. He does have an alarm. He's got a sentry turret. He's got a swarm. And Bonkers still have 20 seconds to get this spike down. They're going to pick it up. Fulvis might have made the bravest read possible as he rotates over towards the spawner C site. Tix and RD cross. 10 seconds left. RD to plant. Tix, I imagine, to hold this angle. The swing comes out. He finds the shot on the Tix. Fulvis now in a 1v1 against RD. RD able to bounce down to the garage. And the lockdown comes through. This is so perfect here for RD. I don't know he has the time, though. The lockdown was praying, but the wall bang from RD. He had the lockdown. He thought he had the time, but he closes it in style. And Bonkers walk home with a 2-1. And Tix, you can see, he's giddy, Matt. He is absolutely in disbelief. RD calm under the pressure, even in the clutch. No pop-off. Come on, RD. Show us some life, lad.
Fantastic stuff coming through from Bonkers in the end there. The reverse sweep on the series. Wow, Tony. I love to see it. They worked so hard for it. Like, they were on the back end in that first map, even on the second one, and then they just pushed through the pain, and they managed to find a win. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge series win there for Bonkers in their debut here in the VOC for their group. And, you know, we saw, you know, the makings of what everyone hyped up Honey Badgers to be, this kind of new kids on the block, new kind of swagger that Bonkers weren't expecting either. 13-6 was Fracture, Matt, and then it went to overtime. 14-12 Icebox went to Bonkers, and then they closed it here on Haven. Matt, I have to give credit to Bonkers. They dug deep. The morale has to be at an all-time high there. Tix pulling off probably, I feel, the game-winning clutch there with that 1v1 against Suave.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Tony. Really impressed with how they are able to turn the tide in their favor there. Managing to dig deep, like you said, and their hard work has certainly paid off. I'm really eager to see what more they can do throughout the duration of the VALORANT Oceania tour. I do want to say a shout out to the team for just giving it their all as well. I'm really eager to see exactly what they're going to be able to bring coming into the future, because I was certainly impressed with some of the momentum that we saw from Honey Badgers as well, Tony. Like, they managed to take that first map pretty dominantly, but unfortunately they just couldn't maintain that consistency coming through towards the other maps.
Yeah, and I have to give credit to Honey Badgers. Of course, Jelly D showed huge, but of course we do, I believe, have an interview here
Not quite yet. I just have heard that we don't quite have it set up just yet. So of course we'll talk a little bit more about Honey Badgers. They showed good form, but of course they didn't show the kind of, I guess, morale and heavy foot that Bonkers really put down in this series overall. A props to Honey Badgers. Yeah, they played well, but in the end, it's Bonkers walking home with the 2-1 victory here in the series.
I feel like even if the Honey Badgers didn't take it, Tony, they showed a lot of promise and potential. And I feel like this isn't going to be the last we see of them because, honestly, if they stick together and keep working at it, they can easily be even better than they already are. There's so much that they can work through. And I feel like if they take the time and really push together, they can go places, man.
Yeah, Honey Badgers is just going to get better as the group stage progresses here. Of course, we've still got tomorrow's games here. Sunday, of course, is going to be jam-packed, and I believe, of course, we'll have Mac and Pilsky to cover those games. But as well, there's another week still here of the stage 1 here for the VOT, and of course, we've got the same time, this time, of course, tomorrow, and the same time, of course, next week, you will be here seeing more Valorant action and what these players are capable of here in our region.
Certainly eager to see it, and we will take a look at what the two matches are actually going to be here on tomorrow. I believe we do have Mind Freak coming up against Krimmer's Disciples, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Order coming up against Honey Badgers. So I think that there's going to be a real test for the Honey Badgers tomorrow when they come up against Order. But obviously, same could be said of the Krimmer's Disciples, but in the meantime, let's take a look at the leaderboard, guys, to see exactly what I'm talking about here. Obviously, seeing the results from tonight's proceedings. Tony, let's talk us through it.
Yeah, look at that. You see, of course, we saw Order play their series yesterday, very dominant against the Fun Crew roster. And, well, you see Bonkers, Honey Badgers playing for that second place, and Bonkers able to come out. But Matt, look at the round differential. It's +1, -1. Separate these two teams here. You can see 32 rounds won by Bonkers, just able to inch out the Honey Badgers. But I imagine Honey Badgers is going to come back with a vengeance. Matt, that's Group A, though. We go to Group B now with our standings here. We can see Mind Freak, of course. We saw their victory yesterday. Very convincing. Krimmer's Disciples definitely had to work for it this one. And, of course, that was our first series this evening against Meow Meow. Unfortunately, Meow Meow just couldn't quite put the pieces together. Ninum really started to find his groove, but Krimmers were able to inch them out in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not able to find exactly what they were searching for towards the end of days there, but at least they still have more opportunities to push forward coming into this one, Tony. But overall, I'd say today was a pretty great day, man. Definitely happy with all of the games, and I feel like we've really set the scene for even more greatness to appear before us tomorrow.
That's a credit to the players here. These two best of threes went absolutely massive here, and a props to both rosters that unfortunately, met the tail end of a loss here this evening. Meow Meow and Honey Badgers, I imagine, going to be putting in the hours, putting in the prac to make that W happen. But of course, a props to Krimmer's Disciples and Bonkers, both walking home with 2-1 victories here in their series this evening. Matt, if that's just what Day 2 has for us, Day 3 is going to be explosive. Next week's going to be even more crazy. I can't wait to see it all unfold.
I can't wait to see it either. We will be bringing you the action same time, same place tomorrow with Mac and Pilsky, guys. A shout out to them and a shout out to Komodo and Conky for bringing you the action yesterday. But without further ado, that is going to be all for today. We are going to see you same time tomorrow, same place. Thank you and good night.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a second play. No! Oh my god! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by